subscribe to my sister's channel. She will also voice her favorite plots. Let's give her a big asset. POV Orochimaru. It turned out to be a great day for Orochimaru. Firstly, today everyone in Konoha is celebrating the anniversary of the victory over the fox, which means that no one will interfere with his experiments. And secondly, no one will interfere with him in his experiments. Isn't it wonderful? Thought Snake Sanin himself, walking along the road in the forest of death where his laboratory is located, but then there were sobs nearby. Clearly a baby crying. What can a child do in such a place? Maybe a trap? No, you still need to check. The man decided for himself and went to the source of the sound. I'll regret it later. The closer he got, as it turned out, to the lake, the more distinct the sound became. And when he came out into the clearing, such a picture appeared before him, a child, about 5 years old in appearance, most likely a girl, but the red hair was so mixed with blood that even with his vision it was immediately impossible to see. All beaten, she bent over the water, and bitterly crying, washed herself of blood. Your blood, nothing else could be seen from the back, and the man immediately came closer, but he was not noticed. And in order to attract attention, and not to frighten the child with his appearance, children, what are children, even adults are twitching from his face, he decided to say, Girl, do you need help? Hissing like a snake voice, asked Orochimaru. In response, the girl turned around sharply, and looking into her eyes, Orochimaru realized that he was missing. Blue eyes, bright as the sky, looked not frightened, as one might expect, but with a certain hope. A little bit of disbelief slipped in her gaze, as if the child did not know if it was a dream, but then determination appeared in her eyes and she gathered strength, quietly whispered, "Help me," and the next second she lost consciousness. Naruto's POV. And it all started with what? It's just that today is my next birthday. Yes, it was today that Naruto Uzumaki was born, but I was not happy about it. After all, even at the age of 5, I understood that my birthday would not bring anything good, and as in confirmation, since the very morning I have already been pelted with stones, but this is not the worst thing, because next I am waiting for another beating from drunken shinobi, insults, and finally waking up in some alley, where I will barely crawl to the house alive. Basically, everything went according to the script as I said. Only here, where am I? When I woke up this time, I didn't see the familiar street of my native Konoha or a dirty alley, and there was a forest around. We need to scout the situation, somehow focusing my eyes, and trying not to pay attention to the pain in my ribs. I tried to get up. On the 5th attempt, I even succeeded, but my head started spinning from sudden movements. They also smashed my head. It's not good. There may be a concussion, which means that I can lose consciousness at any minute. Yes, and blood. We urgently need to find a place to wash, until all the animals in the area have come running to the smell of blood. With such thoughts, I wandered along the forest path. Fortunately, at least I feel a water source somewhere nearby. As for my sensitivity to water, I'm not surprised anymore. Most likely water will be one of my elements. If not the main one. Because even now I can even close my eyes to feel any water sources at a distance of several hundred meters from me. Oh, and that's how I said water. More precisely, it was a small lake. But without spending any more time looking at the forest landscape, I came and sat down near the edge. I needed to clean the wounds while I could still move. And as a result, my ribs ached again, so much so that I just couldn't restrain myself anymore and cried loudly. Looking at the blood and a lot of bruises on my hands, I wondered only one question: for what? Why do they hate me so much? Why are they beating me? And so every year, as long as I can remember, and while I was somewhere deep in my thoughts, someone's hissing voice was heard near me. Girl, do you need help? Out of surprise, I even forgot about my wounds and turned sharply to the voice, saw an unfamiliar man. Well, as a man, he looked more like a snake. The skin is pale, almost white, sharp cheekbones, long black hair, and eyes. Looking into his eyes, I drowned, amber with vertical pupils, like a predator. No, not a predator, a natural snake. And despite the fact that his appearance screamed of danger, I was not afraid. After all, in his gaze I did not see any hatred, or even contempt that I see in the eyes of others. Instead, I saw there, concern, and sincere concern for me. I could barely resist rubbing my eyes, because this can't be a dream. And finally, having gathered myself, I realized that they were waiting for an answer from me, so I said without hesitation any more, "Help me," and then, I realized that I was just losing consciousness. And the last thing I felt before the darkness covered me was warm hands on my shoulders, which did not let me fall, the next time I woke up in a room unknown to me. Somehow turning my head and looking around the room, I realized that I was in some kind of office. It was semi-dark here, apparently this place is underground, and in the room itself I was able to notice a large work table on which scrolls were piled up. Further on the left side there was a rack with unknown bottles, and a sofa on which I was sitting accordingly. That's the situation. The only thought after examining the room was, where am I? And apparently I said the last question out loud, because the answer immediately followed, you're in my lab. A man I already know literally came out of the shadows near the shelf. And how did I not notice him? But in the meantime, he continued as if nothing had happened, how are you feeling? His question put me in a clear stupor. No one has ever taken care of me before, but remembering my recent injuries, the first thing I decided to do was listen to myself. And after a few seconds I realized that I felt surprisingly great. Nothing hurt. Which I hurried to happily voice, it's okay. Thank you, and only now it dawned on me that I still haven't learned his name. But even here the man came to my aid, hissed softly, my name is Orochimaru. He introduced himself, and then continued, and you, oh, sorry, there was no point in sitting anymore, and it wasn't cultured somehow, so I abruptly got up and stood closer to Orochimaru, happily introduced myself, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Databao. Nice to meet you. To say that the man was in shock means to say nothing. Did he expect some other reaction from me? Maybe he has a scary name or something, having decided not to bother my head with this, especially since I did not feel threatened by him, even on the contrary, he had something native about him. Next to him, for the first time in my life, I felt protected that I don't know if everything was visible in my eyes, or if my face betrayed all my thoughts, but in the next second, instead of recoiling or throwing me out, as any other resident of List would have done, he leaned closer to the level of my face, and slyly hissed, how do you feel about snakes? Was it my imagination, or did his eyes really light up in anticipation? That's just what. And why does it seem to me that this question directly blows some kind of trick? But I immediately rejected this thought, and answered honestly, snakes, remembering their beautiful scaly patterns on the skin, the amazing flexibility of a small body, and so similar to Orochimaru, beautiful eyes with a vertical pupil, I finished more dreamily. I like them. With this answer, I decided my future fate. But she didn't even know about it yet. In fact, it was today's meeting that changed my life. After all, at that moment Orochimaru decided, I'll be his. And snakes will never miss their own. As it turned out, during our strange conversation, this amazing day did not even think of ending. Well, how else can I explain the fact that now I am in the company of the same Orochimaru calmly walking along the crowded Konoha Street in the direction of my house? The festivities in honor of the anniversary of the victory over the fox were still going on around, so here and there you could meet another drunken shinobi or just having fun civilians. Fortunately, none of them dared to come closer to us. Although it was simply impossible not to notice a lot of interested, surprised, or even wary glances of passers-by, but neither I nor Orochimaru seemed to care about other people's views. To a man, because he was walking deep in thought about something of his own and simply did not pay attention to others, well, I was furtively looking at my hand on which my gift was comfortably placed. I recalled our recent conversation, flashback. I like them. After my answer, there was silence for a few seconds. I already thought that I had said something wrong, or inadvertently offended a man with my words, as he himself interrupted my mental tossing. Well, if you like snakes. With a bit of anticipation, Orochimaru stretched out, and as if making some important decision for himself, he once again examined me from head to toe before confidently hissing, "How would you like to become my student?" Under his gaze, I was very confused at first, and therefore the meaning of the words did not immediately reach me. But that's when it came. I agree. Yes. Databao. I literally shouted, and unable to resist the storm of emotions, I joyfully hugged my newfound sensei. And the reason for my joy was more than understandable. After all, even this morning I didn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Who in their right mind would want to teach a demon according to their words? And in general, I am used to receiving only hatred from others, at best contempt or fear, but not help in any way. And now this strange ninja Orochimaru. Speaking of him, the man has been frozen like a statue to himself for several minutes now. Is he really in such a shock from my embrace? And no, it came to life. Well, if you agree, then we will start our training tomorrow. But how do we get in touch while you don't have a draft? Deep in thought, he unconsciously continued his thoughts aloud. Somewhere I had one artifact. Yes, it will fit perfectly. Gently pushing me away, the man went somewhere into the depths of the room to the huge shelves and began vigorously pulling out various scrolls into the light, while continuing to mumble something to himself. And finally, after a few minutes of such fumbling, Sensei pulled out a seemingly inconspicuous box from under the mountains of scrolls. I found it. Naruto, come here. Watching the man all this time, I approached Orochimaru with some apprehension because of such a sharp change of mood. Don't be afraid, I won't bite you. Looking at me with a certain condescension, he said, and cheerfully but with a bit of thoughtfulness in his gaze, he added, probably, needless to say, his last words made me stumble on the spot. To which the man only rolled his beautiful eyes expressively before finally thrusting that unknown box into my hands. Well, what can I say? At first glance, such an ordinary wooden box. The local stores are full of them. But if you look closely, you can notice a few pretty distinctive features. Only one castle in the form of two intertwining snakes is worth it. Or barely noticeable drawings of these snakes on the lid of the box. Oh, I got distracted. Open it. I don't need to repeat it twice, and under the attentive gaze of Sensei, I first circled the smooth wooden side of the box with my fingers, and then slowly, as if savoring every moment, reached for the lock. Click, and now before my eyes on the dark purple velvet inside the box lies a real snake. But no, it was just a rather artfully made bracelet. The silver scales of the snake bracelet shimmered in the light, as if they were real, while amber was frozen in the eyes with a lively sparkle. As if mesmerized by this brilliance, I pulled my hand forward a little, wanting to put on this miracle as soon as possible. And the bracelet seemed to echo my thoughts, because the snake literally came to life, and after a little hissing, as if listening to something, finally raised its head to meet me. A second, and without encountering any obstacles in her path, she wrapped a tight ring around my right wrist. The flash of the chakra after that I took for granted. Surprised? After the revived bracelet? Much more, now you can officially be called my student." Sensei, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. And to my questioning look, he graciously explained, "Although this is an experimental sample of an artifact bracelet, it is still not the only one, and ahead of your question, we will talk about all its properties tomorrow, but for now, look." Lifting up the sleeve of his purple kimono a little, Sensei showed me exactly the same, only black, snake bracelet. Under the bracelet, closer to the elbow, there was also a Fuin tattoo burned with purple paints, probably this is a call. And as if reading my thoughts, Orochimaru continued, "Besides, many ninjas just know me by my summoning of snakes. It's like a distinctive sign. And why the distinctive sign is a snake?" Probably a stupid question, but I still couldn't hold my curiosity and not ask. "Well, I'm like a snake Sanin myself," the man told me with a modest shrug of his shoulders, and began to wait with interest for my reaction. Is this one of the 3 legendary ninjas?" I asked uncertainly, still not fully believing in my luck. But after receiving his affirmative nod in response, I literally fell into a precipitate. I haven't experienced such a shock for a long time. After all, well, it couldn't have led me like that. What would Sanin and Sensei? And only after a couple of minutes, when the first stupor passed, and I was able to think about the situation more or less, I exclaimed joyfully, "But it's the same, cool. Databayo, that's how I found out that my newfound sensei is one of the most powerful ninjas of our time." Which now, by the way, has abruptly become serious and, as if listening to something, gave out, "It's late, you have to go," and in spite of his own words, he went to the exit from the office. To my questioning look, he hissed softly, "The holiday is in full swing now, it's just not safe for you to go alone right now, so I'll see you off." He did not finish saying that the morning incident could happen again, but it was already clear without words. Therefore, touched by such, albeit not intrusive, but caring on the part of Sensei, I even shed a little tears. After all, in fact, he owes me nothing. Why, Orochimaru saw me today for the first time in his life. And yet, he didn't leave me to die in the forest. Helped. And now he also offered training, thanks. I exhaled softly, trying to put all my gratitude, all my feelings into this word. And the man understood. He bowed his head as if accepting my gratitude, and then gently stroking my hair, only whispered softly, "Come on." And you know, despite his cold appearance, his hands are quite warm. That's how, in principle, I found myself walking through the streets of Konoha accompanied by Orochimaru-sensei. Who, by the way, has now stopped abruptly, and so brazenly pulled me out of my memories with his gaze. Shaking my head and finally returning to reality, I stared back at the man with a share of interest. But he didn't say anything. Only with an even greater share of interest, he began to drill me with his eyes. Well, the challenge is accepted, Sensei. The silent battle of glances seemed to last forever. Neither of us was in a hurry to start a conversation. And why? When can I look so shamelessly at those hypnotic golden eyes opposite? Or admire the clear purple shadows that only gave the eyes some predation? A fascinating sight. Finally, after a few minutes, maybe hours, the man quietly chuckled, thereby destroying this charming atmosphere between us, and nodded to himself before slyly saying, "We're here." Slowly blinking, I seemed to wake up from an obsession and hurried to look around with some surprise. Before my eyes, the familiar shinobi dormitory immediately spread out like a gray monolith. They really came, and I didn't even notice. Well, Thanks. I said uncertainly and with obvious sadness in my voice, showing my unwillingness to part with my whole appearance. Don't worry, we'll see you tomorrow. Correctly interpreting my upset state, the man tried to cheer me up. And as if trying to convince himself of these words already, he confidently added, tomorrow at 9 o'clock I will be waiting for you near the Hokage residence. And, gently bending down to the level of my face, Orochimaru with a completely different, more gentle intonation, said, "Happy birthday, my little snake," and while I was recovering from such an abrupt change of conversation, the man had already disappeared in a whirlwind of movement, finally gently patting my hair once more. Well, how do you want to react to this? But somewhere deep inside me, where the incredible warmth spread from such sudden touches of sensei, I already knew the right answer. In the meantime, so far, I could only sum up one result: the birthday was more than a success. My first day as Orochimaru's student started off just fine. I woke up before the alarm clock when the sun was just beginning to rise over Konoha, managed to have breakfast with my favorite ramen, and even managed to find a more or less decent outfit in the depths of the closet. Not that I had too many clothes, but basically my wardrobe consisted of a pair of shorts and a few colorful t-shirts. And if we take into account yesterday and the subsequent incidents, then half of these clothes that I was wearing could safely be considered spoiled. So without suffering the agony of choice for a long time, I put on the only remaining black shorts with lots of small pockets along the entire length, and pulled a white t-shirt with a red whirlpool sign on the back on top. My image was completed by loose red hair that already reached me about to the shoulder blades, and black short shinobi sandals. After twirling in front of the mirror once more, I nodded contentedly at my appearance, and after checking the time, I rushed to the Hokage residence at full speed. There's half an hour left before the meeting. There was no Orochimaru-sensei at the meeting place yet, so moving away from the main entrance to the residence so as not to interfere with the ninja scurrying back and forth, I prepared to wait for the arrival of a man. It took about 10 minutes, and I began to catch more and more curious glances from passers-by. But none of them, fortunately, dared to approach, and as soon as Orochimaru finally appeared on the horizon, there was no trace of people at all. Well, that's good, otherwise such stares involuntarily began to annoy me. "Hello, sensei." I greeted him joyfully and with a certain relief in my voice, as soon as the man came closer. "Hello, sensei," stretched out to me in response, pleased to the point of being impossible. And leaning towards me slyly asked, "Well, are you ready for training?" "Always ready." "Bayo." Stretching my hand up, I shouted with great enthusiasm, while almost jumping on the spot with impatience. Clearly approving of my attitude, the man only nodded satisfactorily, and stretching his lips in an anticipatory smile, he hissed softly, "Then let's go," and I didn't even know then that one can never be fully prepared for Orochimaru-sensei's training. "Where are we going, sensei?" This was my first question for the whole half hour of the journey. In principle, I would have preferred to remain silent. The silence between us was more than comfortable, but the fact is that sensei had just turned in a completely opposite direction from yesterday's forest. Well, I just preferred not to get lost in guesses, and ask the man directly. And Orochimaru, as a true serpent, decided to only partially satisfy my curiosity. "You'll see soon." And indeed, after a few minutes we came to a small two-story mansion, which differed from others of the same only by a rather high fence of greenery around the perimeter, which nevertheless completely blocked the view of the spacious courtyard. And so, almost a standard house, at least from the outside for sure: light walls, a flat purple roof, several large windows, and what was typical for Konoha, an open veranda with a small canopy in front of the entrance. But what's inside? I have yet to find out. In the meantime, I was interested in a more pressing question: and what are we doing here? The man chose not to answer, instead folding several hand seals unfamiliar to me and biting his finger until it bled, he put his hand to the front door. A second later, the lock clicked. Another second and the door to the mansion opened hospitably in front of us. Clear. I see. This is Sensei's house. One question has disappeared. Please, gallantly letting me go ahead, the man briefly lingered near the entrance, restoring the protective barrier. And only when we found ourselves in a spacious living room behind the secure walls of his house, Orochimaru allowed himself to completely relax. Comfortably lounging in an easy chair, he first invited me to follow his example, and after waiting for me to comfortably settle in front of him, finally began his story. Well, now I'll explain everything, and perhaps start with what we are actually doing here. Seeing that the man is in no hurry to answer, I decided to push him a little and start with the question that interests me most. As you understand, we are now at my house. And receiving my affirmative nod, he continued, since you are now my student, I want to add you to the register of the protective circuit of the house, so that next time, even if I am not around, you could get here without any problems. And ahead of your next question, yes, I trust you, and yes, it really was so necessary. You'll soon understand why. In the meantime, if you don't mind, I need a drop of your blood, but better come yourself. I was now in such a deep shock from what I heard that I simply did not pay attention to Sensei's subsequent manipulations. And I woke up only when the man spoke again. Well, now the second reason why we came here first, and not to the training ground, moving away from the shock, I followed the subsequent actions of Orochimaru sensei with more and more interest. Meanwhile, he got up slowly and went to the seemingly clean wall, folded some seals again. A second later, a door literally appeared in that place. Sensei just nodded contentedly and beckoned me to follow him, to another room. Well, there's nothing to do, and I had to go. Behind the door, as it turned out, there was not a room at all, but a staircase that led us further down. Basement? But no, after walking a little forward, we came to the corridors familiar to me from yesterday evening. The exact same corridors were in Sensei's laboratory in the Forest of Death. Wait, it's not. Yes, we are now in my laboratory. You already know her partially, and as if to confirm his words, we went into an office familiar to me. But how? It was the only clear question that was spinning in my head at that moment. The thing is, the man paused briefly to comfortably sit in the chair before launching into a lengthy explanation, that I don't like to go to the surface too much, and therefore, for my convenience, I created a short underground passage to the laboratory directly from my house, since I often have to stay here. For you, I showed this move for two reasons. Firstly, now you will also come here often, because most of our training will take place in one of the local training halls. And secondly, the main entrance, which is located, as you remember, in the Forest of Death, is simply not safe for you yet, and I simply will not be able to constantly escort you. Well, in principle, everything is quite logical, and now I really understood why all these manipulations with the emergency entrance were needed. This was sorted out. And now, someone promised me today to tell me in detail about the properties of one artifact bracelet. My gaze unequivocally stopped at Orochimaru, and I raised my hand and showed him this very bracelet. At the same second, the snake, as if hearing what was being said about it, raised its head and looked in my direction with interest, as if waiting for some mental order, but having heard nothing, lay down again in its place. See? With a hint that I should explain everything to me right now, I drawled. Well, actually, I didn't like the way the man hesitated after that. As it turned out, not in vain. I myself don't know all the properties of this artifact yet. But based on my personal observations. Here Sensei shifted his gaze to his own bracelet before saying thoughtfully, I can only say that the snake may not be a bad spy, collect and transmit the necessary information, as well as with its help we can easily keep in touch with each other, since our artifacts are paired. In principle, because of the latter reason, I gave you this bracelet, because while you don't have a draft, it's just an ideal option for communication. Well, with the rest of the properties of the bracelet, I hope you can figure it out on your own. After taking a little breath, since all this time he was talking literally in one breath, Orochimaru, already more relaxed, suggested, well, since the questions are over for today, can we finally start the training itself? Good. Databao. Where do we start? My former enthusiasm immediately returned to me, and I began to wait with renewed vigor for further instructions from sensei. Maybe he will make me run to exhaustion, or will he immediately teach me some cool jutsu? But all my dreams were immediately shattered by the short answer, meditation. And seeing my bewilderment, sensei only smiled in anticipation, concentrate. Orochimaru's next advice echoes in my head. By the way, we remained sitting in sensei's office. As the man himself said, we don't need a training ground right now. And I just didn't argue. And so, for several hours now, I have been trying to do the same meditation. As one could understand, it was very unfortunate. Well, I can't concentrate. So am I to blame or something? I'm just constantly distracted by something. Either sensei rustles some scrolls too loudly, or my nose itches at the most inopportune moment. In general, I could not dive into myself in order to find and feel my chakra hearth. You understand, the ability to concentrate on the chakra is one of the important aspects in further study. And meditation is needed in order to make this task easier for you. Try again. Surprisingly gently this time, the man began to explain to me. And listening to his quiet, hissing voice, I didn't even notice how I began to sink into myself. At first, I was enveloped only by a frightening darkness, but then I felt rather than saw my chakra hearth. It flared up like a bright blue flame somewhere in the chest area and gave off warmth all over the body. It's an amazing feeling. Concentrate. I mentally ordered myself, trying to catch the elusive feeling of my own chakra, and my efforts were not in vain. It was only necessary to pull this fiery ball a little, as the life-giving chakra directly spread out, along the thin channels of the chakra so far. And that means, I did it, sensei. Inspired by my small achievement, I happily hurried to brag about it in front of a man. Well done, he drawled contentedly in response, and looking at my tired face, he said decisively, I think that's enough meditation for today. But I didn't even have time to really object, as Orochimaru interrupted me quite decisively. I've said enough. Exhaling heavily, the man abruptly calmed down, and already in his usual, slightly cunning manner, continued, and now let's look at your physical form. Needless to say, I abruptly changed my mind to be indignant. And when sensei also brought me to a fairly large training ground, I was ready to just dance there with happiness. But as it turned out, I was happy early. Let's start. Making an inviting gesture with his hand, Orochimaru stretched his lips in a truly predatory smile and then hell just started for me. I ran and jumped, and did everything under the strict guidance of this impossible snake. The man seemed determined to take revenge on me with this workout for all his nerves spent today. Not surprisingly, by the end of the workout, I had to be literally scraped off the floor. Because I just couldn't get up on my own, let alone walk. So sensei had to take me home again this time. More precisely, to carry. But I didn't remember that anymore, because sleep took me much faster. That's how my first day as Orochimaru's student passed. But there are still many such trainings ahead. It's been half a year of my training with Orochimaru sensei. And now my every day was almost the same. In the morning I wake up and quickly put myself in order. The first thing I do is run to sensei's house. There you first need to tear a man away from work, because he is always on his feet from 5 in the morning and is necessarily busy studying another important scroll. And only when I succeed, not without blackmail and swearing, of course, we finally go to breakfast together. After breakfast, we have meditation time. It is with us. As it turned out, sensei also meditates regularly. More precisely, it drives the chakra through the body, expanding its already large chakra channels. But the point is the same, and after breakfast, we go together to the living room where we have chosen a comfortable sofa for this matter, and having settled down comfortably, we begin to meditate. So about an hour passes. An hour of endless tension in controlling and mastering my chakra for me, and an hour of light warm-up for sensei. I wish so. Databao. But what is not, so then, after meditation, we finally go down to sensei's laboratory. Underground, of course. Then, again, a light warm-up takes place in the training hall. Where I am after it, if I don't pass out on the spot, then I have to come to myself for at least another hour. During this time, sensei conducts a separate warm-up with his Kusanagi sword. An exciting sight. I want it that way too. But according to the same sensei, he will not start teaching me kenjutsu until I enter the academy. Well, I wasn't upset, I already have something to teach. For example, the theory that sensei teaches me right after the warm-up. It includes almost all branches of knowledge necessary for shinobi. Starting from the banal theory of the chakra, and ending with the acupuncture of the human body, studied at least by Umbu. What I will do at the academy after such lessons, I can't even imagine, but that's still a long way off, and for now, after the theory, sensei handed me one of his scrolls with different techniques of ninjutsu or taijutsu, variably, and left me to train, and he went to the laboratory to conduct another experiment. My time was spent studying techniques until lunch. In principle, nothing is difficult, the rank of the technician has not yet exceeded C, and I completely coped with them on my own. Moreover, sensei made my task much easier by showing me the technique of shadow clones. So, now my training was several times faster. Or rather, 3 times, because so far, I can only create 3 full-fledged shadow clones, but over time this number promised to grow. Well, in the meantime, I honed the techniques given to me to perfection and trained. After all, from the very first days of training, I realized one truth: it doesn't matter what rank your technique is, what matters is how you own it. Sometimes, while studying another technique, I didn't even notice how the time flew until lunch, and then sensei had to literally force me to eat and take a break. Well, or it was the other way around, and then I had to pull a man out of the lab if he was too carried away with his experiment. In general, as one could understand, our relationship was idyllic. Well, what can I do? We are quite enthusiastic natures, yes. Do you think that was the end of my training? As if not so. After all, there is still a lot of free time after lunch. And Orochimaru tried to make full use of it. So, the rest of the time, we practiced again. The truth is now on the surface. Yes, in that very forest of death. In fact, it turned out to be not such a terrible place, if you know where to go, of course, and so, mostly we were engaged near the lake that I already know. Sensei thoughtfully hung several targets on nearby trees, and the lake shore turned into a good training ground for throwing iron. As one could understand, it was throwing that I was doing for the next few hours under the watchful eye of Orochimaru sensei. And I was throwing for a reason, but with the addition of the elemental wind chakra to the weapons. As it turned out, I already had a good potential to study 2 elements at once. And if the water was more than predictable and understandable for me, then I had no idea what to do with the wind. But sensei represented it. After all, the wind was one of his native elements. So, I shouldn't have any big problems with mastering it either. But this will all be seen in the future. Meanwhile, I was aiming kunai, shurikens, and even senbons, until my hands finally stopped obeying me, and even then the training did not end. After throwing, it was time to control the chakra and walk on trees and water. At the same time, I tried to curb the water element. After all, in fact, no techniques are needed for water, only desire, and huge control. Honestly, initially it didn't work out. And more than once or twice I fell and got wet to the skin. Not to mention some kind of control of the water element. But, I just had a huge incentive to train. Namely, to get the snake summoning scroll. According to Sensei, until I learn at least the elementary basics of ninja and reach the level of a minimum genin, in his understanding, of course, you cannot even remember the summoning of snakes. And I trained, and trained again, while, so far, I have not learned to drive my chakra through the channels on our daily meditations without difficulty. Until I stopped passing out on the spot from a light warm-up with Sensei. Until I learned several full-fledged techniques, and now I could even use them in a training battle with my eyes closed. Until I fully learned the theory of the chakra and the exact location of each tenketsu in the ninja's body, until she honed her accuracy to perfection and threw any weapon right on target, until my elements finally submitted to me and I started studying natural techniques, and finally, until I was able to run freely through trees and water without even concentrating special attention on it, and that means, the time has come. And it is today that I will receive the coveted summoning scroll. Well, wait for the snakes, I'm coming. Databao. Well, summed up the results of today's check, the man, and after looking at me once again with a careful look, made his verdict, I think you're ready to, finally. Databao. With great relief, I immediately breathed out in response, and unable to stay on my feet, I fell down wearily on the grass. Sensei and I were currently at our little training ground in the Forest of Death. And as it could be understood from the above, the man decided to arrange a knowledge test for me. Nothing complicated, just what I've been studying for these 6 months. True, altogether, but... And Orochimaru is not a simple sensei. So that's what I expected from him. And what can I say? Did not disappoint. It was all the more pleasant for me to realize that I had successfully coped with this ordeal. And she rightfully deserved to receive her long-awaited prize. Speaking of which, before I give you the summoning scroll and you sign it, I must warn you, Sensei began to speak surprisingly seriously, and showed me the same scroll, insinuating continued, that the summoning of snakes has a very peculiar test. However, why am I saying this? You're not interested, and indeed, from the moment Sensei pulled out the scroll, I just couldn't take my eyes off him, and safely ignored the man's subsequent words. So, seeing that I did not react to what was happening, and moreover, I continued to literally devour the scroll with my eyes, Orochimaru just rolled his eyes, and quietly chuckling with my impatience, carefully printed it on the grass. Do you remember the seals? Of course I don't remember. We have been repeating them almost every hour for a week. So I just nodded my head furiously in response. Seeing my enthusiasm, Orochimaru finally gave up and offered, then go ahead, and I didn't hesitate any longer. Having received the long-awaited permission, I bit my finger in that second and left 5 of my bloody prints on the scroll, folded a series of seals. I don't know if it was from excitement or adrenaline rush, but I put all my available chakra into the seal. From the subsequent flash of white smoke, I even had to close my eyes. And maybe it just seemed to me, but for a moment the fiery silhouette of a fox flashed under the closed eyelids. However, I studied the theory well with Sensei, and therefore, I guessed what it could be, but I didn't have time to fully develop this idea. A second later, the cloud of smoke dissipated, and I found myself standing on the head of a huge purple snake. Manda, immediately a familiar name flashed in my head. And I remembered where I heard it, the Snake King of Ryukido. Personal appeal to Orochimaru. The strongest. The most unpredictable. And the most bloodthirsty, swallowing. I don't understand where the lump in my throat came from. I immediately tried with all my might to drown out my suddenly awakened instinct of self-preservation. Meanwhile, in reality, one very entertaining dialogue was taking place right now. Why did you call me Orochimaru? A huge snake began to hiss a little aggressively, and after examining the area for the presence of enemies, which for obvious reasons were not there, he finished more menacingly, obviously not for battle. So why did you bother me? Take a closer look, Manda. Not at all afraid of the aggressive behavior of the snake, the man calmly stretched out, and defiantly pushed the open summoning scroll forward. Squinting a little, the snake first carefully examined the provided scroll, and then asked more interested, "Haven't you finally taken a student?" Was it my imagination, or did admiration really slip into the snake's voice? Meanwhile, Manda, having received an affirmative nod to Orochimaru, once again examined the area with a careful look, and again finding no one, hissed in bewilderment, "Well, where is she?" Needless to say, all this time I literally froze on the head of the Manda and was even afraid to breathe once again. But suddenly meeting the gaze of Orochimaru-sensei, who only raised his eyebrows mockingly at my indecision, I realized that there was nothing to do. Apparently it was time to finally get acquainted. "I am a respected snake-san here," I timidly raised my voice, still being on the head of this very snake. And then, I do not know where all my previous shyness has gone, but in an instant I literally went down on the nose of the Manda and smiled affably, said, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Databao. And I want to be friends with you." Somewhere behind Sensei's back, where he was now, there was a distinct sound of a palm slapping against his face. "To be friends, say shsh." In an instant, the great serpent switched to a threatening hiss, and began to drill me intently with his eyes. But I was not afraid, I did not look away, moreover, I stubbornly remained standing in my place. And the reward for this was Manda's quiet, hissing laugh and his benevolent answer, "Okay, I'll be your friend. If you survive the ordeal, of course." And before I understood the meaning of the words spoken, the snake in one quick movement threw me into the air, and in the next movement just swallowed me whole. But inside, I didn't even have time to be really scared, as blue glowing balls of someone else's chakra flew at me from all sides at the same second, and then complete darkness came. I woke up in the same clearing, under the gaze of two pairs of snake eyes. According to my feelings, not too much time has passed. And I didn't feel any special changes in myself after the test either, if you don't take into account the huge weakness in the whole body and the purple Fuin tattoo of a personal appeal that appeared on my arm. But nevertheless, the first thing I heard when I finally came to myself was Sensei's relieved sigh, and Manda's extremely pleased voice, "You've passed the test, and now you can summon me whenever you need to. But I warn you, don't you dare call me for nothing. And then I'll eat," and it's not clear whether he's joking, or he's serious. But judging that it's still not worth risking, I just nod my head in agreement. Alas, I just don't have the strength for more now. But that was enough for the snake, and he immediately left me alone, completely switching to Orochimaru. "After all, you chose a good student to match yourself. I approve." And then, just as Manda appeared, he disappeared in a white cloud of smoke, finally dousing us with Sensei, a wave of cold water from the lake. Out of a sense of revenge, no other way. But I was no longer up to it. Whether from the stress experienced, or from the exhaustion of the chakra, everything began to blur before my eyes, and for the umpteenth time in a day I could not stay on my feet. I also managed to notice the shadow of Sensei who darted towards me, and an excited shout, "Naruto," and then the world was swallowed up by darkness. That's how my acquaintance with the snake call went for me. Yes, it was difficult. Yes, then I recovered from overwork for a long time. But most importantly, I coped. And now I have my own call. Databao, and the trials, I can handle everything. After all, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And that says it all. Another year and a half of my training has passed. And today one of the most important events in my life as a shinobi should take place, namely, admission to the Ninja Academy, how many arguments with sensei I have endured during all this time trying to convince the man of the uselessness of the academy. After all, I have long surpassed any genin in knowledge. Moreover, in battle I will be able to give odds even to a weak jonin. After all, these year and a half I did not rest, but continued to train hard. But, in his decision, Orochimaru sensei was relentless. And as a result, now I'm going to the solemn admission to the academy. A white festive kimono, instead of the usual training t-shirts and shorts. A red silk belt around my waist today replaced my holster with iron. And on her feet, elegant but uncomfortable wooden geta completed the image of a cute civilian girl. Who has never heard of a ninja? Yes, and I had to wear all this because of Orochimaru's blackmail. Sneaky sensei, refused to continue teaching me the art of poisons if I don't go to the ninja academy today in this form. He knew how to blackmail. Snakes. After all, over the past 6 months, I have finally been admitted to his experiments. And the art of poisons has drawn me in surprisingly strongly, but let me tell you everything in order. After I finally received the long-awaited summoning of snakes, intensive training began. In addition to my usual daily routine, which was already packed to the brim with training, I also learned sensei's personal techniques based on snake summoning. No, I will not say that I learned how to stretch my tongue for a kilometer as a man, or lengthen any parts of the body. Still, this requires at least a Sannin regime, which I can only dream about now, but most of the other techniques were available to me. So, I didn't have to be bored, but this is not the only change. Now, instead of the boring theory of the chakra, we have switched to no less boring medicine. After that incident with Manda, sensei suddenly caught fire with the idea of teaching me the art of iron jutsu so that, if necessary, I could take care of myself. Well, he taught, needless to say, in just a few months of study, I have learned all the ins and outs of medicine. Starting from the elementary scalpel of the chakra, and ending with a professional chosen. No, of course, I didn't pull on Irionin of the A rank, and I won't make it, but I could heal an open fracture in the field, or remove the poison from the body. Tested personally on myself. Well, what about it? Sensei has a peculiar approach to training. Moreover, the reward for my torment in medicine was the long-awaited admission to Orochimaru's personal experiments. That's where my soul came off in full. No, Sannin certainly didn't trust me with anything complicated yet, but what was allowed was enough. From studying rare shinobi genes, of course under the watchful eye of sensei, to creating my favorite poisons and antidotes, that's the last one I really have a talent for. And I'm not exaggerating. Sensei still can't find an antidote to my first created poison, and he won't be able to. I'll tell you a secret, I used my second chakra for an experiment then. More precisely, the Biju chakra, and it is known that it is very difficult to find an antidote for it. Speaking of Biju, I guessed that he was sealed inside me from the moment of Manda's summoning. And then it's just a matter of technique. To add up a few historical facts, to find out everything possible about the attack of the nine-tailed on Konoha 7 years ago, to penetrate into the secret archive of the Hokage, so that nothing sensible except dusty documents from the time of the first Hokage would not be found there, and in the end directly ask Sensei about everything, who told me everything that interested me without unnecessary secrets. Yes, I'm not looking for easy ways. Databeo. But the result is the same, and when I finally found out that a whole nine-tailed fox was sealed inside me, I expressed a desire to get to know him. I was also lucky that Orochimaru sensei was understanding, a scientist, and he himself was not averse to learning something new, and even more so Biju. And then I'm even afraid to imagine what the old Hokage, for example, would say if he were in his place, but as mentioned earlier, I was very lucky, and all that Orochimaru demanded from me was the opportunity to talk to the fox first, to make sure of my complete safety. Of course, I will not fully retell their conversation. But after their sweet exchange of pleasantries, with the use of their murderous, sarcastic comments, and the same bloodthirsty smiles, where is it without it? They were surprisingly able to come to an agreement. We agreed that the fox is no longer trying to break the seal or harm me in some other way, and instead Orochimaru simply no longer appears in my subconscious. Surprisingly profitable, isn't it? But the fox said that he was simply not going to tolerate two crazy scientists in his field of vision. He was the only one who had enough for his eyes. That's it, somehow, but I have already agreed on the chakra. And even though the nine-tailed was skeptical about my offer of friendship, but he did not refuse to help, and even though he was not willing to talk, he went, and this is already a big step. So, we still have a lot of time ahead, right? And I'm sure I can change his mind. Well, while I was passing nostalgia, it's time to go to the academy. But first, Sensei is waiting for me. Sensei's appearance shocked me a lot at first. Or rather his clothes. After all, I'm used to seeing a man in different kimonos, or at worst, in a lab coat, but, today, Orochimaru-sensei was dressed in a standard shinobi sheet uniform. Namely, in black pants, and the same black turtleneck over which there was a green hunin vest. A protector with a leaf symbol also sparkled on his head. And what surprised me the most was the complete set of ninja equipment. This is how they usually gather for a mission. Really, as if reading my thoughts, Sensei immediately confirmed the guess. Yes, old Sarutobi is sending me on an urgent mission. At these words, Orochimaru rolled his eyes expressively, thus expressing everything he thinks about this mission. But this, as it turned out, was not the end of the bad news, because the next sensei said, "The mission is long, and therefore I will be gone for several weeks. But don't get upset," he hastily added, seeing how sad I immediately became. And squatting down to be at the level of my face, he gently wrapped his arms around my shoulders, and then slyly said, "In the end, we will always be able to contact through a summoning or a snake bracelet." Really? Really? I quietly agreed, and his sincere support made me smile involuntarily. Well, you're already smiling. And now, after making an intriguing pause, the man, under my curious gaze, reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a small wooden box. Similar in some ways to the one in which the bracelet was 2 years ago, only a little smaller. I wonder what's in there. Barely restraining the urge to find out immediately, I humbly waited for further explanations. And Sensei, seeing my impatience, only winked, and solemnly finished, "It's time for gifts." Hold, carefully accepting such an unexpected present, I just couldn't help but ask, and in honor of what? Databeo? Of course, in honor of your admission to the academy. As a matter of course, he said. That's right, admission. And I, for all these shocks, even managed to forget about it. Open it. Seeing that I was flying in the clouds, a man decided to hurry me up. And I didn't hesitate any longer. I reached for the lock. Second, click, and, wow. This is, from the emotions surging over me, I couldn't even finish the words stuck somewhere in my throat. Therefore, I just stared at Sensei in complete shock, and my reaction is understandable. After all, there were very rare handmade earrings in the box. Something outwardly similar to Sensei's earrings, only more refined. And the material was significantly different. Instead of the usual Chakrapravedni metal, special durable silver was used. The earrings themselves had the appearance of 2 snakes, which curled into a ring on the earlobe. And this is only the appearance, but its properties, yes, you got it right. These are small chakra drives. As if reading my thoughts, Sensei continued for me, and thoughtfully looking at the earrings, he quietly continued, "Of course, he will not be able to restore your entire reserve, but he will save you from chakra exhaustion. Thank you." Looking at the man with gratitude, I still could not resist and hugged him tightly. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and then Sensei seemed to wake up, and hesitantly, hugged me back. "Nice, you're welcome, my little snake," a quiet whisper sounded in my ear, and then Sensei pulled back a little and pointed with his eyes at me, then at the earrings, asked, "Will you let me?" It took me a few more seconds to figure out what they wanted from me. Then my gaze became more meaningful, and I could only nod silently in agreement. Being still in a kind of prostration from the reciprocal embrace of Sensei, I did not even immediately notice how Orochimaru carefully but quickly put the artifact earrings on my ears. And I could come to myself only when the man spoke again. "Well, now you can go to the academy." To my perplexed look, which said, "What about the mission?" Sensei only innocently shrugged his shoulders before confidently stating, "I think Hokage won't be offended if I'm a little late. Moreover, you didn't think that I could miss your first day at the Ninja Academy, did you?" I bet my look just now expressed that that's exactly what I thought. But Sensei was not offended, and only waved his hand at me before heading out. "Well, what about me? I'm nothing." She ran after me. "After all, he's right, time is running out." Data Bayo. A whole crowd of people gathered in the courtyard of the academy today. Sensei and I arrived just in time, and now Hokage was reading from the stage a solemn speech about the will of fire, which I safely ignored. Instead, I was doing something more useful, namely, carefully studying this very crowd of ninjas. It was easy to distinguish where the clan and clan-free shinobi are located. And no, it's not just the monks of the clan on the clothes, or the characteristic clan features. The point is how they decided to settle down on the territory of the academy. For example, civilians who brought their children to the academy for the first time today crowded in small groups, mostly families, near the entrance itself. Either not daring to come closer, or being wary of a crowded crowd. Unclear. Clan ninjas are another matter. Which, as I was surprised to notice, this year there was an overwhelming majority, preferred to stand in even rows and only among their fellow clansmen. Who wasn't there? The first among all stood out, of course, Uchiha. Attractive appearance and brick faces are their calling card. Everyone is a selection of brunettes with pale skin and black eyes. And the military bearing and tenacious gaze only betrayed in these people cold-blooded murderers. In the case of Uchi, the best weapon is a bloody Sharingan in the eyes. Their eternal competitors and the second big-eyed clan in Konoha, Hyuga, are located nearby. Arrogance in the look, and a clear discipline, was absorbed there with the mother's milk no other way. The main feature of this clan, and at the same time the weapon, is Byakugan. Beautiful violet eyes that like an X-ray saw through you literally. Creepy, but effective. And as a result, the best taijutsu in the village of List. Only Aburame beetles can compete with them in horror. A silent and secretive clan that even Sensei didn't know much about. The indicator is, however, a distinctive feature, glasses on his eyes, and a strange manner of speech. But the search engines of them are excellent. Better than them in the search can only be Inazuki. With their Ninken and bestial habits, this is not surprising. Red tattoo fangs on the face and hot excitement during the fight, that's their feature. Unlike Inazuki, the clan of lazy geniuses of Nara used to count everything in advance. Unhurried in life, they are just as unhurried in battle, but if you meet them in a serious fight, the outcome of the battle will be obvious. Shadow control will only help them defeat the enemy. If they are not too lazy, of course. The complete opposites of Nara are energetic Akimichi. Quite large figures, enlargement of any body parts, and most importantly a huge love for food in general. That's the whole description. Even less can be said about their Yamanaka allies. Brainwashers in one word. And their techniques are appropriate, so sensei and I looked quite harmonious against the background of other ninjas. Speaking of sensei, the man, just like me, was now engaged in scanning others, and judging by his satisfied grin, he was more than satisfied with what he saw. To my rather eloquent, questioning look, I received one answer, airs, hm. Really? Once again, walking through the crowd with my eyes, I was convinced of the truthfulness of the words spoken. In front of each clan, my peers clearly stood out against the background of others. The mon of the clan on the right shoulder and the shadow of the head of the clan behind the back did not allow to make a mistake in their status. Heirs. And how could I not have noticed it myself? Apparently I'm still learning and learning. A light touch on my shoulder brought me out of my reverie. What? Looking up at the man, I was faced with the mocking gaze of Orochimaru-sensei, who pointedly looked around us. Unconsciously repeating his gesture, I noticed how my peers quickly reached for the entrance to the academy. It turned out that while I was soaring in my thoughts, the Hokage's welcoming speech hastened to end, and now apparently it's time to get acquainted with future classmates. It's time, I drawled in resignation, with my whole appearance and showing unwillingness to go somewhere. But I had to, good luck. The man nodded encouragingly to me, and without paying any attention to the ninja curiously staring at us, lightly patting me on the head, pointing in the direction of the academy, run, or you'll be late, nodding in response, I still reluctantly, but hurried to catch up with the others. After all, the man is right, and it's not the case to be late on the first day. The first time I crossed the threshold of the Ninja Academy, it was as if I had crossed some important line in my life. Almost a ninja now. And I do not know what can wait for me in the future. But I can only say one thing for sure, it won't be boring. Databao. Team number 7 Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Uchiha Sasuke. Your sensei Kakashi Hatake, Irika sensei read out the next composition of the team. Having finally heard my name from a seemingly endless list, I turned to the window with a calm soul, ceasing to react to what was happening around. Instead, I was completely lost in my thoughts. It's been 5 years since I entered the Ninja Academy. And what can I say? A lot of things have happened during this time. For example, due to lack of time and the inconvenience of hosting the Ninja Academy itself, because it is located in a completely opposite direction from my house and even further from Sensei's house, and therefore, in order to keep up with our numerous trainings, I had to completely move to live in Sensei's house. No, not right away. Just once, after another hard workout, I literally fainted from fatigue, and Sensei, in order not to drag me to the dorm through the whole Konoha, left me in his guest room. Then again. And more. In general, more and more of my things appeared in the room like that, and eventually, with the full permission of the latter, I moved to live in Sensei's house. Now, it's already our home. So, this is more of a plus for my admission to the academy than a minus. Another big plus of the academy was new acquaintances. During these couple of years immersed in constant training, I didn't even realize how much I missed simple communication with my peers. This is when you can talk about everything in the world without thinking about the correctness of what has been said, joke, laugh or just sleep on the back desk in the company of an eternally lazy genius, a bunk. So, in the end, my time at the academy turned not into studying, but into something like a pleasant vacation in the company of new acquaintances and friends. Just because, new for myself, as for a ninja, I still won't learn anything there. But there were more than enough disadvantages in the academy. Well, for example, time for joint training with Orochimaru has become much less. Although, Sensei compensated for the lack of time very quickly by simply doubling my workload in our daily training sessions. And now, in addition to the usual schedule, the study of seals, another art of Fuinjutsu, was added to my training, and the man kept his word and tried to teach me Kenjutsu. But exactly what I tried, because after the first training with a katana, it became clear that I and swords are not compatible things. Orochimaru did not believe. Orochimaru didn't give up. And in the end, even I was able to master this fighting style at a more or less acceptable level. Well, at least Sensei considered me a worthy sparring partner. Not without great effort, and a lot of training naturally. So, those few hours free from training that went to the Ninja Academy were a good respite for me before another hard workout. It turns out that this is a plus, okay, I admit it. In my admission to the academy there were more pluses and benefits than minor minuses, in the form of several hours of boring lectures, which I literally had to endure, and the waste of these very few hours almost in vain for development. However, you can easily put up with this, especially thanks to the academy yesterday. I finally officially became a full-fledged ninja of the Leaf Village. And the protector with the sign of Konoha that I tied on my belt only emphasized my new status. Now I'm Genin. And today, as one might guess, there was a distribution into teams. By the way, I wasn't too worried about the team. Because, firstly, I found out the composition of my own yesterday, thanks to the connections of Orochimaru sensei. It was not difficult. In general, it seems to me that he has a dossier on any Konoha ninja. Well, secondly, I was not worried also because for me the distribution was more for show, and indeed I will continue to train with my snake. This matter has been settled for a long time, and Orochimaru sensei even received permission from the old man of the 3rd.No. Of course I can't completely ignore my team, after all, no one has cancelled joint missions yet, but what prevents me, at least on light D ranked missions, from using shadow clones? And in the end, sooner or later I would still have to learn to work in a team, because this is an integral part of any ninja's life, and I think the sooner I start the better. Moreover, the composition of my team is not so bad. The same Uchiha, despite the fact that literally from the first day at the academy, we had a mutual dislike, but I have to admit that at the moment he is the only one from our entire graduation who can try to fight with me almost on equal terms. If we give a brief description of his skills, it will turn out like this: a good level of taijutsu, a large volume of chakra for genin and possession of several elemental fire techniques. Plus, what he definitely surpasses me in and will continue to surpass is genjutsu, because illusions are not very given to me. So I can dispel it, and okay. And this is if you do not take into account the not yet awakened Sharingan. In general, a worthy opponent, so to speak, Haruno is another matter. That's who is certainly not interested in anything except her beloved, Sasuke Kuina. And as a result, upon graduation from the academy, we have weak taijutsu, a small supply of chakra, although the control is amazing, and general ninjutsu at the level of the academy program. But if you take it seriously, in the future, a good ironin may come out, or what will be more preferable, for our team it is a genjutsu master. Since I can also treat wounds, but there are problems with illusions, yes, and finally our newly minted sensei. Hatake Kakashi is also known as Copying Ninja or Sharingan Kakashi. So far, I have too little information on his account to draw any conclusions, but from what I have, we can distinguish the presence of a Sharingan, and a mention of service in an elite unit of the ANBU. According to rumors, he also copied more than 1,000 techniques, and already because of this he can be considered a pretty promising teacher. Personally, I hope to knock out a few spontaneous techniques for myself. But this is so, plans for the future, but for now, I think it's time to finally return to reality. Meanwhile, a small farce reigned in the audience. For an hour, the other teams, one after another, happily left the academy, accompanied by their ninja mentors. And only our newly minted sensei was in no hurry to please with his presence. Well, we'll wait, ignoring another Sakura squeak, Sasuke-kun. We're on the same team now. Naturally, all this was accompanied by hearts in the eyes and tender sighs of the pink-haired one. Where without them, and also ignoring the pained expression on Sasuke's face, I calmly settled myself on the back desk. To wait. At the same time, I will have some fun watching the suffering of my kind of enemy-friend-rival. When the second hour of senseless waiting began, I began to get a little annoyed, and the constant flashing before my eyes, from the overly joyful Sakura, bored me pretty quickly, and now only worsened the already bad mood. I was not even comforted by the fact that the second member of the team, namely Uchiha Sasuke, suffers much more from the intrusive attention of the teammate. Well, in general, after waiting for some more half an hour for decency, and in the end I didn't wait for anything, I already decided to leave, as the door in the audience suddenly opened, and the copying ninja himself finally appeared in front of us. What can I say about his appearance? A rather tall and well-built man, with ash-colored hair that stuck out in a peculiar hairstyle. Dressed in a standard Jonin Leaf uniform. In principle, that's all that can be said about his appearance, because almost the rest of his face was covered by the fabric of the mask, leaving only one eye visible, dark gray in color. The second eye was also covered with a leaf protector. I don't like you. Meanwhile, Jonin spoke, looking at our company with a frown. As if we like him here. But neither outraged, nor to say anything else, none of us just had time, because the man quickly continued, I'm waiting for you all on the roof. Yes, and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. That's your first impression of sensei. Moving away from the stupor, I thoughtfully drawled, and in my mind I was already imagining what problems we would have in the future, with such a sensei. No, but what? Not only was he late. Didn't apologize. He sent a shadow clone instead of himself. So also immediately, literally in one phrase, he made it clear that he was not interested in us as his students, from the word at all, Sasuke echoed my thoughts with a consonant chuckle. Apparently we are thinking in the same direction with him, and only Sakura, who just didn't understand the full depth of this problem yet, looked at us hopefully and stretched out, maybe not everything is as bad, naive, but why guess? Time will tell. In the meantime, it's time to get acquainted. Bayo. We went up to the roof being already in a naturally not the best mood. So they just sat down on the steps in silence, and stared at the man, waiting, an apology? However, our angry and accelerating glances at Hatake did not work, and the man probably has no conscience at all, because he completely ignored our displeased faces, and as if nothing had happened offered, well, let's get acquainted. What you like, don't like, your hobby, Jonin began to list tediously, while leaning his hands on the railing and looking somewhere into the sky. Maybe you can give us an example, sensei. Sakura offered displeased, to Sasuke and me, agreeing nods. Okay, Jonin nodded as if reluctantly, and then tousled his already unruly hair, melancholically continued, my name is Hatake Kakashi, I am 26 years old. Jonin. What do I like and dislike? You won't be interested in knowing, and you won't understand my dream. Now you. The man quickly turned the arrows, pointing to the pink-haired one. My name is Haruno Sakura. What I love. More precisely, whom I love. At her words, Haruno blushed and threw a glance full of hearts at Uchiha. My cherished dream is, and again, a look at Uchiha. I see, the man was not surprised at all, as if he had been waiting for something like this, and therefore simply nodded at Sasuke. Now you. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like much, except probably training with Nii-san, and I don't like overly annoying people. At these words, the brunette cast an unambiguous glance at Haruno, and lo and behold, she was embarrassed. All is not lost yet. Meanwhile, Uchiha continued, I dream of surpassing Itachi. And prove to everyone that the Uchiha clan is the best clan in Konoha. I couldn't resist rolling my eyes at his last words. Oh, This is the conceit of itachi. But, now it's my turn to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love training with Orochimaru sensei, and I just love creating complex poisons and antidotes. Remembering my favorite hobby of poisons, I involuntarily stretched my lips in a satisfied smile, but quickly pulled myself together, because they were already looking at me strangely, and continued as calmly as possible. What don't I like? And then I had an idea. Making a deliberately thoughtful look, I slowly tilted my head to the shoulder, copying Orochimaru sensei with this gesture, and then, also in the best traditions of Snake Sannin, I narrowed my eyes and scanned the copying ninja standing in front of me, with the selective gaze of a maniac scientist. For some reason, the man turned pale in response. And I, having achieved the desired result, yes, I never forgave him for being late, I finished more joyfully. I don't like to waste my time. And I dream of becoming an equal. There is no way to surpass the legendary Sannins. Databao. Let my cry at the end and was able to defuse the situation, but Hatake still continued to stare at me with all his one visible eye. And I can understand it in principle. For so many years, being a student of Snake Sannin, and spending almost all my free time with him, it is not surprising that I was able to adopt many of his habits. For example, because of the same snake style of fighting in taijutsu, our movements and gestures, compared to other ninjas, will always be smoother and more viscous, and the steps are quieter and gliding, regardless of the circumstances. Or if we take the appearance, then sensei's love for different types of kimonos was passed on to me. No, in training I still preferred practical pants with a t-shirt, but to the academy, or to rare weekend walks, I was not averse to dressing up once again. And in general, if we assume that I have been trying to look up to sensei since childhood, then there could only be one result. Not a copy, but a worthy disciple of Snake Sannin, who adopted the best and worst qualities from a man, his genius, a bit of black humor, love for specific experiments, and everything else is a snake call, and if you add to this an endless nine-tailed chakra reactor inside and the character of a true uzumaki, then, as I said earlier, I can basically understand Hatake. He's a poor guy, he just put these facts together faster than anyone else, and the resulting picture, let's say, impressed him greatly. To which I can only wish him good luck and patience. Ahem. Well, the man coughed awkwardly, finally interrupting the prolonged silence, and then slowly, as if coming out of some kind of trance, blinked, finally throwing unnecessary thoughts out of his head, and in his usual melancholic manner, continued, "Since we've met, we can get right to the point. I'm waiting for you tomorrow at the third training ground by 6 in the morning. Without delay." But having met only 3 equally skeptical looks in response to this remark, he faded a little and quickly finished, "We are waiting for a special test. Therefore, I advise you not to eat anything. I'll be sick." And before we could react or clarify what kind of test it was, the man hurried to disappear into a cloud of displacement, leaving us staring into the void in confusion. However, I didn't worry about it for long. As soon as I remembered that today Orochimaru sensei had to return from a long mission in the Land of Iron, all other problems immediately faded into the background. Big deal, some kind of test awaits me tomorrow. So it will only be tomorrow. And today nothing can spoil my mood and prevent our long-awaited meeting. In anticipation, I didn't even notice how quickly I said goodbye to my teammates, and rushed home at full speed. They're waiting for me, and I don't want to keep Orochimaru waiting. Databao. Especially if she missed you very much. Morning. The sun barely rose over Konoha. Residents gradually showered in their warm beds, and only a rare ninja could meet at such an early hour, on the still sleeping street, Konoha. I was one of the latter. Walking slowly towards training ground number 3, I tried to focus on today's test, but my thoughts kept floating somewhere in the clouds. I was in a surprisingly good mood today. Perhaps it was the return of Orochimaru-sensei that affected me so much. So, today I woke up in a good mood. I even managed to have breakfast despite Hataki's warning not to eat anything. And then I spent quite a long time choosing an outfit for today. As a result, I put on one of the training suits. It consisted of a mesh t-shirt over which there was a short red combat kimono with long sleeves, black elastic shorts were worn under the bottom, and the same black shinobi sandals on my feet. I haven't bothered with my hairstyle for a long time, and I learned how to fight with my hair loose, so putting my brand new black protector on my head, I just had to fix and check the weapon before leaving. In the long sleeves, with the help of a special mount, senbons soaked in strong sleeping pills comfortably fit. After all, I'm not going to fight with enemies, and therefore I don't want to accidentally kill anyone. Next is a holster with kunai and shuriken on the right hip, and a small purse with medicine and explosive seals on the belt at the back. That's all it seems. But no, I forgot the most important weapon, namely yesterday's gift from Sensei in honor of graduating from the Ninja Academy. I will say one thing, it's not for nothing that a man took a mission in the Land of Iron. After all, only their local samurai could make not just weapons, but a real work of art, a long katana, exactly on my forearm, made of selected, hardened steel, is almost an exact copy of Sensei's legendary weapon, Kusanagi. The difference between them is only in functions, because if the Sensei's blade lengthens and it cannot be repelled, then mine perfectly conducts the elemental chakra, and especially the element of wind, which I managed to make sure of yesterday, cutting several trees in one fell swoop no worse than Tessen, during a trial sparring with Orochimaru-sensei. A really worthwhile thing. And even though I still don't really like fighting in Kenjutsu, but I think with such a weapon you can reconsider your priorities. Finally emerging from my memories, I very carefully placed the katana first in the scabbard, and then sealed it in a specially created storage seal in the form of a tattoo on the right forearm. Now I only have to send a drop of my chakra to the seal, as the blade will immediately appear in my hand. Of course, it took a lot of time and effort to create just such a seal, but in the end I succeeded. It's not for nothing that I studied Fuinjutsu for so long. Databeo, out of habit, looking at myself in the mirror before going out, I saw a militant kunoichi in the reflection, and realized that I was ready for everything that could be waiting for me today, and even the fact that Orochimaru-sensei refused to tell me what the true essence of today's test was, did not spoil my mood in any way. Because Sensei said one thing, "You will cope, I believe in you." And that was more than enough for me. As expected, only Sakura and Sasuke were standing at the training ground. But Hatake, not surprisingly, was late again. So, deciding not to waste my time in vain, I briefly greeted my teammates, to which I received only sluggish nods in response, and without slowing down, I headed to the 3 training posts. Train. After all, no one has cancelled the morning warm-up yet. I don't know how much time passed in the end, because time flew unnoticed for me during the usual occupation, and in principle I would have continued to train myself ignoring the world around me, if not for Haruno's unexpected scream, "You're late." This cry, full of indignation, as one might guess, flew towards the newly arrived Hatake. The man this time had the conscience to portray at least embarrassment, and apologize, "Emma, sorry guys. I was helping an old lady carry her shopping, I had to stay late." Is it worth saying that none of us believed in such a ridiculous excuse? Apparently the man came to the same conclusion, because he abruptly stopped playing, and continued quite seriously, "Okay, let's move on to the test. You have time exactly before lunch to take these bells from me." At the end, Hatake stopped abruptly, and pulled out of his pocket 2 small silver bells on a thin red thread. "Stop. 2. Why are there only 2 of them? There are 3 of us?" As if reading my thoughts, Sakura immediately asked. To which, however, I received a rather concise answer, and all will not pass. And before we could get outraged, the man decided to explain, the one of you who does not have time to get the bell will go back to the academy. Is everything clear to everyone? Without waiting for an answer, Sensei silently went to his backpack and pulled out a rather old hourglass. Also silently installing this device on one of the nearby stumps, he finally spoke, I'll give you some advice. In order to take the bells from me, you should attack as if you really want to kill. Sasuke's thoughtful chuckle, accompanied by a frown of displeasure, Sakura, and my friendly smile, made it clear to Sensei that our intentions would be more than serious. To top it off, Sakura also gave out, after all the delays, we are really already thinking about murder. Nodding contentedly at our belligerent attitude, the copyist pretended that he did not hear the last sentence, and just calmly continued, then, turning over the clock, the man gave the go-ahead, let's get started. The body acted automatically, and Sensei did not have time to finish the sentences, as I already found myself in the shadow of a huge spruce a few hundred meters from the man, habitually hiding my chakra and monitoring the situation around. And there was something to see. This hokage, I don't even know how to put it mildly, calmly remained standing in the clearing without making any attempts to find us, as if he had completely forgotten about his own ordeal. So not only did he take out some book from the depths of the bag and soon just immersed himself in reading. Although, it's better for me. There is time to think about everything calmly. What can I do in this situation? First, work with the team can be immediately crossed out, because Uchiha, maybe he could work with me, but he doesn't want to in principle, and he hid in the completely opposite side from me, and in order to get him, I would have to go past Hotaki, and it won't work unnoticed. I'm not talking about Haruno at all. Firstly, there is still little sense from her, and secondly, she is also located near Sasuke, and it will be difficult to get her for the same reasons. So, the option with the team definitely disappears. The second option is to use Fuinjutsu. On the one hand, it might work, especially since I have several ready-made paralyzing seals in stock. But on the other hand, for a Chunin like Hotaki, they do not pose a strong threat, and the maximum that will happen is to win yourself a few free seconds. But even here there is a minus. In order to activate the seal, it must first be attached to him imperceptibly, and this in turn is imposed into close combat. In general, the more I thought, the more options I dismissed, for one reason or another. Well, let's say I managed to lure a man into the Fuin barrier, then what? How to get the bells? Locking myself in a barrier with Jounin? Not funny. I can't compete with him on pure strength yet. Only the trick remains. As an option, senbons can come up. They are just soaked with strong sleeping pills, one cut, and after a couple of minutes the man sleeps like a baby. Only now, do I have enough time and strength to do it? And now we'll find out. Databao. Because during this time Sensei had already managed to knock out Sakura with the help of Genjutsu, and bury Sasuke up to his ears in the ground, and now he remained standing in the clearing as if nothing had happened, and looking straight in my direction waved his hand, clearly inviting me to join the fight. Well, let's not disappoint him. Without choosing the final tactics, I decided to act according to the circumstances. And first of all, having created several shadow clones, I sent them to distract attention, and in the meantime I prepared a paralyzing seal. A second later, and I'm already in the midst of a clone fight, fighting Hotaki in pure taijutsu. It took another second to discreetly attach a seal to his vest. Then I still had time to admire the shocked face of Chunin. On the contrary, before he fell to the ground, immobilized, frozen like a statue to himself. Delighted, and a little shocked, by such an easy victory, I didn't even pay attention to the incomprehensible noise from below at first, but the instincts of the body acted faster, and a second before the man's hand could close on my ankle, I managed to jump back to a safe position. That's the only thing that saved me from being buried like Sasuke. After all, in the place where I just stood, another hokage literally jumped out of the ground. So one of them was a clone. As if confirming my thoughts, one of the sensei, namely the one who was paralyzed by the seal, disappeared in a cloud of smoke with a loud pop. The second time to use a paralyzing seal will not work. Yes, and the effect of surprise has disappeared. Annoying, but not critical. After all, this is what I expected. And therefore, without giving the man time to recover, I immediately attacked again. Lots of shadow snakes. It's a matter of a few seconds to lay down the seals, and hundreds of rather poisonous snakes are already flying at great speed in Hataka. While my little assistants are distracting the man, successfully distracting by the way, I again create several shadow clones, and trying to keep a decent distance, I start firing at the Hunin with a throwing iron from different sides. When he saw my maneuver, Hataki only grunted, and blowing a rather large fireball in response, he got rid of the snakes at once. He chose to leave the iron altogether, using the replacement of no. It wasn't there. I assumed this outcome of the development of events, and therefore it was not for nothing that I sent the clones in different directions. They had to imperceptibly surround the man, forming a circle to help me activate the Fuin barrier around Hataki. Which I immediately hurried to do, the art of Fuinjutsu, the circular barrier. Activation. In the absence of a clean scroll and ink, I had to draw a seal with my blood right on the ground. But the effect of this did not change, and it was only necessary to print a little chakra, as around Hataki, exactly along the perimeter of my clones, a little glowing red symbols, Fuin barrier, habitually flashed. Recognition flashed in Hunin's eyes, looking at this barrier, and he did not lose his head, immediately grabbed a kunai from his pouch, starting to beat off the weapons flying at him with it. But no matter how hard he tried, and to beat off such a number of not only shurikens but also senbons, and even from different sides, it did not work out without consequences. And a few picturesque scratches still decorated the man's body. However, that was more than enough for me. Now it remains only to wait for the sleeping pills to take effect, and calmly pick up the bells. Watching Hataki's reaction with interest, I mentally began to count. 1. The man subtly slowed down before stopping altogether. 2. Looking up at me, he frowned in bewilderment, seeing that I was inactive, and clearly not understanding what I was waiting for. 3. He looked from me to the scratches, and an understanding of the whole situation appeared in his eyes, but it was already too late. A second later, and the man sank to the ground, literally falling asleep on the move. After waiting for a few more minutes to be sure, and making sure that Hataki was really asleep, I cautiously got closer, and finally took away these 2 bells that bothered me personally. That's it. And as if confirming my thoughts, the alarm clock sounded clearly over the clearing. Time's up, now it remains only to wake up Hataki, and finally finish this test. Databeo. Well, of course, everything couldn't end so easily. It was only necessary for me to wake up Hataki, and bring my teammates together. As it began, at first, the man described our actions separately, and since I was able to get the right bells, and Sasuke could hold out against him in battle for a whole minute, Sakura was tied to a pole as the most useless in this situation. But this is not the worst thing. In the end, Hataki even praised me for the fact that I managed to get the bells. The most terrible thing began when we moved on to the true essence of today's test, namely teamwork. I don't think I need to remind you that we didn't have any teamwork at all. So here Hataki came off in full. However, the lectures did not last long, and after some half an hour we were graciously given a second chance to improve. But first it's time for lunch. Yes, Sensei gave me and Sasuke 2 bentos, with instructions not to feed Sakura in any case. But when did I listen to someone, really? So, as soon as Hataki left, I, without listening to any objections, began to feed the not too resisting kunoichi. Not well, but what? Unlike Haruno, I had a normal breakfast, and therefore I'm not too hungry right now. And if you think about it like that, then we will need to fight on the same team, and I prefer to deal with Sakura capable of at least standing up for herself. Apparently Sasuke was thinking in the same direction, because soon we were feeding Sakura with 2 pairs of hands. The poor girl could only eat in silence. In general, an idol, and of course our sensei just couldn't help but intervene. Yes, and how? Wind, stormy sky, lightning, and at the center of it all, an incredibly evil hokage. The man's downright bestial roar completed the picture. A murderous aura flashed around Jonin for a second, and then, as quickly as it began, it ended rather abruptly, and he calmly said, "Past," and while the guys and I were in obvious shock from such an unexpected development of events, Sensei pathetically pushed a speech about teamwork before quickly disappearing in a direction known only to him. What is true, in the end I deigned to explain, "I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning at the Hokage residence. We will take the first joint mission. But it will only be tomorrow, and today, I can afford to rest with a clear conscience." In the end, I succeeded. Databeo, it's been exactly a month since I officially became part of Team 7. And unfortunately, I have to say that my first impression of Hokage as a sensei turned out to be correct. He didn't teach us anything, and in general he wasn't interested in us as a team, and his students from the word, at all. Moreover, for a whole month he did not bother to conduct a single joint training, not counting the test with bells, of course. So, we can draw conclusions, and yet, the first week I still had hope for missions, but each time everything happened according to approximately the same scenario. We gathered together in the morning at the Hokage residence, took 1 or 2 missions, depending on the duration of execution, and went accordingly, walking dogs, clearing the pond of garbage, or just digging a vegetable garden, variably. After all, these are D-ranked missions, and in principle they do not imply anything serious. So, while we were doing, in a sense, monotonous work, Hokage was shirking with a clear conscience, calmly reading his book. Help in the work, of course, could not be expected from him. In general, it is not surprising that in the end I spat, and did as I originally wanted to do, namely, I just started sending my clone on missions. No, but what? If you think about it, this is the best option. As a result, the missions were successfully completed, and I had time for something useful. By useful, I mean my experiments in seals, and of course training with Orochimaru sensei. But even so, I always had time for the laboratory, a little rest, and conversations with the nine-tailed, speaking of which. Our relationship with the fox over all these years of communication, slowly but surely reached the mark of friends. Not yet the friendship I'm so eager for, but already something close to it. In any case, there is definitely progress. Judging by the fact that once I had to go down into the subconscious every time to talk to the fox, it was long and tedious to wake him up there, and get only silence in response. Now the fox not only willingly makes contact himself, but also thanks to a slightly modified seal, he can mentally contact me in reality. True, he does this extremely rarely, because the rest of the time he prefers to sleep. Well, what can I do? I got a lazy bijou. Databeo. But if he really wants to talk, useful tips mixed with snide comments of the fox have become an invariable part of our communication. And it's not that I don't like it, is that what I'm talking about? It's been exactly a month since I officially became part of Team 7. And every day now passed according to one scenario. My morning began with the creation of a shadow clone, which I sent instead of myself on another boring mission, and in the meantime I went about my business, and remembered about the clone only when it dissipated, and I received a new batch of memories, but obviously not today. It was lunchtime, I was just finishing making another sealing scroll, this time for living beings. When I felt that my clone had suddenly dissipated and brought with it very interesting information, after a cursory review of the clone's memories, it turned out that it was today that Team Number 7 finally had the honor to personally get acquainted with the horror of all Konoha genins, the cat Tora. Although if you believe at least half of the rumors that revolve around his person, then this is not just a cat, but at least an opponent of the rank of Hunin. Curiosity spurred me to personally find out the whole truth of these rumors. And of course, I just couldn't miss such fun, but this is not the most interesting thing. The most interesting thing began much later at the Hokage residence, where my team and I came to hand over the mission, only by giving this restless creature, mistakenly called the cat Tora, to its rightful owner, we were finally able to exhale with relief. I can say one thing, the rumors about the Tora did not lie. 5 o'clock. It took me and the team 5 whole hours to catch some cat. And then if it weren't for the clones, in general, having handed over the cat with a clear conscience, from hand to hand, as they say, and having received my rightful reward for this, I was finally able to look around a little. Meanwhile, a small farce reigned in the Hokage's office. In addition to the old man, who sat in the center at the table and invariably puffed his pipe, there were also several chunins in the office, led by Irika. Yumano, in turn, was holding a stack of some documents in his hands, probably for the signing of the Kage. And completing this picture, calmly standing near the window, Orochimaru-sensei, who, as soon as our eyes only crossed, imperceptibly winked at me. In general, I was not very surprised to find sensei here at the Hokage residence, because the man went to the old man 3rd in the morning for some business of his own. But sensei's overly pleased look is slightly alarming, and makes you wonder what exactly these things are. However, I got my answer almost immediately. Surprisingly, from the Hokage. The old man, meanwhile, glared at our team for a while before thoughtfully saying, "I've heard about the successes in your team." At these words, the 3rd still could not resist, and cast a sly glance at Sannin. So that's what Orochimaru was doing here. That explains a lot. The fact is that sensei has heard complaints from me more than once this month about the monotony of missions, but I never thought that he would remember them, and moreover try to fix it. From the realization that sensei was already taking care of me so imperceptibly for the umpteenth time, a stupid smile appeared on his face by itself, and in order not to completely break down and not to squeeze sensei in front of everyone, I had to urgently switch to Hokage chatter. Meanwhile, the old man continued, "And since I do not doubt the truthfulness of these words, I think you are ready for more. I am entrusting you with a C-rank mission." Having received a nod of agreement from Hitaki, and looking at our faces beaming with joy, he smiled kindly before finishing in a more formal tone, "Your task is to protect one person. Here he is, by the way." As soon as the Hokage finished speaking, the door immediately opened, and a rather drunk and overweight old man literally stumbled into the room. Who gave out without greeting, "Who's that?" Having examined our team with slightly clouded eyes due to alcohol, he asked. "Kindergarten of some kind." This drunkard snorted, and then uncivilized poked his finger in my direction, continued, "Especially this little one with red hair. Are they natural, or did someone pour paint on your head?" To say that I was taken aback by such impudence means to say nothing. And, to be honest, I have long been unaccustomed to such an attitude towards myself. After all, in fact, since I became a student of the snake Sannin, no one else allowed himself any attacks in my direction, especially such open ones. So, it's not surprising that having got into such a situation now, I was very upset, and I couldn't even defend myself properly. But it wasn't necessary. In a second, the atmosphere in the office changed beyond recognition. Sensei only managed to look at the man with displeasure, and everyone in the room was literally crushed to the floor by a wave of pressing key. But even this was not as frightening as Sannin's calm, slightly hissing voice, and his deliberately peaceful intonation. "Think what you're saying, unsaid, the threat froze in the air. Even I, who was used to Sensei's aura, was uneasy right now. What can I say for the others? The customer, for example, first turned pale, then turned purple. In the end he trembled violently and somehow squeezed himself out. From Zweeney te. It seemed Sensei was quite satisfied with this answer, because the pressure of ki in the room immediately weakened, and he continued in a calmer tone, I hope I won't have to repeat it. Nodding convulsively in response to Sannin's words, the old man hurried to translate the topic. I'm Tazuna, the architect, specialist in the construction of bridges. And noticing that everything seemed to have calmed down, he finished more confidently, I hope you will protect me well until I get to the land of waves and finish building there. After his speech, there was an awkward silence in the office, which the old Hokage hastened to interrupt. Your mission will begin tomorrow at dawn. And now you can be free. Naturally, none of us began to argue, and after quickly saying goodbye to everyone, we promptly left the Kage residence. After all, tomorrow is our first serious mission. It wouldn't hurt to prepare. Databeo, at dawn, as was agreed, I was already standing near the Konoha gate in full combat readiness. Predictably, Hataki hasn't shown up yet. And the teammates were in no hurry to appear on the horizon. Now I'm standing here alone and wondering if I came too early, or if others have adopted the habit of Hataki, and are late. In any case, there was nothing to do, I had to wait, and the sun was slowly but surely rising over Konoha. Sensei is probably just going to bed now after a hard night full of experiments. And after all, I didn't even have time to say goodbye to him properly for all these fees. That's where I was in a hurry, I ask. But now I won't be able to see Sensei until the mission is completed. Big deal, you'll have to wait a few weeks. Not for the first time. Moreover, I will always be able to contact a man through the summoning of snakes. Who am I kidding? Even now, without even taking a step outside the gate, I miss Sensei a lot. What can I say for a few weeks of separation? In general, I was so immersed in my thoughts and experiences that I didn't even immediately notice how the previously mentioned ninja literally appeared behind me from a whirlwind of leaves. And I woke up only when a rather familiar and such a native voice was heard over my ear. Did my snake want to leave without saying goodbye? Sensei. A little uncertainly, but with obvious hope in my voice, I asked in response. And then I slowly began to turn around, as if afraid to dispel the delusion. I met the gaze with painfully familiar, snake eyes, and all doubts immediately disappeared. Sensei. It's really you. Without thinking for a long time, in a fit of feelings, I literally jumped on the man with hugs. And only when Sensei's own hands closed around me, I was able to finally calm down. He's here. He came, as if echoing my thoughts. Orochimaru gently whispered, how could I not take you on your first serious mission? Thanks, I could only draw out with emotion, hiding the tears of happiness that welled up in my eyes. In the arms of a man I don't want to let go. And Sensei didn't mind, just pulled me closer to him, and began to gently stroke my head. It was quiet, and as much as I didn't want to stand like this forever, unfortunately, the rest of my team soon loomed on the horizon, and we had to pull away. I don't really know how much time passed in the end, because time flew by unnoticed for me in the arms of Sensei, but already at the gates of Konoha, old man Tazuna first appeared, who after yesterday was even afraid to look in our direction with Sannin, and the rest of his teammates quickly pulled up behind him. Even Hataki, surprisingly, managed to be almost not late. Well, since we're all here, in his characteristic, lazy manner, the copying ninja began to speak, looking around our company with an attentive gaze, and then hesitantly froze, as soon as he looked at the snake Sannin still standing next to me. I don't know what he saw there, Sensei as Sensei, but Hataki suddenly turned pale, and finished at random, we can go out. And he himself was the first to reach for the exit from the village. Needless to say, the customer, having the opportunity to quickly get away from the frightening ninja, almost ran after him. Uchiha, as usual, grunted something, and followed everyone. Well, Sakura. Such a Sakura. Of course she won't leave her Sasuke-kun. We were left alone with Sensei again. I, like everyone else, was about to catch up with Hatake, but then Sanin suddenly pulled me to him, and without paying any attention to the fact that we might be seen, hugged me tightly once again, whispering just one word in my ear, "Good luck." As a result, I went on my first mission with a smile from ear to ear, and full confidence that everything would be fine with me. Because it can't be any other way. Data Bayo. It has been several hours since my team and I left the territory of Konoha. The villages were moving further away, and only a dense forest was visible around. And now everything seems to be going calmly. Tazuna is drinking as always, Sasuke is walking calmly next to me, and on the periphery I can hear Sakura and Hatake talking about hidden villages and 5 great countries, respectively, fire, wind, water, lightning, and stone. But all my instincts screamed that I should be on my guard, and my premonitions did not deceive me. The threat soon appeared in the form of a small puddle right in our path. Puddles on a sunny day. When it hasn't rained for a week. Kakashi-sensei, when was the last time it rained? I asked casually, trying not to show it, and imperceptibly looked back at Hatake to see if he guessed or not. By his behavior, of course, it was impossible to understand anything, but for a second the man still bothered to close his eyes and barely nod. At the same moment, I cross eyes with Sasuke, and get a similar nod from him. Okay, 2 people know, but Sakura only snorted dismissively at my question, "Why are you asking? Don't you know that it hasn't been raining for, oh." It was clearly visible how quickly it gets to her. Her gaze lingered on the puddle for just a moment, and then an understanding of the whole situation appeared in her eyes. After all, she can think whenever she wants, but all my thoughts about Sakura had to be urgently abandoned, because in the next second several things happened at once. Firstly, the ninja from the puddle realized that their disguise had just been revealed, and hurried to attack. Of course, Hatake was chosen as the most prominent target, and to everyone's surprise, the copyist did not even make any attempt to defend himself. A second, and the man is literally torn apart by a long, iron chain. And here the second begins. The ninja attackers did not have time to rejoice at their easy victory, as they immediately received an answer. In double size. First, Sasuke, who was closer to the bandits, launched kunai in their direction, thus nailing the chain to a tree, and immobilizing the ninja for a few seconds. And then I added a few senbons with sleeping pills from myself purely on the machine. One got hit and he immediately passed out, but the second unfortunately managed to detach the chain and now ran straight to Sakura, who was protecting Tazuna. However, not for long. Because Sasuke wasted no time getting closer to the attacker, and with one precise blow to the neck, sent him into the world of dreams. That's all. We didn't even really have time to recover when Hatake calmly came out of the bushes, as if nothing had happened, alive and unharmed. "You're alive." Either joyfully, or indignantly, Sakura immediately shouted out. And unexpectedly for all of us, but clearly not for herself, she burst into tears and hugged the man tightly. Hatake froze in shock. Sasuke is at a loss. Tadzuna drinks indifferently, but I was interested. Has our Sakura really come to her senses? No more Sasuke-kun? However, she did not choose a simple new object of sympathy for herself. Or was it my imagination? No, her confused face, coupled with genuine feelings for Hatake, is hard to confuse with something. Yeah, however, she got there. There are even more problems with him. The first is of course age. I doubt that their couple will be calmly perceived, but okay, age. Different interests, social circles, and the characters that one has, that the other, are not sugar, but to be honest, I like Hitaki as a couple for Sakura more. He's an adult, more understanding, and definitely won't mock her feelings. And Sakura, on the contrary, with her bright emotions will be able to dilute the monotonous life of a man a little. It's decided. If Sakura ever wants to achieve Hitaki, then I will only support her in this. Bayo. But it will obviously be much later, at least in 5 years, but for now, Emma. Meanwhile, the man came to himself, and looked helplessly at us in search of support. But it was useless, he might as well have been looking at the trees around him. Apparently having come to the same opinion, Hitaki finally remembered that he was like a ninja, and ninjas do not give up in the face of danger, so he quickly pulled himself together and began to act. The first thing, of course, hesitantly hugged Sakura in response. And only when the girl calmed down a little, he spoke softly, "It's okay, Sakura. I'm alive." Well, hush, hush. Needless to say, it worked. However, I didn't look further. Or rather Sasuke and I had more important things to do, namely, 2 unconscious ninjas who are still lying around in a blackout. And since Uchiha and I defeated them together, we will share the trophies equally. Well, what? Good weapons disappear, right? Without collusion, they quickly searched each of their ninja, and put the found weapons in one big pile. A good set came out. Sasuke took the explosive seals and shurikens for himself, while I got kunai, and several empty scrolls for seals. As a result, only a large chain of good chakra powder steel and the ninjas themselves remained out of business. On the one hand, such steel is expensive, and the chain can be forged into something worthwhile, and on the other hand, I want to study the abilities of enemy ninjas in more detail. Judging by their shape and protectors, these are the Nukanins of fog, the minimum rank of Chunin, and they definitely possess the element of water. One has only to remember the disguise, the choice was obvious. Therefore, I do not hesitate for a long time, and almost simultaneously with Sasuke, I give out, my ninjas, chain. We look at each other, and also nod at the same time, deal. But before I started sealing the ninja, I still needed to clarify something. Kakashi-sensei, will you interrogate? It seemed that the copyist only now paid attention to the world around him, because his eyes widened in shock, as soon as he noticed how pleased Sasuke was putting his prey into an already full backpack. The man didn't hear my question at all, so I involuntarily had to repeat it. For the second time, Hitaki deigned to answer, "Emma, no, Naruto, I won't." And he added with a bit of interest and wariness in his voice, "And why do you?" However, he received only one word in response, "Experiments." And with this word, I really explained a lot, if not everything. Because the fact that I am a student of Snake Sannin in Konoha is not a secret, and Sensei's love for experiments is even more so. Well, materials for experiments need to be taken somewhere, right? So, everyone immediately understood everything. Well, at least no one asked any more questions, and I was calmly able to seal the enemy shinobi. "Sensei?" Sakura, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Having captured the man's attention, she timidly continued, "Are there attacks provided for on missions of rank C?" "No, Sakura, they are not provided." His tone went from affectionate, with which he communicated with the girl, abruptly turned cold as soon as he turned to the customer. "Tezuna-san, do you want to tell us anything?" Tezuna was already under the impression of our antics, but he couldn't stand the copying question at all, and turned pale, just fainted, perfectly. As a result, we have an unconscious customer, an attack by 2 fog chunins, and a mission whose rank already exceeds the previously specified C. But this is just the beginning. The next couple of days passed quietly, except for Tezuna's revelations. It happened immediately after the battle with the Foggies, and as soon as the old man came to his senses, it started. No, of course, he didn't want to tell me anything, but a slight pressure of ki from Hitachi, and my best smirk in the style of Sannin, did their job. The old man sang like a darling. He told everything, about a certain Gato, who is hunting him, and about the poverty of the wave country. Not without the theater of one actor, when he talked about his family in an attempt to soften us. He calmed down only when we assured him that we would continue the mission, and after a decent sip of sake. Where without it, but back to today. Now we were in a small forest near a village in the land of waves. It was already close to Tazuna's house, and we, anticipating a speedy rest, allowed ourselves to relax excessively. When the silence in the clearing was suddenly cut by a loud shout, "Hitachi, get down!" And he was the first to follow his words, dragging the slightly disoriented Sakura with him. Sasuke and I hesitated, trying to knock down the customer who was frozen by a pillar, for which we almost paid with our heads when a huge sword flew over us a second later, piercing a nearby tree like a knife through butter. On the sword, a ninja appeared no less spectacularly. He was almost 2 meters tall, half of his face was torn off by white bandages, and on his head was a crossed-out protector of hidden fog. Adding up all the facts, in a compartment with a huge sword, it was not difficult to guess that one of the 7 swordsmen appeared before us. And Hitachi's next words only confirmed my guesses. Who do I see? Has the demon of the hidden mist really come to us? Forget Momochi. Deliberately relaxed, the man drawled. However, after a second, he abruptly pushed Sakura behind his back, and continued more seriously, "Everyone back, this is not your level. I'll even have to use this to fight him." Having finished, he finally raised the protector, showing his Sharingan. Honestly, I wasn't too surprised to see Hitachi's red Uchiha eye. Well, because it is not for nothing that it is also called Kakashi Sharingan. Which you can't say for the others. Well. I was honored to meet the copying ninja himself. So this is the legendary weapon, Sharingan? I returned the counter courtesy of Charles, in a slightly flattered tone. But then all the assumed gaiety fell off him, and he continued coldly, "I'm sorry, but this old man is mine." "I don't think so." Hitachi answered in the same tone, and turning his gaze to us, commanded, "Do not join the battle. Your task is to protect Tazuna." And seeing that I'm already ready to object, sternly added, "This is an order." And then, without listening to any objections, he turned around, finally focusing on the swordsman, "And you, fight me first." Momochi, in response, just silently jumped off his sword, pulling it out of the tree at the same time, and standing on the water, a small lake, prepared for battle. Hitachi also did not hesitate, and promptly moved, blocking the swordsman's path to us, and at the same time outlining the current situation. "Lisa Momochi, known as the master of silent killing." As if reading a boring lecture, the man said monotonously. "So, usually his victims don't even have time to understand anything before they die." Jounin continued cheerlessly, and then quickly caught himself, and trying to cheer us up, casually added, "But don't worry. First, he'll attack me." Needless to say, his words only made it worse. Sasuke tensed even more, and if at first he tried to hold his face, now it was clearly visible how scared he was, although his hand with kunai did not tremble. What cannot be said about Tazan, the old man was generally preparing to faint again, and Sakura, trembling with fear, apparently was not averse to joining him. Probably I, too, should be scared now, as they say, for the company, but firstly, it's not the first time I meet a strong ninja to be so scared. The same Orochimaru sensei will definitely be stronger than a swordsman, and secondly, in such situations when there is a threat to life, on the contrary, I focus extremely on goals, and I turn off all emotions for a while. Basically, it helps, and now, without waiting for instructions from Hitachi, I quickly commanded the guys, "Sakura, Sasuke. Stand close to Tazuna. And she wasted no time, took out of her pouch several kunai previously prepared for such a case with fuin seals on the handle. Quickly scattering the kunai around the perimeter of the square around us, I immediately began to fold the activation seals, fuinjutsu art, barrier. Activation. A second and familiar fuin symbols flashed around us, folding into glowing walls. My actions just couldn't help but attract the attention of the others, and if Hitaki only nodded approvingly, then Zabuza took it as a kind of signal to attack. And the next second, the space around us began to slowly fill with fog. Gradually, even Hitaki, who was standing just a few meters away, disappeared from sight. I couldn't see anything beyond my hands, just fog, fog, fog. Quickly coming to the conclusion that vision is useless now anyway, I closed my eyes for certainty, and tried to focus only on the chakra. But even so, this fog somehow confused my sensory abilities. Maybe because he himself was imbued with the chakra? I don't know. In another situation, I could try to dispel the fog with a gust of wind, but there is a risk of inadvertently catching Hitaki, who is still in the fog. A dead-end situation. Or not, and while a not yet clear, but already approximate plan of action was forming in my head, some kind of stirring also began in the fog. 8 seats, unexpectedly, a rather quiet and frightening voice of the sword was heard, which seemed to sound from everywhere. Liver, lungs, spine, subclavian vein, carotid artery, but I didn't let him finish, abruptly interrupting, brain, kidneys and heart. Yes, yes, we have heard, we know. Who do you want to surprise with this? My answer, coupled with a slightly indifferent tone, must have greatly discouraged the swordsman, because he suddenly fell silent, and there was a ringing silence around. However, this is what I was trying to achieve. Now Lisa's attention will be entirely directed at me, and with my intervention I have slightly diluted the oppressive atmosphere around, and at the same time I have encouraged my teammates. Now Sakura is not trembling so much, she even stretched out her kunai in a bold attempt to protect Tazuna. Sasuke had completely forgotten about his fears, and now he was only looking in my direction with interest. And he did the right thing, because the concert is not over yet, although, I must admit, Momochi will forget, your fog really can do something. I drawled, sounding like I was doing him a big favor. And while the swordsman was distracted by my meaningless chatter, I put together a series of seals as quickly as possible using the technique of many shadow snakes. After making sure that the snakes successfully, and most importantly imperceptibly, spread across the territory, I casually continued, it closes the view, and blocks sensory abilities. At such a characteristic of his technique, the goat only grunted from somewhere on the side. Well, humph, because that's not all. But even he's useless against my little helpers. Having finished, I closed my eyes for just a second so that no one had time to understand anything, when first a distinct hissing of snakes was heard from the fog, then a cry of a goat, the sound of a fallen body, and finally the splashing of water from the scattering of a water clone. Basically, as I thought, there was only a clone near Hitaki, then we'll forget the real one, we have it somewhere, so the rumors weren't lying. Snake Sanin really got a student. The swordsman spoke in surprise, appearing right in front of the barrier. This time he looked at me with a more appraising look. However, the momentary interest in his eyes quickly gave way to habitual composure, and he released his murderous, literally growled, but it won't help you. And then, he couldn't think of anything better than to swing, and with all his not small strength, hit the barrier with his sword. And with these actions, unknowingly, the swordsman has just fallen into my trap, a second, and the neighborhood was literally eclipsed by a white flash. From the contact of the sword with the barrier, it not only did not collapse, but on the contrary absorbed the force of the blow, and redirected it to the attacker. Unfortunately, Zabuza managed to leave as a replacement at the last moment, and therefore only his water clone suffered, but I did not hope for anything more. My main goal was just to dispel the fog. And the shock wave from the barrier coped with it perfectly. And then it's up to Hitachi, which of the two of us is a Hunin after all. It seemed that the copyist was just waiting for this. The fog did not even have time to completely dissipate, as a fierce battle had already begun ahead. The clang of metal mixed with the blows of taijutsu. Water clones flashed in splashes of water. And everything would be fine if Hitachi suddenly didn't have to jump into the lake. When your opponent controls the element of water, aha. As a result, the man was caught in a water prison. Now we are standing, looking at each other, waiting. Guys, grab Tazuna and run away from here. You can't handle him. Kakashi-sensei's desperate cry brought us out of our stupor. To which I only snorted dismissively in response. Running away from problems? Not it. Not my method, Databayo. But mindlessly engaging in a fight with an enemy who is at least stronger than you is also not an option. We need to think about it. Meanwhile, Hitachi was in no hurry to calm down. Run away from here. As long as he keeps me in a water prison, he won't be able to move, and his clones won't go far from the original. He won't be able to move, then. Clones. Water prison. Precisely. Sasuke, Sakura, I think I have a plan. Turning sharply to my teammates, I whispered softly, on the verge of hearing, so, our main goal is to save Hitachi. Sasuke, I need you to distract Lisa's clones. Stall for as long as you can. For my part, I will also try to get to Hitachi and neutralize the water prison as quickly as possible. Well, you're Sakura. Protect Tazuna. Without waiting for an answer, and without hesitating another second, I was the first to jump out of the barrier. And only a quiet wish, almost an exhalation from Sakura sounded in my wake, good luck. And then I rushed. What happened after that I remember in snatches. It seems like I just jumped over the barrier, and then Sasuke's fight with clones, my attempt to curb the element of water, the chatter of a swordsman on the periphery, and now Hitachi is quite free from the water prison, measured by techniques with Momochi. Everything merged for me in an instant. Too fast. Yes, and, to be honest, I doubted until the last whether I could even cope with a water prison. In the end, even though water was one of my elements, but all my skills ended up more on intuitive control of water than any techniques. I just felt the water, that's all. And not only is there a previously unknown technique, but also the swordsman of the mist got into the opponents. In general, it is not surprising that I doubted. But the main thing is over. I did it. Databayo, meanwhile, the fight was coming to its logical conclusion. Two water dragons locked in a fierce battle for their creators. From the force of the blows, the waves dispersed around, literally ruining the shore. Somewhere behind, through the water column, I could hear the screams of my teammates, and the frightened cries of the builder, but I didn't even pay attention to it, focusing entirely on the battle in front of me. Indeed, it is an exciting sight, and yet, little by little, the goat began to give up its position. Noticing this, Hitachi pressed on, gathered all his strength, and struck a decisive blow. As a result, the water explosion literally demolished Momochi with a huge wave, along with several nearby trees. In addition, the copyist did not stint, and sent a couple of kunai after the swordsman. To be sure. It's over. After a few minutes of tense silence, Sensei declared, jumping down near the defeated, but still alive enemy. And the man did not have time to reach out to kunai to finish what he had started, as several senbons immediately pierced the swordsman's neck. And no, it wasn't me, finally caught up. An unknown ninja drawled a little nervously, appearing unnoticed on a branch of one of the surviving trees. He didn't look much older than us, maybe even younger. He is dressed in a standard for the village of Mist, a green kimono and brown shinobi sandals. Nothing unusual at first glance, if you do not take into account the fact that his face was hidden by a white mask, similar to our ANBU.AS. It turned out, I wasn't the only one who noticed this mask. Aren't you a hidden mist ninja hunter? Hatake suggested thoughtfully, more asserting something for himself than really asking. Nevertheless, the ninja decided to answer, yes, you are absolutely right. My duty is to hunt down and kill the runaway ninjas of our village. And then he suddenly bowed to us and said, accept my gratitude. I've been waiting for a chance to kill Lisa for a long time. However, in response to this seemingly friendly display, Hatake only tensed up more, and without taking his wary gaze off the ninja, he beckoned me to him with a gesture. Naruto, check it out. It was not necessary to specify what exactly to check twice, since the man unequivocally pointed to the swordsman's neck. Well, okay, in general, he did the right thing by allowing me to examine the vase. After all, of the two of us, it is I who work with senbons more. And one glance at the location of the needles was enough for me to understand that they are trying to deceive us here specifically. I silently raise my eyes to our guest, and by his tense posture, I understand that he realized that I had figured him out. The attack did not take long to wait, a second, and two senbons with a thud, meet halfway. I successfully repelled the first attack with my needles. What cannot be said for the second? Apparently the guy came to the conclusion that it was useless to attack me now, and decided to act in a different way. Therefore, the next few senbons flew straight to the team. And if Hatake and Uchiha are still able to repel this attack, then Sakura and Tazuna, who managed to go beyond the barrier during the conversation, definitely not. Swordsman or team? I think the choice is obvious. Databeo, I jump away from the bronze, and literally at the last moment I manage to cover the team with a new Fuin wall. The expected outburst that followed the collision of the senbons against the barrier temporarily blinded all of us. So, when the vision cleared up a little, the swordsman and his assistant were already gone. No, of course, I could try to catch up with them right now. After all, no one has cancelled the censor, but after examining the team, I immediately discarded this idea. Everyone is too tired. Hatake looks like he has obvious symptoms of chakra exhaustion. Look at that, now he's going to faint. Sasuke flaunts several cuts, and a bruise on the floor of his face. And also, involuntarily holding on to the ribs. Sakura and Taduzna, although they did not take part in the battle, but morally suffered even more than us. Well, like the cherry on the cake, I am. All wet from water techniques, tired, yes, tired, exhausted. Databeo, in general, there was no question of any pursuit of a swordsman in the end. Okay. Sensei finally broke the long silence. And sighing heavily, he continued, I think there will be no more attacks today, and we can safely continue on our way. Come on, we need to take Tazuna home. Having finished, the man was the first to turn towards the village, but before he could take a step, he predictably lost consciousness, sailed. But we still have to drag him with us somehow. Although, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura shouted in fright, immediately jumping up to the man. Calm down. He's just overworked. A couple of days to rest and recover. You'll see. Databeo. With difficulty pulling the girl away from the man, I took out the last of my scrolls under the curious gazes of my teammates, and without hesitation, sealed Sensei there. Well, that's it. Now let's go. Sensei was right about one thing. You really shouldn't linger. A swordsman, I feel we will meet with him again. It's been exactly 10 days since our battle on the lake. 10 surprisingly calm and productive days for the whole team of 7. No attacks, no thunderstorms. Only training, alternate protection of Tazuna on the bridge, and a well-deserved rest, and at some point, I even convinced myself that it might be okay. Well, there, the goat has changed his mind to attack, or Gato is clumsy and does not pay. Are there any reasons not to start a fight? Although, who am I lying to? On the 11th day, when the fight did take place, I confess honestly, I expected something like this. Because, well, not with our luck, to leave without a fight. Databao. But, let's talk about everything in order. After that enchanting meeting with Zabuza and his assistant, the team and I, and the hokage sealed in the scroll, safely reached Tazuna's house. However, in the end, everyone was so tired that they only had enough strength to stay in the room allocated to us, and after quickly treating each other's wounds, just fall asleep. So the first day passed, the second day was more productive. Let's start with the fact that during a night of sound sleep, I managed to fully recover, and now I was able to deal closely with the wounds of my teammates. No, the fact that yesterday the guys and I managed to superficially treat scratches and cuts is certainly good, but with Kakashi's chakra exhaustion, and a decent crack in Sasuke's rib, it didn't help much. So, I had to tinker a bit. Needless to say, by lunchtime there was no trace of Sasuke's wounds, and Hatake could move around safely. However, for some reason he continued to pretend to be terminally ill. But I think it's more a matter of one pink-haired kunoichi than really impotence. He just likes how Sakura looks after him. Databao. Well, and the girl, and I'm glad to try. As a result, the second day passed, joyfully. We all had a good rest, watched the theater of one actor in the person of Hatake, discussed the further mission, and in the end we were even able to breed Hatake for training. After several hours of whining, he personally promised us a workout tomorrow. And this is already an indicator, although I admit, the latter is more the merit of Sakura. That's who really knows how to persuade. Databao. Well, on the third day, hell began for us. Hatake kept his word for once, and before the sun had even risen over the village, the whole team was already training in the forest. Taijutsu, followed by ninjutsu, walking on trees and water, throwing iron. In general, Hatake gave us a full check. As a result, the man chose his own training plan for everyone. With me and Sasuke, it was clear right away. Since we have been trained by personal sensei since childhood, I am Orochimaru, and Uchiha has a clan mentor, then we respectively already had our own developed training complex. Hatake decided not to change anything radically, and just clarifying some points, switched to what he can really help us with, namely, spontaneous techniques. Sakura's training was much worse. Due to ignorance of elementary things, such as walking through trees, Pink-haired had to be taught almost from scratch, and therefore Sasuke and I were not even surprised when Hatake gave her almost all his free time. Well, because it was kind of expected. Databao. As a result, our training sessions looked something like this. At first we all warmed up together, then Hatake showed Sasuke and me one spontaneous technique of our choice. For me, most often it was the element of water, and Uchiha, unexpectedly, lightning, and then while we were practicing techniques, the man went to Sakura and studied with her there separately. And so it happened, in the morning, before dawn, the whole team ran away to a joint training session. Then, closer to lunch, one of us went to guard Tetsuna, and the rest quickly ate the food they had prepared earlier and continued to train. And only in the evening, at dinner, we could be found all together. Not for long. Most of the time we just had a quick dinner and went to bed. So, quietly, our subsequent days passed. Until one day, on the 11th day, this morning I had some kind of bad feeling. But Hatake was silent, everything seemed to be fine with Tetsuna, too, and therefore, shutting up my premonition where to go, I calmly went to breakfast with everyone. Unfortunately, neither after eating, nor after the usual morning meditation, my inner self was in no hurry to calm down in any way. On the contrary, intuition literally howled like a siren, showing that something was going to happen today. And then, when Hotake, seeing my nervous state, also decided to leave me at home to rest, and he and the team went to the bridge, I was finally convinced of this. Databao. Therefore, as soon as the guys just left the threshold, I wasted no time getting ready for the fight. And first of all, of course, I decided to secure the builder's house. Several Fuin seals had to be fixed around the perimeter of the house, then accumulate a sufficient amount of chakra in the seal, and make a permanent pass to the Tazuna family. Well, that's it like, now, if anyone can get into the house, it will be only at the direct invitation of the owners. True, the charge will only last for a month, but by that time we should have completed the mission. In general, it was worth putting such protection in a good way for a long time, but for Fuinjutsu of this level, a special chakra protective paper was needed, which there was no way to get here. Fortunately, I had Orochimaru sensei, and snake summoning. By the way, we talked with sensei almost every day. Mostly, of course, with the help of letters through the call, or using our paired bracelets for communication, but for the latter, strong concentration is needed, and depending on the distance, there is also a lot of chakra, which was almost gone by the evening after a whole day of training. So, yes, we communicated most often with the help of letters. But back to the paper for Fuin. Let's miss the moment when I had to explain to the man why I gave up this paper at all, because I wisely kept silent about our meeting with the swordsman in my letter. We can also miss the fact that sensei, of course, did not believe me a bit, and promised to arrange an interrogation with passion, so to speak, upon returning to Konoha. But the main thing is that he sent the paper. Well, let it have to wait a few days until the man first found this paper, and then sent it. And in general, the main thing is the result, and the result is this: sensei handed over the paper for Fuin, Fuin himself was installed, and now I can run to help the others with a calm soul. Databao, I feel that now my help to them will not be superfluous. Is it worth saying that I was not mistaken, and really? Running to the bridge, as it turned out, I was in the midst of a battle. This is when the rivals are focused only on each other, and they just don't notice anything around. That's good, I have time to look around. And the first thing that immediately caught my eye was a huge icebox consisting of mirrors, right in the middle of the bridge. Simply because it was hard not to notice such a colossus. The next thing that the eye clung to was Sasuke, who actually fought in this icebox with a well-known masochist. The look of the teammate, frankly speaking, was so-so. Scratched all over, with needles sticking out here and there, Tomo Sharingan glittered furiously in his eyes. Well, at least Sharingan has already awakened a plus. The other teammates were also doing no better. Hotake, for example, received several impressive wounds, as he constantly had to fight off the goat, and at the same time protect Sakura. The girl herself was torn between protecting the customer, and the inability to help others. Well, never mind, I'll do it for her. Without hesitating any longer, the first thing I did was to fold the seals, creating several shadow clones. Then, having sensibly reasoned that Hotake would be quite able to cope with the swordsman if he wasn't distracted by others, I sent the clones to create a protective barrier around Sakura and the builder, and I ran to help Uchiha. I managed just in time. A few more seconds and instead of a live teammate, we would have a needle hedgehog. But now the problem is different. In order to repel the senbons flying in Sasuke, I had to jump into the mirror box too. And as a result, the two of us are already trapped. Bad, but not critical. Sasuke's doomed grunt at my actions, I pointedly ignored, especially the grateful look of Uchiha, spoke more than other words. Meanwhile, the masochist was able to cope with his surprise at the appearance of a new figure on the battlefield, and attacked again. The next batch of senbons had to be beaten off with a wall of Fuinjutsu. It certainly helped, but it was simply impossible to restrain such pressure for a long time, so I had to come up with a plan urgently. The idea, oddly enough, was submitted by Sasuke. Naruto, I used the element of fire on these mirrors, but my fireball was clearly not enough to float them. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? We exchange glances with the guy, and he imperceptibly gives me a sign. Scheme A means, and that's smart. Combine my wind and his fire, thus strengthening the technique. It might work. I reminded myself later to thank Hatake for his idea with the schemes of our joint attacks with Sasuke, and without wasting any more time, I nodded to the guy. Have begun. To fold the seals is a matter of a few seconds, and, the element of wind, a gust, element of fire, a large fireball. Sasuke breathed out in unison with me, and then, something unimaginable started happening. The two techniques literally merged into one, creating a huge fire tornado. And I might have been glad. In the end our plan was a success. The mirrors were not that melted, they were completely blown away by a wave of fire, if this fire hadn't also been flying directly at us. After all, we forgot about the enclosed space inside the box. Looking at the flames approaching us faster and faster, I tried to think of something in a panic. But in my head, as if for evil, it was empty, and Uchiha decided to lose consciousness at the wrong time. There was nowhere to wait for help, and then in my head, suddenly sounded, painfully familiar to me, the voice of a fox. Naruto, use your element of water. The growl of the tailed one literally brought me back to reality, and I quietly lamented my stupidity, quickly covered myself and Sasuke with a wall of water. It helped. Meanwhile, the fox continued to be indignant. Well, what a stupid Jinchuriki I got. Another second, and there would be no more poor, noble fox. No, of course I admit that I was stupid. Databao. But, he's already bent it. Hey! Poor, noble fox, but let me ask, where have you been for so long? My voice was positively oozing resentment. However, it was well deserved, because for almost the last month the fox did not get in touch with me, and when I tried to talk to him myself, he only waved me off with some important matter. Speaking of which, have you finally finished your extremely important business, and condescended to talk? But all my mock sarcasm quickly faded away. From the subsequent words of the nine-tailed, it would be better to say thank you, Naruto. By the way, I tried for the two of us. And now, thanks to my efforts, you will be able to use the cover of the tailed one. True, there is only one tail so far, but, thank you so much. Databao. Unable to restrain myself, and interrupting the fox on the floor, I shouted joyfully. And then, sincerely added, and don't be modest, you really did a lot. Actually, I wasn't lying at all when I said that. After all, in order to master the Biju cover with at least one tail, I would have to expand and strengthen the chakra channels for a long time. And it's not a fact that without the help of the fox, I would have been able to apply the cover without consequences. So, I am really grateful to my red-haired friend for such a gift. Well, that's it, enough talking. Better watch the situation around you. You see the technique is dissipating. And indeed, the fire began to gradually fade away, the steam from the collision with the water fell to the ground, and the following picture appeared before my eyes: a living and almost unharmed masochist, except for a slightly singed hem of his clothes, was standing behind another ice shield, and judging by the appearance he was preparing to attack again. Well, let's play. I was already getting ready to create shadow clones to use them to try to enclose the guy in a Fuin barrier, when I was stopped by the voice of the tailed one. Naruto. With some anticipation, the fox stretched out my name. And I immediately realized that something was going to happen. And it's not a fact that I'll like it. As it turned out, I was not mistaken. Don't you want to try the cover? Although no, I was wrong. I more than liked this offer. You still ask? Databeo. There was no need to repeat the fox twice, and as soon as the words of consent just flew out of my mouth, it began. At first, I felt more than I saw the red fiery chakra, which slowly but surely filled me from the inside. Furthermore, when the amount of chakra simply could not fit in the body, the red cover leaked through the channels, and like a second skin began to envelop me from the outside. I don't know what other changes took place in appearance, but the long claws and fangs, as well as the hair raised into the air from the demonic ki, in the form of 9 tails, it was simply impossible not to notice. Not to mention improved vision, hearing and nose. In general, my appearance now must have been terrifying. At least, the masochist very naturally recoiled in his fear before launching an ice blade at me on pure reflexes. Well, I didn't start it. Databeo, literally at the last moment, I managed to create a clone with the remaining grains of self-control to help Sasuke. And then I was just captured by the excitement of the fight. And off she went. The subsequent actions could not be called anything other than beating the baby on my part. Simply because the enemy's ice attacks were melting away on the approach, without causing me the slightest harm, whereas in return the masochist received the full program. As a result, after a few minutes of such a battle, the enemy finally matured to a constructive dialogue. Or a monologue, it depends. Personally, I started listening only to the middle of the story, as it turned out the masochist's name was Hakuyuki, about his life, and what can I say? This guy and I have a lot more in common than you could imagine. For example, a difficult childhood. The famous surname is like a mockery, but in fact all the same loneliness. Constant wandering in an attempt to survive, to find yourself in this cruel world. And finally, one single person who reached out a helping hand, who later became everything for us. I understood Haku's feelings. And probably only for this reason, I was not very surprised when Yuki, risking his life, rushed under attack to save Lisa. Just because I would have done exactly the same for Orochimaru sensei. In fact, all the events took place in an instant. Here Haku and I are talking calmly, but the next second, somewhere in the fog, 1,000 birds from Chidori Hitaki can be heard, and Yuki disappears without hesitation in a whirlwind of snowflakes. The sound of a blow, mixed with some kind of crack, and then silence. Without hesitation, I move in the wake of the guy, and I find this picture. Haku with a side pierced by lightning, stands as a human shield between Zabuza and Hitaki. In front of Yuki, in turn, an ice wall was placed, which apparently saved the guy from a fatal injury. And as the apotheosis of all this, 2 equally fucked up faces of great ninjas, looking at Haku as a newfound Rikudo. In general, it's quite a picture. The general stupor, oddly enough, was interrupted by Haku himself. More precisely, Yuki's body, which fell to the ground without strength. No, well, what did everyone want? Such a deep wound. In general, it's amazing how the guy still stood. But back to reality, with the fall of Haku, everything immediately started spinning. Zabuza was the first to lay down his arms, and spitting on the purpose of the mission, he rushed to save his fellow student. Hitaki, seeing the silent surrender of the enemy, was also in no hurry to attack. And naturally, there could be no question of any continuation of the battle. But no matter how hard Kaza tried, and without the help of Iron Jutsu, all attempts to save Haku would have been in vain. So, with a heavy sigh, I approached the swordsman under Hitaki's tacit approval. For the first few seconds, Lisa incredulously drilled me with his probing gaze, and then, as if deciding something for himself, he stood aside, letting me get closer to the guy, and asked only one thing: help him. Well, what about me? Once I've come, I'll help. Databeo. And I didn't hesitate any longer. I sat down next to Haku, activating the Shoshin technique, there were some conversations on the periphery all the time. It seems that the swordsman even promised Itachi that he would leave immediately after the treatment. But I didn't listen to their chatter, all my attention was focused on the treatment of the guy. As time passed, the chakras became less and less, and the wound did not even seem to think of tightening. But I did not give up, and gathering all my strength, stubbornly increased the flow of the healing chakra. In the end, I even had to use my chakran accumulator earrings, since the poisonous fox chakra is not suitable for treating other people, and it does not respond after using the cover, but in the end it bore fruit, and the wound literally disappeared before our eyes. Now only minor scratches reminded of the former battle, and actually what Haku still hasn't come to his senses is chakra exhaustion. That's what I hurried to voice to Lisa. Of course, the swordsman calmed down a little from my words, but he obviously did not worry less, so I had to assure him again, he's fine, he should wake up soon. But it's still better to give him a couple of days to rest. And no loads on the center of the chakra for at least a week. Okay? Databeo, thank you, Naruto. We owe you now. The swordsman said respectfully, not listening to my lamentations. And nodding his thanks to me, he already addressed everyone. It was an honor to fight with you, but as agreed, I admit my defeat, and I'm leaving. Maybe we'll see each other again. Approaching the hack, the swordsman gently picked up the guy in his arms, and winking at me for the last time, disappeared in a whirlwind of movement. That's it. I was about to exhale with relief, and had just relaxed when someone's loud applause rang out in the neighborhood. Bravo, bravo. What good fellows you are. They even coped with a swordsman. Although I initially knew that he was still scum. The fog after Lisa's departure finally began to dissipate, and an unknown, grinning dwarf appeared in front of us, with a bunch of thugs behind his back. Just as abruptly, this individual stopped clapping, waved his hand at us, and with a threat in his voice said, "My name is Gato. And you clearly crossed the wrong person." Needless to say, his appearance inspired anything but horror. Therefore, it was simply impossible to restrain laughter from these pretentious speeches. In response, seeing my reaction, Gato only pouted even more, and how he yelled, "Kill them! Kill them all!" I would have stomped my foot to heighten the effect, and there would have been a purely hysterical child. But jokes aside, now more than 100 armed bullies are rushing at us. And even if they are not even ninjas, but we can also be said to be out of shape right now. The previous fight had exhausted everyone a lot. My chakra after the treatment of Haku is almost at zero. Itachi with many wounds is also barely standing on his feet. I think there is no need to speak for the rest. Sasuke, according to the information of my clone, is still out. And even though I completely healed all the injuries to him, but the awakening of Sharingan, to some extent, is a strong stress for the body, so in the near future, Uchiha is not a fighter with us. As a result, only Sakura and Tazuna remained in relative order, and then only because they are still in my barrier. Exactly, a barrier. If I take off the technique now, I may have enough chakra for a few shadow clones, or do what Naruto is up to. I'll share the chakra. The fox, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Has he finally come to his senses? And as if answering my dumb question, he continued, this is the first time we used the Biju veil, and therefore, in order not to harm you, I had to interrupt our communication channel for a while. But stop talking. The enemies are already on the way, and indeed, while the fox and I were conducting our internal dialogue, the robbers managed to get close to us during this time. So without hesitating any longer, I jumped forward, and blocking the way to the robbers, boldly declared, I don't advise you to come any closer. For a few seconds, the crowd really froze, but then when the absurdity of this situation reached them, the loud mocking laughter of the robbers rang out in the neighborhood. Well, what are you going to do to me, little one? boldly shouted, apparently the bravest of them. And I already wanted to take a step forward, but, I warned you. I breathed out with mock regret, and then a bloodthirsty grin bloomed on my face by itself, and it began, after giving a short sign to Hokage not to interfere, and even better to move away to others under the protection of the barrier, which the man immediately hurried to do. I, under the curious glances of the team, and under the still mocking glances of the robbers, quickly began to fold the seals. A second, a mental signal to the fox, now. And now the orange chakra instantly envelopes me from the inside. It took another second to bite through his finger and smear blood on the tattoo on his arm, and then, summoning technique, everything was covered with white smoke for a few minutes, and therefore not everyone could notice the appearance of a huge purple snake. But that's when they could, the frightened, pale faces of the robbers, at the sight of the majestic Snake King Manda, I will remember for the rest of my life. But as it turned out, there were only flowers, because when the snake also hissed indignantly, well, and did not specifically crush the next couple of people, then the most persistent ones who remained conscious made their own feet. As a result, there were no opponents left as such. Manda himself, of course, did not even pay attention to such minor interference as a bunch of robbers, and all his former hissing was intended for me. Why did you not call me for so long, Naruto? In principle, the indignation of the King of Snakes was well deserved, since we had a kind of tradition with him from the day of signing the contract, to spend one day a month training in the Forest of Death. And now, because of all this turmoil with the mission, I completely forgot about it. Which I honestly and hasten to voice, I have a mission. But I didn't even have time to finish, as the snake went into even greater indignation. So SS, do you have a Miss SS? There is no time with means, it's bad. If the Manda has already switched to hissing, then he is just very unhappy. And the discontented King of Snakes, I'll tell you another sight. Did he really get so angry just because of one missed workout? And as if answering my question, the snake immediately continued. And how to torment my messenger snakes, you and Orochimaru have time. Oh, so that's what it's all about. Sensei and I just got the snake with our letters. But after all, the letters were mostly transmitted only by me, and Sannin preferred to use the link from the bracelet, or. And as if to confirm my guesses, Manda continued, especially tired of this white snake. Not only does he call often, but he also does not transmit anything. You see, he just needs to find out if Naruto has passed anything, and if everything is all right with her. Alarmist, having made this long speech, the King of Snakes suddenly stopped abruptly, and after examining me from head to toe, maliciously gave out, "You look bad, Naruto. You've obviously been through a tough fight. Do you think it's worth telling Orochimaru about this?" Pretending to think, although I didn't even doubt his next answer for a second, I think it's worth it. I'll have fun at the same time. No need. I burst out in spite of myself. It was only necessary to imagine what Sannin would arrange for me for hiding such details, because I never told him that the rank of the mission had long since passed from the category C. But from the look of the snake, I realized that it was useless to ask him to be silent. He would still tell everything purely out of harmfulness. Oh, what will happen? It is necessary, it is necessary. Moreover, Orochimaru is my conscript, and if he asks, I can't lie to him. The bastard drawled with a laugh. By the way, I am also his conscript, so I could be silent for once. Having already opened my mouth to express this thought, I was abruptly interrupted by the same cunt. And yes, Naruto, don't call me again for such trifles. Raising his not small tail, the snake defiantly waved them in the direction of the unconscious bunch of robbers, casually throwing several of them off the bridge on the way. Was it my imagination, or was Gato really among the bodies? And Manda meanwhile, capriciously finished, boring, a moment later, and the serpent, without even saying goodbye, went back to the world of summoning. However, as always, another moment, and the fatigue of today finally reached me. I no longer saw how the barrier that had been protecting my team all this time fell, and they ran to me without a word. Nor did I see the appearance on the bridge of a crowd of villagers led by the builder's daughter. Just because the rescue darkness covered me much earlier, and the last thing I heard, being already on the verge of consciousness, was the quiet voice of a fox, "Naruto, you can call me Kurama." Deserved. Or did I just hear it? However, I can clarify later. As well as to find out what awaits me on my return to Konoha. After all, Manda will definitely fulfill his promise and tell Orochimaru about everything. And what Sensei will do, although, all this will be later, and now it's only dark, and finally a long-awaited rest. After that day, more than 1 week passed before we were able to complete the mission. All the wounds healed during this time, the bridge of the Team 7, as Tedzuna and the locals called it, was completely built. There was no need to protect the old man anymore, and we could finally return to Konoha with a calm soul. Needless to say, all my previous premonitions about the beating from Sensei were justified, as I was afraid. Manda really told the man everything about that battle, and even embellished something from himself. So, upon returning to the village, a worried Sensei already met me at the gate. There, he first carefully examined me for the presence of various injuries, ignoring the guards and the team shocked by this picture, and then when injuries were not found for obvious reasons, the man exhaled quietly, and even calmly escorted us to the report to the Hokage. Old Sarutobi, in turn, saw no reason to send his beloved student out of the office, and it so happened that the man heard the mission report firsthand. And since Hitachi didn't even think to lie to the head of the village, Sensei heard about everything, about the first attack on us by the demon brothers, and about our decision to continue the mission despite the increase in rank, and about the collision with Gato and the company. And of course, the copyist simply could not miss the opportunity to tell about our fight with Zabuza and Haku without missing a single detail. And also colorfully described the injuries received as a result of the battle. To be honest, by the end of his story, I was even scared to look at Sensei. His murderous gaze directed at my long-suffering head could be felt even by the skin. But what was more surprising, Hitachi got the same murderous look in his direction, if not even more. The promise of explicit revenge to the copyist for daring to drag me into this, Sensei did not even hide, from which the first one involuntarily swallowed, and then when the full scale of this problem reached him, he quickly finished his report and hurried out of the office. No one interfered with him in this. The old man himself, feeling the tension hanging in the office, and the waves of obvious dissatisfaction emanating from his student, also decided to wrap up, and thanking our team with a successfully completed mission, as well as giving a well-deserved payment, in addition with a few days of vacation, successfully escorted us out of the residence. Well, as they say, it's not his problem anymore. Sensei was silent all the way to the house. He was also silent when we went down to his laboratory. And only after crossing the threshold of his office, the man just started. In general, if we shorten the many hours of lectures, then it all came down to the fact that I certainly did a good job once I was able to fight with dignity against such opponents, but still it does not justify the risks, and that I would never dare to risk my life like that again. In the end, the man was exhausted, and finally, since I was so successfully given a vacation, he promised to give me all the torments of hell in training before just hugging me tightly. There, in the strong arms of Sensei, I finally felt that I had returned home. Needless to say, the man kept his promise very much. All the following days, my so-called vacation, I spent for hard training. In the morning, meditation, then warm-up, taijutsu, chakra control, ninjutsu, and all this so that you understand under the control of Sensei, and the mocking remarks of the fox inside. By the way, I didn't hear anything on the bridge then, and Kurama really recognized me as his friend, telling me his name. So, now for me he is Kurama, or Ku, and nothing else. But back to training, and here, as it turned out, not everything is so bad, because after receiving from me a scroll with the demon brothers sealed in it, Orochimaru relented, and even allowed me to help him with experiments. So, in the end, my vacation was not even bad, but everything ends sooner or later, and before I even had time to look back, I already have to run to the general team meeting. So I quickly gathered myself into my usual kimono and said goodbye to Sensei, to which I received only one more mysterious smile in my direction. I went to the meeting place. What was strange was the behavior of Sanin lately, who since yesterday evening, or rather since visiting the general gathering of the Jonins, behaved very suspiciously, all the time grinning at something and looking in my direction with a very satisfied look. And soon I realized why. To my surprise, Hatake was not late this time, and arrived immediately after my appearance on the bridge. After briefly greeting everyone, he immediately began without waiting for a return greeting. I see everything is assembled, it's good I won't have to look for you. See, pulling out several leaflets from his Jonin vest, he explained under our curious gazes, these are your passes for the Chunin exam this year. If you want to participate, you just need to fill them out and arrive tomorrow morning at the 302 auditorium of the Ninja Academy. Any questions? Seeing our momentary stupor from such unexpected news, the copyist, as always, took it in his own way. There are no questions. Then good luck, and before we could even really object, the man had already fled in a whirlwind of movement. However, everything is as usual. But maybe it's for the best, now we have time to think. The Chunin exam, then. Although, what is there to think about? The rank of Chunin will give me the opportunity to freely go outside the village, and go on solo missions. Plus, Orochimaru-sensei promised long ago that after I received Chunin's vest, he would take me on a trip to hidden villages. So, getting the title of Chunin is a priority for me now. Sasuke, I think the question to go to the exam or not to go, is also not worth it. Since he is the second heir of the Uchiha, the clan simply will not allow him to miss such an event. Yes, and Sasuke himself clearly does not mind, try his hand, and show himself, but about Sakura, I'm not sure. Yeah, Sensei knows how to surprise. Databao. Having decided to come from afar, I casually turned to the team, and what do you think about this, HN? I'm participating. The Uchiha gave the expected answer, dismissively chuckling at the beginning, which from his words can be translated as, and you also doubt? But Haruno, which was also quite expected, hesitated slightly, and hesitantly gave out. I don't know. Squinting at us, she became even more nervous, and without waiting for any more questions, she quickly blurted out, I need to think, and then, what do you think she did? That's right, like our sensei, she quickly ran away. Apparently, communication with the copyist has a bad effect on her. Well, that's fine. In the end, it's time for us to go, too, so without conspiring, Sasuke and I silently went our separate ways. I don't know what Uchiha is going to do, but I personally will be preparing for the next exam, and the first thing you need to interrogate Orochimaru-sensei, for the presence of useful information. He should know everything about this exam. And therefore, without lingering any longer, I rushed home at first. Business is not waiting. Databao, today I woke up before dawn. I had a leisurely breakfast in the company of Sensei, who was as sleepy as I was. Then a daily meditation was waiting for me, during which I finally calmed down, and already at the good disposal of the spirit, I began to gather for the exam. Based on the information that I managed to find out from Sensei yesterday, the following came out. The Chunin exam consists of 3 stages. The first is always a written stage, so to speak, a test of knowledge. The second stage is elimination, or rather survival, because in Konoha it is always held in the forest of death. Although for me, it's more of a plus. Well, the third stage, actually the final battles. Something like that. In general, unfortunately, I could not find out anything more from sensei, well, except for a light hint, namely, the second stage of the exam will begin immediately after the first, which means that they will not give us time to prepare and take, for example, the same provisions. So, I was going to the exam more than thoroughly, and first of all, of course, it was necessary to choose a suitable outfit. Something comfortable, but at the same time not too bright, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Although, my red hair will shine like a beacon anyway, so it won't work out much to hide anyway. Having made this conclusion, I calmly pulled on the usual training set of clothes. It consisted of a short, dark red kimono, with a black belt. Under the kimono, a special mesh t-shirt made of chakra-conductive steel was worn, which would soften the blows of opponents, and black elastic shorts and comfortable shinobi sandals with low soles were worn on the feet. This time I decided to tie my hair in a high ponytail, so that the protector with the leaf sign was proudly tied on my forehead. With weapons, I even bothered less. Kunai and shuriken were holstered on his hip. Special handcuffs with poison senbons inside were attached to the hands under the long sleeves of the kimono. And I sealed the medical supplies in scrolls along with the provisions, and put them in a purse on my belt. Finally, after checking the presence of my katana in the seal on my hand, I nodded to my reflection in the mirror with satisfaction that that's all. The image of the perfect kunoichi from Konoha was ready. Databeo, now it remains only to say goodbye to sensei, and you can move out. By the way, I didn't even have time to go out into the living room, as I almost ran nose to nose with sensei. As it turned out, I wasn't the only one who wanted to say goodbye. The man did not hesitate, and when he saw me, he habitually opened his arms for hugs, into which I flew without hesitation, and then hugging me in response, sensei spoke, "Well, is the little snake ready to win?" "Ready." Databeo, then I have no choice but to help you with this. Opening his arms, sensei, under my curious gaze, took out a small rectangular wooden box from the depths of his kimono. Silently handing it to me, he slyly narrowed his eyes, waiting for my reaction to his gift. Well, I didn't keep myself waiting long. Carefully opening the lid of the box, I saw a stand made of purple silk fabric, on which the pendant glittered beautifully. The appearance of the jewelry was a small, dark purple, oblong crystal, around which a small silver snake was wrapped. But the most important thing was not even the external beauty of the jewelry, but the fact that sensei's concentrated chakra was literally felt inside the crystal. And as if answering my mental question, although I probably had everything written on my face anyway, sensei explained, "I know that after that reckless mission in the land of waves, your chakran accumulators are almost empty." Nodding a glance at my earrings, sensei received an uncertain nod from me in confirmation before continuing, "That's why I made you this pendant with a reserve from my chakra. It took a few of my reserves, so you should have enough for the exam. But I warn you, I will not be able to replenish the pendant again until the end of the exam. So, use my gift wisely." The man did not have time to finish his thought, as I literally knocked him off his feet, flying straight into him with suffocating hugs that, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really thank you, sensei. Now I just have to become a chunin." All Konoha probably heard my joyful cries, but I didn't care anymore. I was too happy to pay attention to such little things. Databeo, but still sensei's quiet chuckle, and his next remark was able to quickly bring me back to reality. "Naruto, ahem, are you comfortable?" It was only after his words that I finally noticed that it turns out that all this time I was literally lying on a man, squeaking in embarrassment, and probably blushing a lot. I jumped to my feet in an instant. Just as quickly, without waiting for a reaction from the obviously amused sensei, I muttered something similar to, "Thanks again." Oh, what a time. I should probably go now, and without giving Sanin a chance to say a word, I hurried out of the house at a fast pace to the cheerful laughter of the man. After all, exams don't wait. And this is definitely not an escape. Data Bayo. At the appointed time, my teammates and I arrived at the academy almost simultaneously. Surprisingly, even Sakura appeared. True, the girl was too excited, and clearly doubted her decision to the last, so seeing her condition, Sasuke and I did not bother her even more, and just saying hello, silently went to look for the audience we needed. As far as I knew, Auditorium 302 was on the 3rd floor, so we started climbing the stairs without any agreement. But to my surprise, we did not have time to overcome 2 flights of stairs, as we noticed a crowd of genins who fell for a clearly weak genjutsu, since even I could recognize it, and tried to get into the 202 auditorium. This absurd picture was completed by the unchanging guards of the gate, in this case the guards of the doors, Izumo and Kotetsu, although they slightly changed their appearance with the help of the transformation technique. It looked funny, but who are we to stop them from having fun? Moreover, the fact that they do not allow genins is only a plus for us. There will be fewer competitors. Therefore, the guys and I just looked at each other, and silently shrugged our shoulders and headed on. We got to the audience we needed without incident. And near the entrance, Hatake, who was obviously bored, was already waiting for us. Leaning his back against the wall, the man was reading his orange book as always, and only when we got closer, he deigned to tear himself away, and finally turn his precious attention to us. Yo! I see everyone assembled. That's good. Smiling kindly at us through the mask, Hatake casually continued, otherwise, if one of you hadn't come, the others wouldn't have been allowed to take part in the exam either, and seeing that we were already ready to be outraged, he quickly translated the topic, Emma, but I'm talking too much, it's time for you. Come in. And, good luck, nodding to Sasuke and me, and gently squeezing Sakura's shoulder in farewell, Hatake disappeared into the white smoke. Well, go ahead, more asserting than asking, I said, and without waiting for an answer, I was the first to step into the audience. The first stage of the exam begins. As soon as we crossed the threshold of the audience, Ino immediately rushed to Sasuke's neck, joyfully shrieking, and the rest of the genins of our graduation slowly pulled up behind her. Did you come to take this stupid test too? Lazily yawning, Shikamaru was the first to approach me. Who would doubt it? This representative of the Nara clan was almost the only one in the academy with whom it was possible to freely communicate on various topics ranging from clan politics to banal jokes. So, it is not surprising that in the end he became, if not a friend, then a comrade for sure. But back to the conversation, I already wanted to answer Shikamaru's previously asked question, but Kiba came up ahead of me. I see all the newcomers are assembled. Hello everyone. Hinata shyly greeted us with a silent Shino in tow, and while Sakura, more out of habit, argued with Yamanaka, and Sasuke suffered from annoying female attention, I calmly talked to the others, simultaneously managing to inspect the audience. I don't know how much time passed in the end, but the guys and I managed to discuss even our first missions before the examiner finally appeared in the audience. With a quick gait, overcoming the distance from the door to the board, the man began his speech. Thanks for waiting. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I am the examiner of the first stage Chunin Shuriken, and he also forgot to add that he is the head of the Department of Torture and Interrogation. Yes, yes. Thanks to Sensei, I am familiar with this type firsthand. No, but what? Most of Orochimaru's test subjects are criminals of Konoha and come just from the torture department, or rather directly from under the hands of Ibiki. So over the years, accompanied by Sensei, I have crossed paths with Marino more than once or twice in his department, taking the material, so to speak. Yes, maybe everything sounds out of date, but, in fact, Sensei never allowed me to do very cruel experiments. So I have nothing to complain about. Meanwhile, while I was reminiscing, Ibiki continued his monologue. Now you will hand in your passes, and we will begin. Then everything followed as expected. We approached, handed over papers, received forms with questions in return, and sat down at a certain place. I got the first desk, right in front of Marino's nose. And judging by his pleased grin in my direction, then we can safely assume that at least close attention on the exam is provided to me. I even felt a little sorry for my involuntary neighbors at the desk, namely Hinata and some guy from the grass. Because of the neighborhood with me, they automatically get the same attention. But what can you do about it? No luck. After waiting for everyone to finally sit down in their seats, and the hum in the audience subsided a little, Ibiki began his introductory speech. There are many important rules in this exam. I won't repeat myself, so listen carefully. Rules? A hum of puzzled voices went through the classroom. The first rule: you all start with 10 points. Absolutely not paying attention to the whispers in the classroom, Ibiki calmly continued to speak. This test consists of 10 questions. The price of each of which is 1 point. A subtraction system is embedded in the tests. Simply put, if you answer all 10 questions correctly, you leave your 10 points, and to put it even more simply, and read between the lines, then the following comes out: you need to get information. In our case, these are the correct answers to questions, and we have the right to 10 mistakes for this. And as if confirming my thoughts, Ibiki continued, and the second, most important rule: if during the exam, any of the observers catches you cheating, spying, or transmitting information, then 1 point is taken away from you and your team. I hope everyone understands everything. Having received an inarticulate hum of voices in response, Marino looked around the audience with a satisfied look before threateningly finishing, "Good." Then the last rule is, the one who loses all points during the exam will be expelled along with 2 other teammates. And now, let's get started. Having received permission, I wasted no more time, immediately turned over the list of questions, and, in principle, everything is as I thought. The questions are far from the level of genins, and even chunins. The exam initially assumed cheating. And meeting Ibiki's grinning gaze, I was only convinced of this. But the wrong one was attacked. Thanks to numerous lectures by Orochimaru sensei, I know the theory far beyond Chunin's knowledge. So, it won't be difficult for me to answer all the questions. Teammates are another matter, although, what am I worried about? Sasuke can simply write off the correct answers with the help of Sharingan. And Sakura knows the theory, if not at my level, then definitely not worse. So, having come to this conclusion, I took up my questions with a calm soul. As a result, it took me no more than 10 minutes to write the correct answers. And the rest of the time, until the 10th question, I exchanged glances with Ibiki, playing a kind of game with him who will reconsider whom. The score stopped at a draw when Menino finally spoke, so, I think it's time to proceed to the 10th question. Before we get started, I have to ask, are you sure that everyone from your team will answer this question? Because if one of them does not answer, the points of your entire team will be reduced to 0. In other words, you will simply be expelled, and here comes the heavy artillery. To put it simply, now the professional removal of the brain from Ibika will begin. To be more precise, first there will be pressure on sore points, playing on nerves, and like the cherry on the cake, intimidating genins with their terrible ki. Oh, that's how I said it started. Under the pressure of the Ibika chakra, one by one weak commands slowly left the audience. Stronger nuts, such as our team, for example, only frowned with displeasure at the whole performance. But sooner or later everything comes to an end, so this stage is over. There were less than half of the teams left in the audience when Marino finally announced, "Congratulations to all who remained. You have passed the first stage of the Chunin exam." Needless to say, in response to his words, Ibiki received only indignant shouts of disgruntled genins. However, this did not last long, because the hum of voices drowned out the sharp crack of the window and literally flew into the audience, a very extravagant woman. A tall brunette, in a leather skirt and a mesh t-shirt, was dressed in such a way that she would have hidden almost nothing if she had not thrown the same leather raincoat on top. In general, if I'm not mistaken, then this woman is a personal student of Ibika. I don't remember her name, but the fact that she also works in the torture department is beyond doubt. I had to cross paths with her more than once. Meanwhile, circling the genins, who had become quiet from her unexpected appearance, with a predatory look, she suddenly screamed, "You rejoice early. I am Enko Mitarashi's second examiner. Why did you get up? Hurry up for the next exam. Everyone follow me." Ibika's timid remark that she did not seem to catch the situation, the lady professionally ignored, and instead flew into him with claims already, 78 genins? 26 teams? Are you serious, Ibiki? You're getting old. Scanning the audience with her eyes once more, she suddenly stretched out contentedly, "Well, all right. In the next step, I will make sure that half of it fails," and under the bewildered exclamations of other genins, and my skeptical chuckle, which was simply not heard among the hum of voices, she finished her speech. "I'm waiting for you all in 20 minutes at the 44th training ground. That's it. Free," she said, and she hurried to disappear as she appeared, through the window. As a result, we had no choice but to go to the previously specified landfill. One thing pleases, we have successfully sorted out the first stage of the exam. Well, the second exam, in the Forest of Death, will certainly not be a problem for me. Databeo, in general, as I had previously assumed, the second stage of the exam, namely the race for survival in the Forest of Death, went very smoothly for our team. First, the rest of the genins and I arrived at Polygon 44, popularly called the Forest of Death. There Anko, as the second examiner, gave us a short lecture about the horrors found in this very forest. Then I briefly told about the essence of the second stage itself, namely, we will be given one of the scrolls of heaven or earth variably, and we have to get the second scroll in the 3 days that are issued for the passage of the Forest of Death and arrive with the whole team to the destination. In this case it is a tower in the center of the forest. In general, they instructed us about the second stage, distributed scrolls, and identified each team to a certain gate. We got the southern gate number 7. Symbolic, isn't it? But jokes aside. Since I knew the Forest of Death better than anyone from the team, and in principle better than anyone from the people here, then I had to lead our team accordingly. Here even Sasuke did not argue with such an iron argument, or rather with my candidacy for captain, and silently gave me the palm. Needless to say, with a guide like me, our team reached the tower in record time. As for the second part of the task, namely the extraction of the necessary scroll, in our case, the scroll of the earth, since we already had a scroll of the sky, it was also not difficult. Thanks to my sensitivity to the water element, I quickly discovered several more owners of the water element in the forest. Fortunately, the team from the rain that first met us on the way to the tower, it was the scroll of the earth that came across. So, in the end, all we have to do is defeat them and pick up the right scroll. The fight naturally wasn't long, but with the help of Sasuke's Sharingan, it wasn't long at all. The illusion is on all 3 of us, and now we are already with 2 scrolls continuing our way to the tower. In general, as I said earlier, using secret paths, and bypassing all visible traps, I brought our team to the center of the tower in record time. And that's where the fun has already begun. As it turned out, we really came first, and even managed to break some kind of record for passing the Forest of Death. But this is not the most important thing. The main thing was that this year, due to the fact that too many genins passed the second stage of the exam, preliminary, qualifying fights will be held. But let's talk about everything in order. On the 3rd day of our stay in the tower, all the genins who passed the second stage were gathered in the training hall. In total, there were 6 teams, or 18 people. And so, we are all standing, waiting for them to explain to us what to actually do next. Personally, I also had time to inspect the situation around. On the balcony, for example, all the team commanders gathered. In front of the column, the examiner Anko, already familiar to us, and some kind of sickly-looking jonin, were placed. And on a small pedestal, right under the sculpture with the seal of the truce, stood the old man the third with his guards. And wait a minute. Orochimaru-sensei. And indeed, behind the back of the third Hokage, there was none other than Snake Sannin. Leaning forward a little to get a better look at the man, I involuntarily missed the moment when everyone fell silent to listen carefully to the Hokage's speech. Before we start explaining, I want to talk about the true goals of this exam, and so on and so forth. In general, while Hokage was talking about the strength of villages, the struggle between countries, which is the true purpose of the exam, as well as about lords and other important people invited to the third stage of the exam, I finally met the eyes of Orochimaru-sensei, and everything else no longer mattered. The man, in turn, looked me up and down with concern. Then, seeing no injuries, he somehow even exhaled a sigh of relief before nodding approvingly to me as a sign of praise. There was so much undisguised pride in this gesture for me as my student that I just couldn't hold back the happy smile that was bursting on my face. But time does not stand still, and while Sensei and I were conducting our own kind of dialogue with views, Hokage had already finished his speech. And now, at the nod of the old man of the third, that sickly jonin stepped forward. "My name is Gecko Hay8. Nice to meet you." I want to say, the man paused for a few seconds to clear his throat before continuing, "that all of you have to pass the qualifying fights. Before you are admitted to the third final stage of the exam." The uproar of indignation that arose after his words was professionally ignored, and instead the man asked as if nothing had happened, "Preliminary fights will begin immediately. Is there anyone who wants to leave the exam now?" In response to his question, only more questions were heard. How immediately? It came from a sand kunoichi with a big fan behind his back. Problematic. And this is from our Shikamaru. HN. Well, where is it without the crown? HMYK, Uchiha. But even this stream of questions could not knock off the examiner some kind of non-optimistic attitude. And instead of answering, the man only shrugged indifferently before calmly stating, "So there are no people willing to leave the exam. Good." Nodding to some thoughts of his own, Hay8 continued, "Then everyone pay attention to the scoreboard. Now the names of the first two participants will be displayed there, on the big screen, behind the Hokage." The light blinked, and the names of all the participants randomly began to slip until they stopped at, Sasuke Uchiha vs Akato Yoroi. "You two stay here." The rest of the participants are asked to go up to the balcony and the fighting began, if you can call it that, of course. In fact, the participants have not yet shown anything above the level of Chunin. Although, the fights, even so, were quite interesting. For example, Sasuke just drove his opponent into genjutsu. I don't really know what exactly Uchiha showed his opponent, but the guy preferred to give up for the best. The result is an easy, albeit not particularly colorful victory, as well as a place in the final. The second was an equally interesting fight between Shikamaru and a girl from the rain. And what can I say? Shikamaru is like that. Shikamaru, this genius, with his characteristic laziness, drove the girl into a hopeless trap for her. And as a result, Nara is in the final. The third and fourth fights can be completely combined under one name, Women's Showdowns. First, Temari. This is the kunoichi with a fan behind her back, literally rolled around the arena, another representative from Konoha, namely the Metatil of weapons, Ten. Then, two bosom friends Ino and Sakura were called to the arena, where Haruno, to be honest, was able to surprise everyone so specifically. The girl used one of Hitachi's favorite traps, namely an earthen burial, and completely immobilized Ino, and then pointing some kind of sleepy genjutsu at her, she simply put the girl to sleep. So, gracefully taking her opponent out of the game, Sakura deservedly made it to the finals. Glowing with pride for his student Hitaki was a nice bonus. The fifth duel between two representatives from the Hyuga clan was especially interesting to all fans of taijutsu. This fight to some extent can even be called symbolic, the younger branch in the person of the genius of the Neji clan, against the older branch of the heiress of the clan, Hinata. And although deep down I sympathize with the latter more, but I must admit that Neji deserved to get his place in the finals. He quickly, and most importantly almost without injury, if you do not take into account the knocked-out Tenketsu, took Hinata out of the game. What can I say? The girl clearly has yet to grow up to his level, but the sixth match could rightfully be considered the most memorable of all. Firstly, by the fact that one of the participants, unexpectedly, turned out to be like me Jinchuriki. Kurama's roar, and his rather indecent expression towards his brother, I wisely ignored. But jokes are jokes, and Gaara is the same Jinchuriki one-tailed, was really very strong. And also very bloodthirsty. So, his opponent Lee, even with a pretty good taijutsu, didn't have a single chance of winning. Well, secondly, this fight was almost the only one in which both participants went beyond the strength of the average chunin, and even almost demolished the training hall. One thing pleases, there were no fatal injuries. Looking at the strength of my fellow Jinchuriki, I involuntarily already wanted to fight with him. And I think I will even have such an opportunity in the final. But first you need to get to this very final, and as if echoing my thoughts, my name immediately appeared on the scoreboard, Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Well, the seventh fight is for me. Data Bayo. In general, it is not necessary to say that I am bad. After all, initially I planned to simply and painlessly put Kiba to sleep with a sleeping pill on Sanban. Or rather, throw a Sanban soaked in sleeping pills at him. But his next words completely discouraged me from feeling sorry for the dog lover. Well, Snake, are you ready to lose? Or maybe you'll just give up and run under the wing of your no less Snake-sensei? Having made a mocking face, and not waiting for an answer from me, this suicidal man did not heed the instinct of self-preservation that told him to shut up, and instead continued, "No? What a pity. Then don't beg me for mercy later." Kiba kept yelling some kind of insult without even noticing how some of the jonins were looking at him with increasing pity. And they are doing the right thing, because unlike Inuzuki, they understand that such unforgivable words will be followed by an irremediable reckoning. And now Kiba certainly won't get off with a simple Sanban. Without continuing to listen to the bragging of a stupid boy, I waited until the examiner, a little crushed by such audacity of the dogman, would give the go-ahead to the start of the fight. And attacked, shadow cloning. To lay down the seals is a matter of a few seconds, and now more than 50 clones, obeying my mental order, have surrounded Kiba. Without hesitating, and waiting for the reaction of the dogman, I immediately activated the second technique, the art of Fuinjutsu, circular barrier. The familiar Fuin walls instantly flashed around Inuzuki, shielding him from everyone else. And most importantly, they protected him from outside help, but the guy himself didn't know about it yet. The next thing I did was, under the bewildered gazes of others, I entered the perimeter of Fuin's action, thereby locking myself in the barrier along with the dog lover. Although no, I'm lying, not everyone around looked perplexed. For example, Hitaki immediately saw through my plan, and from the slightly frowning face, it was clear that although he did not approve of such methods, he would not hinder me. That's good. The second insightful person, oddly enough, was the third Hokage, but what can I say, the old man did not even hide his obvious interest in this situation. But it wasn't them that worried me. Having met with some kind of understanding look from Orochimaru-sensei, and having received an approving nod from him, I immediately calmly exhaled. Sensei approves of my actions, and the rest is not so important. The anticipatory grin after that came out on my face by itself, and I no longer restrained myself, stretched out. Well, now no one will interfere with us for sure. Start. What are you up to, Naruto? With some kind of hysteria in his voice, the dogman screamed, to which the campaign was just now beginning to realize the full scale of this problem. But it was already too late, and I completely ignored his hysteria and folded another series of seals. The element of wind, a gust. Not expecting such an attack from me, and as a result, not having time to defend himself, Inuzuka colorfully imprinted himself into the barrier wall. And again. And more. In general, for the next half hour, everyone around me could watch me elegantly wipe the entire arena with a kiba. From top to bottom, sideways, up and down again, the dogman fought against all possible angles, flying along the barrier obeying my element. Oh, and how he screamed! Just a delight to my ears. But since I didn't give him a break, he couldn't even have time to say the banal, "I give up." As a result, the examiner had no right to interfere. Finally, after half an hour, I got tired of listening to his screams, and I let the guy go, generously giving him the opportunity to surrender. Do you think he came to his senses and took advantage of this opportunity? Oh, no. Instead, the dogman somehow got to his feet, and bravely or stupidly, declared, "Is that all you can do?" Let's miss the fact that everyone around at that moment looked at Kiba as an idiot. But this did not stop our dog lover, and he contemptuously threw, "Snake." I don't know what Inuzuka expected to hear from me in response, but clearly not quite satisfied. "Well, since you mentioned my snakes yourself," a quick wave of his hand in the direction of Kiba, and now the guy is wrapped around several rather large snakes. This was followed by a series of seals, and the snakes, and before that large ones, grew in size with a small column, squeezing the dogman in their downright suffocating embrace. And then, looking at the guy who suddenly turned white with fear, I calmly said, "So, you have exactly 3 minutes to apologize and give up, during which the snakes will squeeze their rings harder. For now, they won't kill you." Needless to say, all his assumed determination and braggadocio immediately came to naught, and the guy desperately screamed, "I'm sorry, I am sorry. I give up, let go." "You are welcome." Nervously twitching his limbs in an attempt to get out, Kiba looked at the examiner with a plea, expecting that he would finally stop this fight. After all, according to the rules, the dogman seems to have already given up, which means there is no point in continuing the duel. It is worth saying that Gecko Hayate, as an honest examiner, really tried to intervene, but could not even get through the Fuinjutsu wall. It was then that others began to understand why I locked myself in the barrier with Kiba. Although to be honest, I didn't care about their guesses, I focused only on the dog owner, and control over the snakes so that they really didn't accidentally kill the guy. In general, after tormenting Inuzuka a little more for reliability, I waited until the guy lost consciousness due to lack of air, and then I just cancelled the technique. Just as calmly removing the barrier, I silently nodded to the examiner, and no longer looking at the defeated opponent, proudly marched to the balcony. And only a quiet, like a whisper, the examiner's verdict sounded after me, the winner of the 7th fight, Naruto Uzumaki. So much for the qualifying fights. Databao. Having received my share of congratulations from my teammates, I took advantage of the fact that it was not necessary for the participants to watch further fights that had already passed, and calmly moved to the far corner of the balcony. Rest. There, after checking that I was definitely not being paid attention to, I sat down on the ground near the wall, and wearily closing my eyes for a few moments, finally allowed myself to relax. In the end, this short duel with Kiba really exhausted me a lot. It was in this state that Orochimaru-sensei found me. The man, as always, moved very quietly, and therefore I did not immediately notice someone else's presence near me. And I was able to come to myself only when sensei sat down next to me and put his arm around my shoulders with a familiar gesture, and his slightly hoarse voice sounded over my ear, "You're doing great, Naruto." Taking advantage of the fact that they don't pay much attention to us here, I habitually leaned forward hugging Sensei in response, and whispered somewhere in the man's chest, "Thank you, Sensei." I don't know how long we sat like this in the end, but time does not stand still, and now the last pair of participants entered the arena. But before a couple of minutes had passed, the frightened cries of the genins rang out in the neighborhood. A little perplexed, I allowed myself to relax in Sensei's arms for a few more moments, and with regret I was forced to pull away, because some kind of fuss began around. As it turned out, the last fight was not only the fastest, but also passed with fatal consequences. Some puppeteer from Suna did not calculate his strength, and as a result inadvertently crushed the enemy. In general, for the shinobi world, this is certainly not news, but the young ones, while still geniuses, were clearly not ready for this. So, while the body was being removed, while the examiner was clarifying something there with the hokage, a little fuss arose, and Sensei and I had to return to the cruel reality. Moreover, the examiner had already stopped conferring with the hokage, and going out to the center of the hall, announced, "All the winners of the qualifying fights, please come down," helping me to stand up. Sensei finally squeezed my shoulder as a sign of support before moving imperceptibly and nodding from behind the hokage. Sighing heavily, I reluctantly tore my gaze away from Sannin, and began to descend with everyone into the arena. Lining up with the other genins in a row, I waited for further instructions. In order not to waste time, I decided to take a look at the others unnoticed, and to my surprise I noticed that in addition to my teammates, as well as Shikamaru, Niji, and fellow Jiraiya with her teammate with a fan, there were also Shino, and the same one, the puppeteer from Suna. It turns out an interesting alignment. While I was looking at my possible rivals in the final, the examiner went somewhere and returned with a box in his hands. At our puzzled looks, the man cleared his throat and began to explain, "First of all, I want to congratulate you all on passing the second stage of the exam. Now about the final, it will take place exactly in a month. That is, you will have exactly 1 month to prepare for the final battle." Here, the man shook the box a little for clarity, and continued, "There are numbers from 1 to 9. Depending on which number you pull out, you will be able to determine both the sequence of your duel and your pair in the final. Is everyone clear?" After receiving an inarticulate hum from the voices in response, Gecko cleared his throat again before nodding approvingly. "Then let's get started." Then, in principle, we were expected to draw lots. The first fight was between Sasuke and Gaara. The second fight is for me and Temari. The third was the fight between Kankuro the puppeteer and our beetle leader, Aburame Shino. Then there was a fight between Sakura and Shikamaru, and after that, depending on which of them wins, he will fight with Niji. In principle, this scheme is only the first fights, and then as in ordinary sparring, winners fight with winners, and losers with losers. In general, a typical elimination scheme, although it's too early to talk about other rivals. First you need to focus on the first fight. And what can I say? My first pair in the final more than suits me. Temari and her techniques with a fan, against my wind techniques with a katana. Yes, simply because it will be interesting to see whose element of wind is stronger, but first, I have a month to prepare for the finals. And something tells me that this month will not be boring for sure. Databeo, the whole next month that we were given to prepare for the final stage of the exam, I was engaged in improving my skills. Well, or rather, constant training. I wish I could say that, but in reality, my month has been even more intense. For example, I found out that I happen to have a godfather. Yes, not a simple godfather, but Jiraiya himself, the second of the legendary trinity of Sanins. And I also had the honor of watching a quarrel between two Sanins. I don't really know what Jiraiya didn't share with my sensei, although I think it's all about my humble person, but their showdown affected half of Konoha. Well, it was also not a residential part. But let's talk about everything in more detail. After my victory in the second stage of the exam, Sensei gave me a couple of days off as a reward. Initially, I planned to spend my impromptu vacation on some experiments in the laboratory, but Sensei, who quickly figured out my cunning plan, without listening to any objections, literally put me out in the city, with instructions to have a good rest. I didn't even argue with the man about this, because it's just useless to do it, even I can't compete with Sensei in stubbornness. Moreover, you can even spend this time usefully. For example, find teammates and conduct a joint training session. Needless to say, my plans were immediately defeated even before they were formed. Because I remembered that Uchiha is currently training with her brother, somewhere in a clan shelter far beyond Konoha, and Haruno, in the company of Hokage, went to train for a whole month in the mountains. So, I will have to rest in proud solitude. Well, that's fine. Won't I find something to do? With such thoughts, I wandered through the streets of the village until my eyes caught on an interesting subject. He was a rather grown man with some kind of white, gray hair, and he was leaning towards a hole in the wall peeking at, as I understood from the sign, these were women's baths. So the old man is also a pervert. Well, never mind, we'll teach him a lesson now. Somewhere in my head, I heard a snide comment from Kurama, who woke up on time, as always, and I said it would be boring, Naruto. To which I just grinned in anticipation, and stretched out contentedly. Okay, I admit, I was overreacting about boring, but now look, and feeling the anticipation of the fox in return, I calmly walked up to this old man. Impressively leaning against the wall next to him, I began to wait for the man's reaction. A minute or two passed, but the man didn't even seem to notice me, so I had to act in a different way. Ahem, beautiful girls, aren't they? Clearing my throat a little to attract attention, I innocently clarified, very beautiful. Still without turning in my direction, this old pervert drawled. And then, apparently deciding to see who is distracting him from such an important matter, he slowly turned around, while continuing his tirade. There are such forms. And the waist, chest, Halting in mid-sentence, he finally noticed who he was talking to all this time, and abruptly stopped, looking me up and down in bewilderment. Then, as if not believing in what he saw, the man tried to dispel the illusion, but naturally without achieving results, he took and asked the most stupid question in this situation. Girl, what are you doing here? Inside, the fox just burned out with this situation, and could not help but insert his snide comment. Really, Naruto, what are you doing here? Enlighten the old man. Undisguised sarcasm oozed from the nine-tailed, but now I did not react to the fox's taunt, and instead, measured the old man with the best of my skeptical views, who screamed, "Are you serious about this now?" And then, unable to stand some stupid expression on the face of this pervert, I decided to take pity a little, and interrupt his stupor with my question. So you're spying on the girls? But I did not expect to receive such an impudent answer. So that you understand? I'm collecting stuff. This one held out importantly, the old man. And waving me off as an annoying nuisance, he turned away, or rather began to peek into the women's baths again, throwing in the end, "Everyone go and don't bother me, you little brats." But he did this very much in vain. You asked for it, old man. Fully sharing my mood, Kurama gloated, already anticipating revenge on my part. And I didn't keep myself waiting long. Having folded several hand seals, I created several shadow clones under the bewildered gaze of a pervert. But that's not all. On top of the clones, I threw a henge of the appearance of an adult version of myself, and several girls I know. For a change, so to speak. But then, having taken as much air as possible into our chest, we, as a whole female team, suddenly screamed in discord, "Ah! Help!" This cry for help came from my copy in the form of an older version of the Yamanaka heiress. Pervert. awarded the old man with her epithet, the older version of Sakura, let's punish him. And this, as you might guess, I added already for myself, honestly, I did not expect that my impromptu concert would have such consequences. Namely, as soon as our voices were silenced for just a second, a real panic and turmoil began in the women's bathhouse through the wall. Furthermore, as it turned out, there were several kunoichi in the crowd of vacationing women, so one of them was inflamed with a desire to take revenge on the pervert, and at the same time help the poor girls in the person of me and my clones, and with a loud cry beat the pervert. I ran into a man who had not yet recovered from my previous escapade. Other girls, seeing such an infectious example, also did not lag behind, purely out of a sense of female solidarity, not otherwise, and grabbing everything that was at hand, chased after the man who tried to escape. Admittedly, this pervert ran more than professionally, and therefore soon you could only see the dust from the crowd of women in his ever-receding silhouette. Taking advantage of the fact that they simply did not pay attention to me in such a turmoil, I quickly hurried to get away from the epicenter of the scandal. And only when I was far enough away from the crowd, I finally cancelled the techniques, and falling with my whole body on the first free surface, which turned out to be the roof of some building, I allowed myself to let go of all emotions. Ahaha, did you see that pervert's face, Kurama? Yeah. Only you can do this, Naruto. Very pretty, but with obvious respect in his voice, the fox drawled instead of answering. And then, after all, I couldn't stand it, well, or stopped pretending to be an adult. Kurama joined me, laughing merrily at the whole subconscious. I don't know how much time passed in the end, but personally, my stomach was already starting to hurt when the fox finally stopped laughing, and with a bit of nostalgia in his voice he said, "Yeah, I haven't laughed like that in a long time. By the way, I haven't had so much fun in a long time either." Maybe sensei is right, and sometimes it is very useful to rest, by the way, for sensei. And I'm going to please a man with my presence. And what? I've already had enough exercise, as he wanted. I think now the man will not mind if I help him a little in the laboratory, and at the same time tell him about my adventures today. Yes, I will. Naruto, your snake may not appreciate such an outburst. Kurama tried to warn me, but where there? There was no way to convince me, and I completely ignored the reasonable remarks of the fox, at all times rushed home. When I ran home and didn't find sensei there, I didn't worry too much about it, but just started looking for a man in other rooms. What's my first time, or what? After checking the training room, as well as the general and personal laboratory, and not finding sensei in any of these rooms, I rushed into the only room I hadn't checked yet. And since my desire to tell about today's events was getting stronger by the second, it is not surprising that I literally burst into the man's office. In the end, in addition to sensei, there can only be ANBU with rare reports, and as they say, ninjas are familiar to sensei. I'm going to tell you this now. As mentioned earlier, literally flying into the man's office, I set on the move, and immediately stopped abruptly when I saw another unexpected person in the room. My subsequent reaction was quite expected. Shocked, frozen in the middle of the room, I could only squeeze out a puzzled, "You." A familiar pervert immediately mirrored my actions. And this unexpected person was exactly him, and already in one voice they finished indignantly, "What are you doing here?" Well, on my own, I also added, "Pervert." Our unusual communication was interrupted by sensei's quiet, slightly hoarse laugh, and his ironic question, "I see you two already know each other." However, in response, Orochimaru received only two figures turned away from each other, and are said again at the same time, A proud chuckle, in the best traditions of Uchiha, from me to, "Well, here's another one." And some kind of childish, offended exclamation, from a pervert that I don't know how sensei stood it and didn't laugh again with this picture, but the fact is the fact, and instead of laughing, the man just stretched out quite, "Then let me introduce you officially. Coming up to me, and with a familiar soothing gesture, putting his arm around my shoulders, the man first pointed to the pervert. "Meet Naruto, this is my teammate and concurrently another of the trio of Sanins, Jiraiya." And already, quieter, as if casually, he added, "Well, as you correctly noticed, he's still a pervert," ignoring the outraged exclamation of this very pervert. "Hey! I can hear everything," Sensei, as if nothing had happened, continued. "Now you are Jiraiya, I want to introduce you, Naruto Uzumaki, or as you might have guessed, my one and only student. Nice to meet you." I couldn't keep silent, adding a ton of irony to my voice, but I was brazenly ignored, and instead of returning the courtesy, Jiraiya flew into the sensei with claims. "So it was because of your student that I had to run all over the village from angry women?" Throwing a questioning look at me, Orochimaru seemed to ask, "Is this true?" To which I just innocently shrugged my shoulders, and added as if justifying myself, "He was spying on the women's baths." Having received my exhaustive answer, which apparently completely satisfied him, Sensei just shrugged his shoulders at all Jiraiya's claims, just like me. Seeing such indifference to his person, the latter compared our identical gestures, as well as facial expressions and poses, and muttered resentfully, "Exactly a teacher and a student." After exchanging glances with Sensei, we also rolled our eyes at this remark at the same time. Well, what else can you say? If the truth is, Jiraiya was only stating a fact. Now, joking aside, Jiraiya, I want to know why you came back to the village. Sensei suddenly spoke up quite seriously. And then I realized that now the man was just going to continue the conversation interrupted by my appearance. Deciding not to interfere with the communication of the two teammates, I already wanted to slip away slowly, but seeing my manipulation, Sensei only shook his head, as if saying, "You can stay, there is nothing secret about it." Well, I couldn't overcome my curiosity, and silently began to listen to the conversation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya spoke. "I have heard rumors that Naruto has already become a genin." Sannin said as a matter of course. Being a little shocked by his answer, since I somehow could not grasp the connection between me and the actual return of this pervert to the village, I almost missed his next words. "You know about the teacher's ban. But after Naruto becomes a full-fledged Konoha ninja, all prohibitions are automatically cancelled." So as soon as I received this news, I immediately moved to the village. And here I am, with every word this pervert said. I was even more perplexed. What is the ban? What does that have to do with me? And what does this one have to do with me at all? Jiraiya, while I was torn apart by a whole bunch of questions, Sensei seemed to immediately understand what his teammate meant, and only nodded intelligently at this whole chaotic monologue. In the end, seeing that I was literally bursting with bewilderment, Sensei took pity and explained, "The fact is that after the fox attacked Konoha, and accordingly sealing this very fox in you, old Sarutobi, in order to protect you from outside influence, was forced to issue a decree banning the approach of other ninjas to you except for the ANBU guards and academy teachers. The decree, accordingly, should have been in effect until you become a full-fledged Konoha ninja. In our case, this is becoming a genin, unless of course we met you that day in the forest. Although in the end, your training with me turned out to be the only permitted, the third old man, an exception to the rules. So why am I doing this? Jiraiya, I'm your godfather, Naruto." The second Sannin interrupted his teammate impatiently. Orochimaru only rolled his eyes in response with his whole appearance and showing what he thinks about the mental abilities of his teammate, but did not add anything, and together with another man began to silently wait for my reaction. I don't know what kind of reaction they expected, although I think Sensei guessed, but clearly not calm. Okay. No, but what? Let it be some kind of no, but another native person. Godfather. Jiraiya naturally hung up, not knowing whether to be glad that I did not take offense and quickly accepted this news, or to cry for my calmness. But in the end, the man was able to pull himself together, and chose something in between the two options, namely, I'm glad you took the news so quickly. Initially, I planned that when I returned to the village, I would be able to take you as my godfather as my pupil. Sensei grinned threateningly at these words, and Jiraiya, seeing his reaction, hurried to quickly correct himself, but now I don't pretend to anything. Although I will be happy to help you with the preparation for the Chunin exam together with Orochimaru. As far as I heard, you even made it to the finals? Yes. I drawled thoughtfully, answering his last question. And then I thought about his suggestion about training. After exchanging glances with Sensei, and receiving an approving nod from him, I decided that, why not? After all, he is the second of the legendary trinity of Sanins. What if he really can teach me something? It will not be worse for sure, so without hesitation I gave a positive answer to his first sentence. I think that your help in training will not be superfluous. Great. He was immediately glad of my consent. Ero Sanin. That's what I'll call him. And before I changed my mind, the pervert quickly added, then I'll wait for you tomorrow morning on. After thinking about something for a while, Jiraiya turned to Sensei, do you have a free landfill near your house? And then I don't really like the Forest of Death, or even more so your dungeons. In response to his request, Orochimaru only grinned in anticipation, and held out, I think the third polygon will do, so I'll be waiting for you, Naruto tomorrow morning at the third training ground. Joyfully summed up Jiraiya, and in conclusion stretched, and now you can rest, that was settled. And I left the two Sanins to rest alone, noticing out of the corner of my eye how Jiraiya pulled sake on the table, and she went home to sleep. In the end, Ero Sanin is right, and it's really worth a good rest before tomorrow. The next day, as agreed, I moved to the third training ground in the morning. Surprisingly, Jiraiya was already waiting for me there. Cheerful as a cucumber, the man was jumping around the training ground in impatience. Although to be honest, I expected that after yesterday's drunkenness, which was arranged by two Sanins, the pervert would at least be late, or would feel worse. Sensei, for example, barely crawled out for breakfast, even putting aside his experiments, and he just said about training that he would come later. Perhaps. In general, I expected about the same reaction from the newly made godfather, but no, the pervert, as it turned out, was a tough nut to crack. Or just familiar. Meanwhile, while I was living somewhere in my thoughts, this same pervert finally noticed my presence, and in an instant approached me, spoke, Hi, Naruto. Sanin greeted me joyfully, and without waiting for my answer, he immediately continued, Are you ready for training? Having caught my skeptical look in response, which said so, Are you seriously asking me this? Jiraiya faded for a moment, but then quickly came to his senses and continued no less joyfully, I see that I'm ready. That's good because today I'm going to teach you a very cool technique. Seeing my anticipation, Jiraiya purposely lowered his voice to a whisper before proudly finishing, summoning technique. Needless to say, all my interest immediately faded away, and instead of the supposed delight on my part, Jiraiya received only a little disappointed. I can do it already. In order not to rant in vain, I decided it was better to show it once, and without hesitation I folded a familiar series of seals. Naturally, I did not call Manda for such trifles, and just added a little less chakra to the technique, causing any random snake, summoning technique. A second later, the dust from the equipment settled, and under the curious gaze of Jiraiya, a small red snake appeared out of the smoke. So it's snakes after all. Sanin stretched out a little jealously for such a presentation of mine. And then, as if resigned to this news, he finished conciliatingly, so Orochimaru was ahead of me in this. But it's okay, I still have something to show you. Look, stretching his hand forward, the man concentrated for a second, and now a pale blue ball of dense chakra began to form in his hand. Approaching the nearest tree, Sanin defiantly stretched out his hand to the trunk and shouted, Rasengan. Literally punched a tree through. unable to overcome the anticipation of learning something new. I even missed Sanon's appearance, which now looked too smug, and much more joyfully than last time. I stretched out. That was the place to start. Databeo, hearing the last exclamation from me, Sanon for some reason sighed pathetically, but under my perplexed gaze he quickly pulled himself together and changed the subject. Now you try it. Stretch out your hand and try to concentrate the chakra in the form of a ball. Like that. Imagine how it rotates in your palm. Following Sanon's instructions, I immediately followed all his advice step by step, and in the end I concentrated so much on the task of keeping the chakra in the shape of a ball that I did not even immediately notice how Sanon abruptly fell silent. Looking up at the man, I followed his gaze in bewilderment and found that his attention was focused on my outstretched hand. Or rather, on my bracelet. And what's the big deal? The bracelet is like a bracelet. Well, an unusual shape in the form of a snake. But I think after my call it shouldn't surprise much. And hadn't he noticed it before? I don't seem to hide it much, although yes, under the long sleeves of the kimono that I often wear for a walk, like yesterday, it is not very noticeable, and therefore Sanon could not immediately see it. But why guess? I'd better take it now and ask. Resolutely interrupting the slightly prolonged silence, I ventured to ask, is something wrong? To which I received a very hasty answer, no, what are you? It's just the first time I've seen such a cute accessory. Won't you enlighten the godfather, what is it? Sanon drawled in an overly suspicious tone. But I did not pay attention to his behavior, although now I think it would be worth it, and instead, seeing the man's interest, they happily boasted, these are paired artifact bracelets. Sensei's gift. Do you like it? Paired bracelets, then. I didn't even have time to blink, as Sanon literally turned purple with anger, and in a tone that clearly does not bode well for one particular snake. Sanon literally growled, well, hold on, Orochimaru. Not quite understanding why Sanon got so turned on, and what does Sensei have to do with it at all, I tried to smooth the situation a little. Why are you so angry, pervert? They're just bracelets. Big deal. For example, I also have earrings with a pendant, also by the way a gift from Sensei, and so what? It's just software, darky. At the sight of my pendant, the man seemed to blush even more, although much more, and without even listening to me to the end, with a loud growl, he literally disappeared into thin air. When a few minutes later, some noise was heard from Sensei's house, I realized that I had said all this in vain. And then after seeing a few more minutes, huge clouds of smoke near the uninhabited part of Konoha, and as a huge toad with Jiraiya on its back first appears from this smoke, and then Manda himself, led by Orochimaru, the only thing I could do was run there with all my legs. It's no joke, but there's a serious showdown brewing between the two Sanons. I only hope that they won't smash Konoha. Although knowing the character of Sensei, oh, what's going to happen now? I got to the place of the showdown, as they say, in the midst of the battle. Several ANBU have already managed to crowd around, and ordinary Jonins, who were apparently sent to prevent the threat, as well as civilians passing by chance. And as one, everyone froze, some in fear, and some in admiration, looking at the battle unfolding in front of them. Meanwhile, the battle was only gaining momentum. Two Sanons literally grappled in the air using taijutsu and exchanging techniques, while their calls purposefully destroyed the neighborhood. The charm of this battle also affected me, and for a second I was frozen in admiration of such a scale of the battle. I did not even immediately notice how the atmosphere around me changed. Here Jiraiya, having beaten off another wave of wind, ran into a man with some accusations. But Sensei, judging by the gestures, not for the first time, tried to explain something in response. Unfortunately, because of the sounds of the battle, it was impossible to hear what exactly the men were talking about, but judging by the fact that Jiraiya shouted my name several times, I think it all started because of me. Who else would explain to me what exactly is the matter? In the end, I got tired of being in the dark, and I resolutely moved forward with the intention of first separating and then interrogating the men. But before I had even taken a few steps, the Sanins apparently had already come to some kind of agreement, because the calls literally disappeared in a second, and the two men, having said something seriously to each other, calmly walked towards the village. And although I didn't hear the whole conversation, the wind still carried some words to me. Paired bracelet, and then the pendant. You're serious, Naruto? I asked Sensei something for the umpteenth time. Jiraiya, she's my student, I've already told you, I promise. In response, Orochimaru assured him of something as serious as ever. As I understand it, if we proceed from these words, the following comes out. The battle started because of my jewelry, though I still don't know what Jiraiya doesn't like about them, but suppose he just doesn't like them. Then the pervert hurried to notify Sensei of his dissatisfaction with these gifts, which resulted in this battle, and as a result, Snake Sanin was still able to convince the man of his sincere intentions about these gifts. In general, the details still need to be sorted out, but I'm glad that at least everything ended peacefully. And then, we'll see, as a result, as I said earlier, the Sanins just nodded peacefully to each other and walked together towards the village. And only the destroyed landfills, and the gathering of Anbu reminded that there was a battle here after all. That's about how my month of preparation for the final exam went. I've been practicing a little. I managed to meet my godfather. And also looked at the disassembly of two legendary Sanins. The consequences of which, by the way, barely managed to be eliminated before the start of the third stage of the exam. And tomorrow the final awaits me. I don't know about the others, but personally I am determined only to win. I'll get my Chunin vest. Databeo, for all the events, this month given to prepare for the final stage of the exam flew almost unnoticed. It seems only yesterday I met my godfather for the first time, and was present during the disassembly of the Sanins, and today I should go to the exam. But okay, enough thinking, otherwise I'll think for an hour and really be late, after quickly washing up and having breakfast alone, since the godfather and sensei left quite early today to help the old man third. I didn't mope about it and started packing. Moreover, Sensei and Jiraiya wished me good luck last night, and in honor of my future undoubted victory, presented a joint gift. Which, by the way, I'm going to wear today, so I'm not offended by them. The gift itself is a rather interesting set of clothes. It consists of a tight black turtleneck and the same black shorts. On top of this, special protection was put on in the form of shields, red in color, which were made in the likeness of Anbu shields. In general, full uniforms. The legs also did not remain open, and the set included closed shoes almost to the knees themselves. Or rather, elegant high ninja sandals, the same black color but with red straps to which several kunai could be attached. In general, almost all the shields had special mounts for weapons, and Sensei also added several hidden pockets for scrolls on his hands. What else can you say? The Sanins really did their best. With such a suit, it's not like going to an exam, but you can even go to war. Finally, after looking at myself in the mirror with a satisfied look, I tied my hair in a high ponytail, while habitually tying a projector on my forehead, and once again checking for weapons, I quickly ran to the arena. In the end, time does not wait. Databeo, the final stage of the exam begins. The opening ceremony of the exam literally passed me by. I only remember that we finalists were gathered in the center of the arena to greet, and then the old man took the floor the third, and I again disconnected from his tedious speeches, instead focusing on the two Sanins who smiled at me from behind the hokage. And again I could come to myself only from the loud announcement of the examiner of the third stage, Genmashiranui, and now the first pair of participants, Sasuke Uchiha and the dog Gaara. I asked the rest of the finalists to go to the stands. At the nod of the examiner, the named ones remained in the arena, and we, a friendly company, went up to a special box in the stands. Observe, and so the people applaud, the two opponents drill each other with their eyes, the examiner silently heats up the situation before giving the go-ahead, and it began. By the way, until the last moment I doubted which of the two opponents would come out the winner, because their forces seemed to be equal throughout the fight. Here Sasuke is using Sharingan to try to drive sand into an illusion. Not successfully, but Gaara, in response, with the help of sand, chases Uchiha around the arena, which was all strewn with sand. In general, the last advantage decided the outcome of the fight. Since the arena was strewn with sand, and Gaara manages this sand perfectly, the Uchiha in the end could not resist another attack, and was literally buried under the onslaught of the earth's rock. The result, the victory, is for Gaara. And here's next, it's time for the second fight. Participants, Naruto Uzumaki vs Dog no Temari. Welcome. As if echoing my thoughts, the examiner immediately announced, well, then. Apparently it's my turn to win now. Databao. I had a plan for this fight drawn up a long time ago, and approved by Sensei, with some adjustments from my godfather. Both of them liked my idea about the competition in the element of wind, only Sensei suggested not to act directly through the seals, but to use his katana. For showiness, so to speak. But Jiraiya, being interested in this weapon, and seeing it in action, only asked in advance to fence the audience with a barrier. For their own safety. I didn't even think, to be honest, that this particular pervert would eventually be the voice of reason in our company, but the idea about the barrier is quite sound, and therefore, when I entered the arena, the first thing I did, without even waiting for the start of the fight, created a protective barrier around the audience. What immediately caused a very mixed reaction. For example, Hokage and Sannin nodded approvingly. My opponent only snorted contemptuously. But the rest of the audience, naturally, my actions immediately caused surprise and interest on the part of people, but since the examiner was silent, I did not worry about it either. In the end, the barrier was activated after all. And at the nod of the examiner, it all started, the wind blade. Shiranui didn't even have time to move away, as Kunoichi had already pulled her fan out of the sand, and without hesitation she was the first to attack. By the way, the girl obviously immediately started with heavy Alteria. It's no joke, you can even chop off a hand with a wind blade, if you don't know how to dodge, of course, or if you have an equally strong wind technique, wind element, hurricane. Literally a second before the collision with someone else's attack, I pulled my katana out of my spatial pocket with a demonstrative movement, which for others looked like I pulled it out of the air, and with an elegant movement, twisting the katana around its axis, I parried its wind blade with my technique. Now the hurricane from the wind was smoothly moving towards Temari, but the girl did not even think to give up, and literally flying away on her fan a little to the side, she left the epicenter of the storm. The next attack did not take long to wait. Fully unfolding the fan at full power, Kunoichi took a big swing, and attacked with a new technique, wind element, multiple blades. With a wave of her fan, more than 10 wide blades of wind flew in my direction. Evading the majority, which caused a couple of impressive dents to appear on the walls of the arena, I made several purposeful swings of the katana in the air, which looked like some kind of smooth dance, and sent my technique in response, the element of wind, the dance of streams, and with each swing of my katana, a small swirl of wind flew towards the frozen girl. Getting closer by the second, it grew in size, and eventually grew to several small hurricanes. Dust and sand began to swirl around, blocking the view of all the spectators in the arena, and partially blocking the visibility of us, which I hurried to use immediately. Focusing on the sandy chakra, I imperceptibly replaced myself with a clone, and I hurried to hide in one of the vortices. And while the girl focused her attention on the fake me, I redirected the wind closer to Temari with the help of my chakra. Once I was at a sufficient distance from Kunoichi, I jumped out of the vortex in an instant, and the next moment I was already standing behind Sandy. Another second, and the girl does not even have time to understand anything, falls to the ground under the influence of my paralyzing seal. As a result, a very beautiful and clean victory, the winner of the second battle, Naruto Uzumaki. As if echoing my thoughts, the examiner immediately announced loudly, "The people seem to be just waiting for this." At the same moment, the audience in the arena literally exploded with cheers. Congratulations and applause sounded from all sides, so I involuntarily had to stay a little longer. In the end, Genma remembered in time that the fighting was not over yet, and calling the people to order, announced the next fight, the third pair of participants, Dog no Kankuro vs Shino Aburame, but I didn't listen any further, instead preferring to finally go up to the box with the other finalists. As soon as I entered the box, congratulations were immediately thrown at me from all sides. "Congratulations, Naruto!" Short hugs, and a joyful shout in the ear, of course from Sakura. As always problematic, "But you did well, Uzumaki." In his usual manner, Shikamaru drawled approvingly, "Well done," and a stingy but sincere congratulations from Uchiha. In general, I did not expect such a warm meeting, and therefore it is not surprising that I could not keep my emotions under control. "Thank you guys." Bayo. Joyfully pulling all three into an embrace, I allowed myself to retreat from the image of the usually cold-blooded Uzumaki for a few seconds. And then, just as quickly pulling myself together, I calmly opened my arms, and hurried to sit down to the nearest wall. To the puzzled looks from the side, she answered only one thing: to meditate. To be honest, I didn't even watch the fights of other participants. Instead, completely immersed in meditation. It's no joke, but spontaneous techniques really spend a lot of chakra, and even if my reserve after the battle was not even half empty, but I preferred to be safe and fully recover for the next fight. As a result, I missed the fight between the puppeteer and Aburame, in which, oddly enough, the latter won. I also missed the enchanting battle of the minds of Shikamaru and Sakura. Literally minds. Because their battle was more like a battle of two strategists. And to my amazement, Haruno won this battle, although it should rather be said that Nara was just lazy as always, and at the very last moment when the girl was already losing, the guy gave up. In general, shock and amazement are the two words that can safely describe the whole fight. And the reaction of others, but I got distracted. So, as I said earlier, Haruno won this battle, after which her next opponent automatically became Niji Hyuga. And that's when the girl realized the whole insidious plan of Shikamaru. Because to fight with the genius of Hyuga, I'll tell you another pleasure. To Sakura's credit, I can say that the girl was more than decent. But since her main focus is melee, or genjutsu with some elemental techniques, then against Hyuga, whose melee is essentially an innate clan predisposition in a compartment with Byakugan, the girl has no chance left. As a result, the victory is for Hyuga, and that's how we came to the next distribution of fights, winners with winners. The first couple was me and Gaara. Shino and Niji were fighting behind us. And then the losers will fight the losers. Shikamaru vs Temari. And Kankuro vs Sasuke. Well, who of them will lose will fight Sakura. That's the way it is, but, stop being distracted. Now is my fight. Let's see which of the Gurchuyuriki is stronger. Bayo. I don't know how ordinary people are, but the shinobi of those who know about our essence Gurchuyuriki were looking forward to this battle. And what can I say? Our fight with Gaara obviously did not disappoint them, and it all started with a short exchange of techniques. More precisely, not so, it all started with a greeting. Gaara, as soon as he gave the go-ahead to the start of the battle, immediately began to put pressure on me with his ki. Well, in response, I could not restrain myself and priggled the guy, with all the bloodlust of the nine-tailed. For, as the fox himself said, I quote, "There's no need for any raccoons to perform." Then, as they say, it's more interesting, seeing that his intimidating aura doesn't matter to me, Sandy decided to change tactics, and attack directly with the help of the same sand. But it was not there. I have long come up with a plan in case Gaara and I still have to fight, and therefore, without waiting for the tone of sand to engulf me, I pulled out several scrolls from under the shields on my hands, and printed out the pre-prepared water from there. Lots of water. At the same second, a huge wave rose above the arena, risking flooding at least half of the people, but I did not allow this to happen, and quickly took control of the elements, purposefully attacked the sandy water element, water dragon. The most difficult thing was to keep the water in the right shape, then it only remained to add a few seals, and now a huge water dragon is already rushing at the surprised guy. Naturally, Sandy did not lose his head, and immediately created a shield of sand around him, which did not allow him to harm him in any way. But it was not in my plans to harm him. When the water settled around and soaked the sand so much that Gaara simply could not control it anymore, then everyone around understood my plan, and what's the whole point? I just initially thought out how to neutralize the enemy's main weapon, and now without his sand, the guy will not pose a problem. Or, not. When the cover of the tailed one began to form around the sandy one, I realized that I had written it off too early. But, I won't lie that I didn't count on such a development of events. And therefore, before the audience even had time to be surprised or scared, a similar cover began to form around me. And now there are not just two participants in the arena, but the very battle of two Jinchuriki, or rather the clarification of the authorities between their biju. By the way, the fox was clearly not going to hold back, and again according to him, now I'm going to show this stupid tanuki who's in charge here. So all I had to do was relax, give control to Kurama, and enjoy the spectacle. To be honest, the way the biju sort out their relations with each other is not a sight for the faint of heart. Pieces of earth, sand and water, mini-bombs tailed, and flew around the arena. At least I didn't think of removing the barrier around the audience. In general, the tailed ones grieved each other, poked each other with their muzzles, subsequently destroying half of the arena, and they dispersed, each with their own opinion. But what warmed the pride, not only mine, but also the fox, was that in the end the raccoon still admitted defeat. And the examiner, who had turned pale during the fight, was only glad to rid himself of our presence as soon as possible. And as a result, my unconditional victory, well, now it remains only to fight with another of the winners, actually defeat him, and Chunon's vest is in my pocket. Data Bayo. By the way, I never had to fight with anyone else. After the fight with Shino, in which Niji barely won, the guy was so exhausted that he simply could not stand another fight and preferred to give up for the best. And as a result, I was automatically credited with the victory. So all I had to do was calmly watch the rest of the fights and wait for the award ceremony. Being in anticipation of this event, I completely missed all the subsequent battles. Well, unless, out of the corner of my eye, I managed to celebrate one or another winner. As for example, in the duel between Shikamaru and Temari, the latter won. And then, again, because the guy just gave up at the end of the fight. Problematic. Unlike Nara, the proud Uchiha was not going to give up just like that, and in his duel against the puppeteer, he showed what the fire techniques of his clan are capable of. As a result, under the threat of losing all his puppets, Kankuro hastily surrendered. So, this battle was rightfully won by Sasuke. But in the next fight between Sakura and Kankuro, the puppet was able to take revenge from Konoha. In the end, the girl has not fully recovered after her battle with Hyuga, and then there's the puppeteer with his poisons. Although it is worth noting that Haruno did not remain in debt, and Sandy clearly caught Genjutsu during the fight was not pleasant. But still, the poisons did their job, and Kankuro won, yes, and now, all the fights are over. The judges, along with the Hokage and the invited Kazekage and daimyo of the Land of Fire, retired to make decisions. The people in the stands froze in impatience. 1 minute, 2, 10. The moment has come, all participants were asked to line up in the arena. At a nod from the Hokage, the examiner Genma came to the center with an announcement. Now the Honorable Mr. Hokage, in turn, will call the names of the participants who will receive the title of Chunin this year. And so, attention, but the Hokage surprised us, and without saying anything under numerous glances, first went down with his entourage to the arena. Personally, I focused my gaze only on 2 sanins. And then, at another nod from him, all our sensei lined up from the side. There was also Asuma, Sensei Shikamaru. And Mato Gai, Sensei Niji. Also there were Juhi Kurinai, Sensei Shino, and an unknown man Sensei Sandy, whose name I didn't bother to find out. Well, where without our Hitaki? Looking closer, I noticed that each sensei had scrolls in his hands, as well as several sets of vests. Will the sensei personally hand it over? And as if answering my question, the Hokage finally started his speech. Before we start the award ceremony, I want to note that regardless of whether you get Chunin's vest now, or not, but you are all well done. Each of you made it to the finals, and this is already a huge step, and so on. And the like. In general, as always, at the tedious speeches of the old man of the third, I involuntarily begin to soar in the clouds, and therefore all his subsequent words pass literally by me. And now, after a long 10 minutes, the Hokage finally gets to the main point. Now I will call the names of genins who will receive the title of Chunin. The participant I will name goes to his sensei. As you may have already noticed, each of them has scrolls with an appointment to increase the rank, as well as Chunin's vests. I think it's fair if you get your vest from sensei's hands, right? Under the approving hubbub from the stands, the Hokage solemnly begins, and so, this year they receive the title of Chunin, the dog but Gaara. My brother Jiraiya calmly approached his sensei to the applause of the audience. The man, in turn, handed the guy Chunin's yellow vest, familiar to the village of Sand, and nodding approvingly, handed him a scroll with an appointment for promotion. There were no hugs and joy from Sandy, of course, and the guy just put on a vest and stood behind his sensei KMH. Well, a little surprised by this reaction of the Sand, Hokage fell silent for a few seconds, but quickly pulled himself together, defiantly cleared his throat, and happily continued. Next, Shikamaru Nara. The presentation was repeated, only now in a slightly lazy manner on the part of the Enard. Next, Shino Aburame. The dog but Temari, Niji Hyuga. The participants went one after the other. And who calmly and who joyfully received their appointments. Finally, when only Hitaki was left with the scroll in his hands, the old man announced the third and the next one will receive the title of Chunin. Pulling an intriguing pause, Hokage calmly finished. Sasuke Uchiha. In his usual pathetic manner, Uchiha approached Hitaki, where the man no less pathetically handed him his only scroll. Stop. What? Does Hitaki have one scroll? Well, no. Did I not pass this year? It can't be. Immersed in my inner feelings, disbelief, even disappointment, I almost missed the following words of Hokage. Oh, yes, how could I forget about our last contestant, Naruto Uzumaki? Slyly flashing his eyes, this old man pulled another assignment out of his sleeve, and casually handed it to the Sanins who were standing right behind him, with the words, I don't think I should hand it over, and while I was recovering from such a mean act, the old Hokage. And I will definitely remember it to him. You're kidding me. Databao. So, while I was digesting the information in a stupor, the Sanins, without waiting for me to recover, themselves stepped forward. I didn't even have time to blink, as Jiraiya, under the quiet grumbling of Orochimaru, literally squeezed me in his arms. My little goddaughter has grown up. I've already become a chunin. How quickly time flies, wiping an invisible tear, and wailing like an old grandfather, this pervert tenderly stretched out. It is worth saying that these actions made me come to my senses pretty quickly, and I immediately tried to move away from the man as quickly as possible, or even better to pretend that I am not familiar with him at all, but where is there? Jiraiya did not even think to give up, and in response to my actions, the man only sighed with emotion. Fortunately, Sensei got tired of this circus pretty quickly, and he hurried to calm down his teammate with one quick kick before completely switching to me. Congratulations, Naruto. You did it. Ignoring the offended grumbling from Jiraiya, Orochimaru proudly handed me the long-awaited appointment. And then when the official part seemed to be finished, the man pulled out another scroll from his sleeve, this time sealing, and under my curious gaze, took it out, Chunin's vest? Only now, it wasn't Konoha's usual green vest. Firstly, because the color of this vest is black, with red inserts, and the uzumaki coat of arms on the back. And secondly, there are no hidden pockets for weapons in ordinary vests. So yes, this vest is clearly different from the usual chunin. And he belongs to me now? As if answering my mental question, Orochimaru immediately helped me put this vest on myself. Having carefully straightened his clothes, Sensei, without taking his hands off my shoulders, looked me up and down with pride before declaring with all the sentimentality available, "Well, that's it, now you're a chunin. I'm proud of you, my little snake." Sanin's unusual appearance and his kind words simply could not leave me indifferent. And the familiar, and such a native address, "my little snake," finally pushed my restraint aside. And I didn't give a damn about the whole crowd of people around, and the fact that we were still in the arena in full view of everyone. I took and directly ran into Sensei with hugs. By the way, Orochimaru clearly did not mind, and also not paying attention to the ninja frozen in shock, only squeezed me harder in his hands. And so we stood. Meanwhile, something was going on around with something. The third Hokage, laughing merrily, tried to finish the exam, while muttering to himself all the time, something similar to, "After all, I did the right thing by allowing him to become a sensei. Yes, not everything is still lost." Jiraiya froze in a stupor seeing his teammate for the first time, such human. Why, Jiraiya, any more or less experienced ninja, knowing the reputation of the Snake Sanin, did not want to believe his eyes. Every now and then among the crowd, they tried to dispel the illusion with the usual "Kai." But I don't think it's necessary to clarify that it didn't help in any way. The hype caused by our actions did not subside in any way, and we did not care about others. We were hugging each other. I was happy about the title, Sensei was happy for me. In general, an idol, which was quickly destroyed by Jiraiya, who came to himself, as always on time. With a loud shout and hug me? This big child opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world, and stared at us resentfully, waiting for a response. To which Sensei and I just looked at each other, and hissed equally possessively, "You'll get around." Jiraiya again fell into a momentary stupor in response to our single response, and then after looking at our identical poses, gestures, and facial expressions with some kind of understanding look, and only fatefully declared, "Snakes." I looked at Sensei. He looked at me. And then we both looked at Jiraiya, and in unison said, "And we are proud of it." With the grimace that the toad pervert made after our words, it was simply impossible not to laugh. And as a result, after a couple of minutes, our common laughter sounded over the arena. I think after today, people in the future will not be surprised by much. By the way, for the future, sensei. And when are we going to travel? Finally, when we all stopped laughing a little, and the people around stopped paying attention to us, I quietly asked Snake Sanin. But seeing in response, a slight confusion on his face, I made offended eyes, knowing how this technique works on a man, and asked plaintively, "We're going to travel, aren't we?" "You promised." "Databeo. I'll talk to the hokage about it tomorrow. And now, shall we go celebrate your appointment?" And leaving behind the confused old man of the third, who had just heard our entire conversation, Sensei and I, taking Ero Sanin along the way, hurried to get out of the arena before the hokage began to ask questions. In the end, Sensei is right, and today we need to rest. It's not every day you get a raise in status. Databeo. And you can think about the rest tomorrow. That's so fun, informative, and most importantly interesting, and the Chunin exam was passed for me, and what can I say? This exam will definitely be remembered by me for my whole long life. Databeo. I only hope that no less interesting adventures await me ahead. I'll take good care of that. Databeo, today, for the first time in several years, I am finally returning home. Before my eyes, the native gates of Konoha appeared painfully, and thoughts are hovering around memories. It's been exactly 3 years since Sensei and I went on my long-awaited journey. During this time, what has not happened? Starting from my personal training on Ryukido with the development of the hermit mode, then there were no less interesting missions in the company of 2 Sanins, a meeting with the 3rd Sanin, namely Princess Tsunade, and ending with my confession of feelings to Orochimaru, where Sensei and I finally became a full-fledged couple. An engaged couple, for a moment. But let's talk about everything in order. In general, as Sensei promised, the very next day after the Chunin exam, he went to talk to the Hokage with his godfather at the ready. Honestly, I can't even imagine how exactly the men persuaded the old man to let me go on a long trip to other countries, but the result is the same, they still let me go. And so, after a few days of training, I was already standing at the gate of the village, where I said goodbye to my team, and what unexpectedly appeared during my studies, numerous friends, before going on such a long-awaited and promising to be at least interesting journey. Goodbye Konoha. Let's go on an adventure. Databeo. It is worth saying that we spent more than half of our journey with Sensei together with Godfather Jiraiya. As Toad Sanin himself said, he was on the way with us, but I think the man just wanted to spend more time with me. Catch up, so to speak. In principle, initially I was not against the company of my godfather. In the end, the man really helped me with training. Sometimes he gave good advice, or told interesting stories from his life. And I really enjoyed our trip. Up to the first big city with women's baths, that's where this pervert showed his nature. As soon as we entered the settlement, he immediately started looking for inspiration, but come on, I could still put up with that. Well, the old man looks at women for himself, let him look. The main thing is that he does not distract me from training with Sensei. But no. He really needed to carry Sensei with him everywhere. That's when the previously unnoticed feelings for me came out, namely jealousy. But who exactly was I jealous of? Orochimaru? And to whom? Unfortunately, I had no answers to these questions. The only thing that pleased him was that Sensei himself tried to get rid of Jiraiya's proposals in every possible way. And why was I happy about it? Really, why? I studiously ignored Fox's snide comments about this. After all, who am I lying to? To myself, I have long admitted that yes, I am really jealous of Sensei. Yes, I hate to see him in the company of other women, even if the man himself avoids them in every possible way. And yes, I really like Orochimaru as a man, but what of it? I have never been stupid, and I understood that now, even if only because of my age, sensei would not look at me differently than at a student. And therefore, reluctantly, I had to come to terms with my feelings, silently look at all Jiraiya's parties, and endure. A month, 2, half a year passed, and I endured. But time passed, and even it began to dawn on me that it simply could not go on like this. I'll either snap and do something stupid, in a fit of jealousy, or, the second option is not given. And what was left to do in the end? While asking this question, only one option came to my mind. Namely, to go to the caves of Ryukido. No, but what? Manda has been calling me to visit his domain for a long time, for some new training that, what a coincidence, they do not imply the presence of outsiders during them. That is, even Orochimaru-sensei won't be able to be with me in the summoning world. Once it was because of this fact that I delayed attending training, but now it will be just right. After all, only being alone I will be able to understand myself, my feelings without outside interference. Well, I really hope so. In general, having made the final decision, and without giving myself time to change my mind, I notified Sensei and Godfather that evening about my departure for training. The men were certainly surprised. They were very surprised. Jiraiya didn't want to let me go anywhere at all. But Sensei surprised me here too, or maybe he just understood my feelings even better at that moment than I did, and therefore, though reluctantly, he let me go into the world of summoning. At least, the man's penetrating gaze finally told me more than other words. Sensei really saw my feelings. He understood that I was confused and I needed to be alone. And he will give me as much time as I need. You just let me know about you at least sometimes. Contact me at any convenient time. Casually nodding at my bracelet, pointing to the subject of communication, Sensei finally squeezed me tightly in his arms, and whispered in my ear, so quietly that no curious, white-haired godparents would hear, "I will wait," and, "Miss," just as quickly saying goodbye to Jiraiya. I was afraid that I would change my mind. I didn't even look back before folding a series of seals and leaving with a callback. And only, Sensei's quiet parting words sounded in my wake, "Good luck to you, my little snake." It was in such a slightly elevated, but more confused state, with a full head of doubts, as well as hopes to sort out feelings, that I appeared in front of the Manda. Well, hello Ryukido. The first day in the world of conscription for me was mainly an acquaintance with the area and its inhabitants. And what can be said about Ryukido? The summoning world of snakes is a high mountain with tunnels and labyrinths of caves. There are also main halls where senior snakes like local elders live, and Manda himself as their king. Well, since I am under the patronage of the latter, then I will live near him accordingly. In general, it is quite comfortable. But I got distracted. The training itself will take place in a special cave with a small lake, a source of natural energy. And it is natural energy that I will have to learn to absorb. Yes, as it turned out, the essence of my current training is the comprehension of Sannin's regime. Speaking of training, it is the king of snakes as my call, and will be responsible for them. Of course, I don't know what exactly these workouts mean, but according to the same Manda, it won't be boring for sure, and how he ended up being right. The next day, hell literally started for me. Chakra control training. Dexterity training. Endurance training. Resistance of poisons, or rather a fun game survive if you can after the bite of another snake. After all, meditation and attempts to take control of natural energy. No, of course I'm used to constant loads, but not the same. As it turned out, all this time, Sensei still felt sorry for me. But Manda, pity is clearly no different, and in the end, by the evening, if I could crawl to bed, it could already be considered an achievement. So, yes. As they say, I wanted to distract myself from feelings. Yes, please. Did you want to sort yourself out and think? To your health. 10 minutes before going to bed is always at your disposal. If you don't pass out faster, of course. And we should not forget about communicating with Sensei, who diligently contacted me at least once a week. In general, that's what, but I definitely had no time to be bored. Databao. The time in Ryukido flew by completely unnoticed for me. It seems only yesterday, as if I was lost in my feelings, I just appeared in front of Manda's face. And already today, with new strength, as well as Sanin's regime behind my back, I am running towards adventures. After all, my journey isn't over yet. Databao, yes, the time spent in the draft world has not been in vain for me. To begin with, I finally grew up. And this is not a joke. I don't know for sure if natural energy is to blame for this, or if the uzumaki genes have come into force, but at the age of 15, I began to look at all 17 if not more. At least Saninov's sincere shock at our first meeting spoke to me better than other words. Although, I can understand them here, because just a few months in Ryukido literally changed me beyond recognition. There's no trace of the slightly angular teenager now. I've grown up, not even like that, I've matured. And even though I still couldn't boast of being tall, I had grown up to Sensei's chin at most, then I had a very good figure. Slender legs, a slim waist, neat breasts of at least the second size, and all this only emphasized my new outfit. Namely, a dark red combat kimono embroidered with black flames, under which a mesh black turtleneck was worn. A wide belt of the same black color was worn at the waist, emphasizing a thin waist. And on my feet I wore tight black shorts and high boots with a small platform of the same color. In general, if you add to this my old gift from the Sanins, namely a set of shields that I wore only on missions, then as I said, a deceptively fragile image of a young kunoichi came out, but during these 6 months on Ryukido, I not only changed outwardly, I was also able to fully understand myself and my feelings. And the new regime of Sanin, or hermit, as you like to call it, has become a pleasant bonus. Speaking of feelings, I didn't even consider options to give up my love for Sensei. I understood that I would not be able to fully live without him, and every day spent away from a man only proved this to me. And therefore, I decided that as soon as I turned 17, which according to the laws of Konoha is the age of the second coming of age for a ninja, the first comes after 15 and even then shinobi can enter into an attitude, I confess to him, and come what may. Only then, I didn't even realize that my plans would go down the drain. And it's all the fault of one notorious slug princess, or the third Sanin Tsunade Senju, but I'll tell you about this later, but for now let's get back to my adventures. The Sanins, too, as it turned out, did not sit idle during this time. During the half a year that I spent on Ryukido, the men managed to visit Konoha and agree on related missions to other countries. So, as Sensei explained to me, now we will not just travel, but also perform different missions at the same time, so that when I return to Konoha, I can be awarded the title of Jonin. What can I say? They are caring for me. So, the first thing after my return from Ryukido, 2 Sanins arranged for me to test my skills. After the accompanying training and demonstration of the hermit mode by me, the men were satisfied with what they saw and considered me suitable for missions. After that, it started. For the next year we traveled from one city and country to another, performing all sorts of different missions. Starting from the usual for Sanins, ranked missions, and ending with the hunt for criminals, SS+. Naturally, the Sanins could not take missions below the A rank, because it was not their status, and as a result, I also reluctantly had to pull up to their level. However, I have nothing to complain about, firstly because all these missions went to my personal business, secondly, participation in such missions and even in the company of the Sanins themselves, from whom I could learn a lot, is a huge experience, and thirdly, they always paid well for missions above the rank, so in a year of such missions, I was able to make a good fortune, considering that men did not let me spend their money. In general, how not to look at some advantages? Databeo, but even this year, called a continuous march in the form of various missions, has come to an end. During this time, I managed to visit if not all countries, then most of them, for sure. But the most memorable of all, for me, were the missions in the village of Sand and Fog. What's there, as it turned out, I had good friends. A fellow Jirchiriki, who is Gaara, did not forget our fight on the exam, and upon arrival in the village of Sand immediately dragged me to take a rematch. In general, word for word, and while the elders were deciding their business about the mission, the guy and I managed to make good friends. Well, what could be better than to consolidate friendship, gatherings in a good cafe? And there is a tour of the village not far away. And as a result, I left the village of Sand, leaving behind a new friend, on the snide comments of the Godfather, and surprisingly, Kurama, like, our girl has already grown up, she even found a boyfriend for herself. I diligently did not pay attention. After all, Jiraiya and the fox are always in their repertoire. That's just, sensei's strange looks, I somehow also missed myself. Although now I think it was worth thinking about it even then, but what wasn't there wasn't. Moreover, sensei quickly returned his behavior to normal. So, for all the subsequent missions, I forgot about this strange incident. Up to one mission in the Land of Fog, where I again unexpectedly met old acquaintances, who would have thought that Zabuza and Haku, after our 7 mission with the team on the bridge, would want to return to the village of Mist as full-fledged shinobi. But it was an indisputable fact. And when Sanin and I arrived in the village of Mist to get escorted around the village on a mission, we were given this pair. And what can I say? I was more than satisfied with it. As it turned out, these two also remembered me perfectly. Moreover, Haku remained very grateful to me for saving his life, and throughout the mission in his village literally did not leave me. I even briefly thought that if I wasn't so much in love with sensei, I would at least be able to look at Haku as a promising young man. Well, what about it? You can at least admit to yourself that the masochist has really grown into a handsome guy. From the feminine facial features, there is almost no trace left. The guy has matured and matured, but my heart still belongs to only one man. To my beloved sensei. That's why, with Haku, we also remained only good friends. After this mission, Jiraiya again whined all week about the beauty who broke men's hearts. But sensei looked very pleased with this turn of events. Which again caused me a lot of questions to which, unfortunately, there were no answers. And everything would have dragged on like this until my 17th birthday, or rather recognition, if we hadn't accidentally met with one wonderful woman, the co-commander of 2 Sanins, Princess Tsunade. But about this meeting, and what exactly it led to, I think it's worth telling in more detail. After a whole year of continuous missions, it's no surprise that we're all a little tired. Therefore, we unanimously decided to take a break and have a good rest. Just the right place was found nearby. The village of Hot Springs, to be called, in general. Arriving at the settlement and quickly renting a room in one of the many hotels, we first went to have a snack. Well, since it was lunchtime outside, then, accordingly, almost all the establishments were packed to the eyeballs. After passing several cafes, and no longer hoping for anything, we were going to return back to the hotel, but a sudden noise in one of the bars forced us to reconsider further plans. Without collusion, Sanin and I rushed in that direction, and when we entered the bar, we found a painfully interesting picture. A fragile-looking blonde, if you do not take into account at least the 5th breast size, literally held a huge 2-meter bully by the collar with one finger. Chairs and several bottles of sake were overturned around them, and the table itself was generally broken in half, as if from a good blow. Did the blonde really try? Unsure. Although, Looking at how this same blonde sends a healthy man flying with one light click, I'm not surprised at anything anymore, but it wasn't even that shocked me, but Jiraiya's subsequent exclamation, "Time goes by, and you still don't change, Tsunade." Laughing kindly, this pervert happily drawled, what immediately attracted the attention of the blonde, and caused me a lot of questions. Do they really know each other? Who is she? However, the following words of this Tsunade gave me an answer. Who I see. Are these really my precious teammates? Wait, what? Teammates? Bewildered, I shifted my gaze from one Sannin to another, and once again scanned the young blonde. Even in appearance, I involuntarily began to compare their ages. How old must this woman be? But Sensei's voice, calm as always, did not let me think and be horrified. Well, since we're done with the exchange of pleasantries, maybe now we'll sit down quietly, but Tsunade, and then interrupted him, impressively sitting down at the nearest empty table. She slapped her palm on the table, and adamantly finished, "Let's drink." And as if noticing my presence just now, although maybe she really noticed it just now, the woman looked at me with an interested look, and smiling slyly, stretched out, "But first, do you want to introduce me to someone?" Sighing heavily, as if resigning himself to all possible subsequent questions from a woman, Orochimaru reassuringly put his arm around my shoulders, and calmly introduced me. "This is my student, Naruto Uzumaki." And seeing the heap of emotions that flashed in the eyes of the teammate, starting from shock and ending with interest, the man adamantly finished, "But let's sit down somewhere calmly first, and only then we will talk." So we sat down, right next to the blonde at the table. And then, under the impatient gaze of Tsunade, Sensei first ordered us to eat, and only when the dishes were placed on the table in a slender row, and the waiter moved out of sight, the man slowly stretched out, "Now we can talk," and the conversation began. Sensei, at the request of a curious teammate, told me about me first. And judging by the expression on the blonde's face, the woman already knew who I was. Well, or she knew my parents, which is also an option. So, somewhere in the middle of the story, at the nod of the godfather, several bottles of sake were brought to our table, and then, under the degree of alcohol, the conversation smoothly flowed into the channel of memories common to Sannins. Time passed, the mountain of empty bottles grew, the stories naturally became more and more fun. Starting from the small pranks of Jiraiya on a mission, and ending with the legendary battle of the three Sannins with the head of the rain. In general, all this is of course cool, but as mentioned earlier, there were more and more bottles, the Sannins became drunker and drunker, and time also did not stand still. Before we even had time to look around, it was already the dead of night. In general, I, as the most sober in this company, because I didn't drink at all, had to reluctantly take everything into my own hands, and under the dissatisfied grumbling of the Sannins, disperse everyone by numbers. Fortunately, Sensei shared my point of view, and helped convince his teammates of this. So with grief in half, the Sannins were taken to their rooms, and I, tired but happy, finally fell asleep. What can I say? It's been a hectic day, but the most interesting thing, as it turned out, was just waiting for me ahead. The next day, when Sanina, rumpled and dissatisfied after a hangover, crawled out to breakfast, Jiraiya, as always in his repertoire, decided to drag Sensei on business. Well, I, who already knew exactly what kind of things were meant by these words, grimaced with displeasure, and unable to keep my face, jealously looked at Sensei. Honestly, I don't know what Tsunade saw in my behavior, but the woman slyly grinned at me, and said in an impatient tone of objection to the men, "Then Naruto and I will go get some rest." And shifting a sly look at me, she imperceptibly winked before innocently clarifying, "I hope you don't mind hot springs." Well, how could I be against such an offer, really? As a result, the blonde and I had a quick breakfast in the company of men who were not too happy with our decision, and still went to the hot springs. Well, the most interesting thing has already begun there. Firstly, immediately while changing clothes, I noticed an interesting pendant on Senju's neck. And in my memory, she is still the only kunoichi besides me who prefers to wear some kind of jewelry. It is quite natural that I could not remain silent, and directly asked the question I was interested in, namely, I see you're wearing a pendant. Is it some kind of storage device, or just a decoration? Does it mean something? In response to this, the blonde looked at all my jewelry with some incomprehensible look, lingering her eyes first on the bracelet and then on my pendant before skeptically holding out. And you want to tell me that all your jewelry is just artifacts, and you don't even guess their true meaning? But seeing my sincere bewilderment in response, the woman asked in shock, "What do you really not know?" To which she received only a timid nod from my side, which seemed to put the blonde in a real stupor. However, the woman came to her senses pretty quickly, and quietly hissing something similar to, "That's a cunning snake," she said louder, "It's obviously not going to do without sake, let's go." Well, and then the second begins. In general, as soon as I got comfortable in the bathhouse, Tsunade dragged a whole case of sake as if from the air. And off she went, one glass, two, then the first bottle, the second, and now, word by word, the conversation imperceptibly went beyond the jewelry I was interested in earlier. This is a long tradition of Konoha, since the days of clan warriors, so it's not surprising that you might not know it. Moreover, as far as I know, young people in your time no longer use this, but once upon a time, pausing for a moment to take an impressive sip of sake, the blonde slowly delved into her memories, continuing the story, such jewelry for shinobi was the norm. Moreover, with the help of various ornaments, it was not uncommon to even identify a person's clan, since each clan had its own characteristics. I only know for sure about a few such clans. For example, Senju, they always gave pendants with their own chakra, like this one, slightly lifting her chain. Tsunade as if clearly demonstrated to me what exactly she was talking about, and then with a heavy sigh she continued, "To give such a pendant to anyone in our clan was like an engagement statement." Seeing in response how I quickly threw a shocked glance at my own pendant, the woman hurried to calm me down. Well, or such an ornament was given to their heirs for protection. In general, it depends on what intentions to give. But this is only Senju's way, but for example, Uchiha definitely give their chosen ones a bracelet for only one purpose, to consolidate the marriage. Marriage? A little shocked squeaked in response, somehow taking her own voice under control. And then, after all, I couldn't resist and again cast a glance at my favorite snake bracelet. Senju, of course, noticed my manipulations, and quietly chuckling with such a reaction, soothingly continued, "Yes, it was such a bracelet that was given to their wives in the Uchi clan to show everyone else that this girl is busy and is under the protection of the clan." But the bracelet had this meaning only in the Uchi clan. As far as I know, in Konoha, sensei once gave such bracelets to their students, as if in the form of a statement for others about apprenticeship. In general, each decoration separately for different clans has its own meaning. The Nara clan, for example, always prefers earrings. But altogether, casting a thoughtful glance at my jewelry, Tsunade somehow hesitantly declared, "For a complete Pomovlakni set, you only need a ring." Although, and so, I think these decorations can be considered an engagement. The blonde stretched out the last assumption more than uncertainly, but for me it was enough for me to go deep into my thoughts. A whole bunch of questions immediately popped into my head. For example, is it worth considering these jewelry as an engagement offer? Or is Senju mistaken in his assumption and sensei really gave me these gifts with a completely different meaning? On the one hand, if you take for example a bracelet, then considering the age, then with this gift the man really told everyone in Konoha about me only as his student. And on the other hand, did he give other gifts with the same intent? If we recall, for example, the first reaction of the godfather at the sight of my jewelry, then we can safely assume that my doubts are not so groundless. somewhere in the middle of my inner monologue, when I was torn between, what if it's an engagement after all, and the completely opposite, don't think up what you want, Databeo, Senju started pouring me more and more sake. So, somehow imperceptibly, the bottle is so on the fifth, I won't say for sure because I didn't think, Mrs. Tsunade came up with one brilliant idea, namely, listen. And why guess, let's just go and ask Orochimaru, and it's worth saying that after the last bottle of sake, I was so drunk, and I didn't care so much about the possible consequences because of this prank, that I didn't even hesitate to answer, come on, then I couldn't even imagine what our drunken, crazy idea would lead to. In general, as one might assume, I more or less came to my senses only the next morning. With a terrible hangover, a sore head, and most importantly in someone else's room, well at least fully dressed, and with a big memory gap like that. But as it turned out, these were just flowers, because as soon as I lowered my eyes to my hands, my gaze immediately caught on the reflection of the ring on my right hand. Wait, what? A ring? But I was prevented from falling into a panic by the unexpected laughter of the fox from the subconscious, and his mocking question, I see someone has finally sobered up. Well, do you remember anything from everything you did yesterday, Naruto? And as if only waiting for this, memories of last night began to pop up before my eyes. Here we are with Tsunade for a couple of drinks with 5 more bottles of sake, at the hot springs. As they say, for courage before a responsible step. But it seemed like only a moment had passed, or else there were gaps in my memory, which is more likely, and Senju and I are already wandering around like bosom friends in search of the other 2 Sanins. But I don't remember what happened next for the life of me. There were still some snatches of memories on the periphery, but I could not grasp them. It seems that Tsunade and I found Sensei and Godfather in some bar. With doubt in my voice, I drawled to the fox, not even noticing how I involuntarily asked my next question in a voice, and what happened next, but he answered me, unexpectedly, not a fox at all. From somewhere near the door, at first, a light laugh was heard, and Sensei's painfully native voice maliciously drawled, I think I can answer this question, and while my stormy imagination was throwing me more and more terrible pictures of what I could have done yesterday on a drunken head, Sensei slowly walked up to the bed and sat down next to me, too calmly began his story. I really don't know what you and Tsunade managed to do before you came to the bar, but also what I saw in the bar, slyly grinning at my attempts to hide under the blanket from what I heard, although I just wanted to sink into the ground with shame. The man quietly chuckled and pulled me closer to him so that I certainly could not hide, and continued cheerfully, to begin with, you entered the bar very extravagantly, kicking down the door. Although okay, I admit, this is more the merit of Tsunade. And so, as if echoing Sanin's words, memories immediately began to flash before my eyes, then you and Tsunade quickly agreed on something. On this phrase, my dialogue with Tsunade clearly surfaced, namely, where a woman, seeing 2 Sanins, vowed to distract Jiraiya for a while to give me time to finally explain myself with her snake, and by Sensei's next phrase, I realized that the blonde honestly fulfilled my part of the deal, and Senju slapped you on the shoulder at the last, and also loudly wished you good luck, headed in our direction with Jiraiya. Then your godfather and I tried to calmly find out what was actually going on here, to which Senju silently grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and, I involuntarily missed the next part of the story, because the picture of what exactly happened after surfaced before my eyes again, namely, Tsunade, having plucked up the courage, literally imprinted a stunned godfather into herself and hissed something in his ear, which caused the man to literally melt into his best perverted smile, and as if under hypnosis silently followed the blonde somewhere in the direction of available rooms. In general, it's still a sight. Involuntarily shaking my head, trying to get rid of the picture presented before my eyes, I again focused on Sensei's story. And the man, meanwhile, has already reached the most interesting, I don't know what happened next. Either you were inspired by Senju's trick, or just alcohol added courage, but then you silently ran into me with hugs, and wrapping all your limbs around me like a real snake, proudly declared one word to the whole bar, mine. And it's worth saying, not that I was against it, even at his words about hugs, I hid my face in my hands in embarrassment, and therefore I did not see how the man looked tenderly in my direction, but I perfectly heard his last words. The reaction was immediate. At first I raised my eyes in disbelief and stared at Sanin. Then, without noticing any signs of mockery, and even on the contrary, meeting a very serious look in response, I literally fell into a stupor. Because, well, sensei couldn't mean that. Yes, my snake, you heard right. I really said I don't mind being yours. As if reading my thoughts, well, or most likely just everything was written on my face, the man immediately confirmed my guesses. And seeing that his words made me even more confused, and in addition, after scanning him with a look of disbelief, he decisively grabbed my face in his hands and, like a control in my head, whispered, "Because you've been mine for a long time, even if you didn't know that," it remained unsaid, because I finally got confirmation of my guesses, immediately shortened the distance between us, and insistently bit into his lips with a gentle kiss. The first kiss, I don't know how much time passed in the end, and to be honest, I didn't really follow the time. Instead, I completely surrendered to my feelings, and literally dissolved into kisses, but no matter how much I enjoyed the long-awaited reciprocity, one question still haunted me, namely, sensei, and from where? Still a ring? Somehow, between kisses, I managed to squeeze out of myself "to," which sensei somehow narrowed his eyes very cunningly, and finally, after a bit of cutting, cheerfully declared, "Oh, this is another very interesting story." Noticing my curious look, Orochimaru did not pull the intrigue and immediately stated everything. "After I somehow managed to convince you that I don't mind being yours at all, and I don't even think about resisting my fate," at the words about persuasion, I again had a short memory of yesterday evening, namely, where sensei, ignoring the numerous shocked glances of the bar patrons, no less tightly wrapped his arms around me, and to my sincere delight, resolutely declared in the same manner as me, mine. Which, however, immediately melted my heart and killed any doubt, so I didn't really resist further when sensei took me out of the bar. "But then, I see you've already remembered a little," the man shrewdly declared, noticing my face burning with shame. But having received no response, or protest on my part, I decided to continue the story anyway. "Well, if you haven't remembered everything yet, then let me remind you. After we went outside, you suddenly jumped to your feet and started a kind of dialogue. First you pointed your finger at yourself, then at me and decisively announced, 'I love.' Then she took my hand and transferred it from me to herself and looked me in the eye with a questioning look. 'Do you love me?' Of course, I could not refuse you, and imitating your manner, I said no less seriously, 'I love.' Then, being satisfied with my answer, you abruptly changed your anger to mercy, and naively proclaimed as if there could be no other way, 'If you love, then get married.'" At this point, sensei briefly interrupted his story to admire my embarrassed face. I, being shocked by my courage, as well as ashamed of my actions, was able to squeeze out only a timid and then what happened? To which sensei clasped my hand with the ring, with his hand and intertwining our fingers. By the way, I just now noticed that a gold ring identical to mine glittered on sensei's finger, and looking into my eyes, somehow joking with me, continued later. I couldn't resist the gaze of my beloved eyes, and of course I went to marry you. But seeing that his words seemed to deflate me, I suddenly lost all my previous jokiness, and continued in a serious voice, "Well, to be honest, you just dragged me to the first jewelry store that came along the way, where I bought, in your opinion, the best rings, under your clear guidance, and only after putting them on each other, thereby completing the engagement set, did you finally calm down and let them calmly take you to the room." His story made me feel not only easier, but on the contrary, now I also began to feel guilty for my prank. Because judging by the whole situation as a whole, it looked like I forcibly forced Sensei to make me his bride. And as if reading all these thoughts on my face, Orochimaru immediately decisively lifted my chin up, and forced me to look straight into his eyes, with a voice that did not tolerate objections, assured, "Don't think up anything superfluous for yourself. If I didn't want it, none of this would have happened. But I really wanted you to be my bride because I love you, Naruto. So you know, you're not going anywhere from me now. Even if you really want to, I will. I love you, Sensei, too. I love you." Unable to withstand the storm of feelings that were caused by the words of this stupid snake, I decisively interrupted his monologue with my confession, and then completely emboldened and abruptly shut his mouth in the most reliable of all ways. A kiss. And it's not that Sensei was against it. It is worth saying that our journey did not end there. For a whole year after that meeting with Tsunade, Sensei and I traveled together, enjoying only each other's company. And where is the Godfather? And the Godfather, after that night with Tsunade, was no longer going to leave his faithful alone, and despite the grumbling of the latter, they happily retired to travel together. So after saying goodbye to them back in that village, we went our separate ways, and so, after 3 long years of traveling, fun adventures, and numerous missions, we finally returned home. The voice of my beloved snake brought me out of my nostalgic thoughts. "What are you thinking about, Naruto?" Not paying attention to the Chunins frozen at the gate, as well as a team of some genins running past, Sensei drew me to him and hugged me in his own way. Oh, yes. It turns out my sensei is still the owner. I already felt sorry for the male part of Konoha. Databao. Although, I have to admit that I didn't get far from him, but I got distracted. Hugging Sensei in response, I threw my arms around his neck out of habit, and only then answered, just like that. I remember how it all started, our first acquaintance, journey, confession, meeting Sanin's gaze. I involuntarily saw in his eyes the same feelings that were now crucifying me from the inside. There was nostalgia and happiness, and most importantly there was boundless love. The following words somehow came out of my mouth: "I love you, and I love you, my little snake." It's still good that Sensei and I did meet that day. After all, this seemingly random meeting changed my whole life. And now, kissing my snake, right in front of the entrance to my native Konoha, I thought only one thing: thank you, fate, for our meeting. And somewhere nearby, very impressed shinobi, from such a sight, just fainted. And they didn't even know what was waiting for them yet. Databao, that's the end of it.